Section 1 of Symbolism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER. Translated by James Burton Robertson. Introductory notice by the translator. Some years ago I presented the public with a translation of Friedrich Schlegel's Philosophy of History, which may be termed a sort of, quote, discourse on universal history, unquote. Adapted to the actual state and wants of Catholic science, I now venture to bring forward a translation of a work that has been called by a French critic a necessary supplement to Bossuet's, quote, History of the Variations of the Protestant Churches, unquote, a work well suited also to the present necessities of the Catholic Church, and fitted for the existing state of controversy between the two great religious parties in Europe. The kind reception which my former task experienced from the British public, at a time when all Catholic productions were still viewed with peculiar distrust and aversion, encouraged me to hope that now, when so happy and so remarkable a change has come over the Protestant mind of England, the same indulgence will not be refused to my present effort. The work, indeed, whereof a translation is now offered to the public, enters far more deeply into the discussion of those great questions which divide the minds and the hearts of our countrymen. The moral wound that for 3 centuries hath disfigured the aspect, crippled or misapplied the energy, and exhausted the vital forces of our country, is here probed with a firm and dexterous, though most gentle hand. Yet Dr. Müller's book is more historical, explanatory, and analytical than really polemical, in the spirit of eminent charity which breathes through his pages, the mild accents wherewith error is rebuked, the aversion from all exaggeration that will never push beyond their legitimate bearing the words of an adversary, the exquisite sense of justice that never fails to award to merit, wherever it is found, its due recognition, that is ever ready to make allowance for human frailty, that amid the great aberrations of the human mind points with pleasure to the truth which tempered them, as well as to the truth which they abused, that even in the most hideous caricatures of fanaticism loves to seek out some trait of the divine original which that fanaticism strove to realize or restore. All these qualities, I trust, will not fail to obtain from the author, even from the most prejudiced Protestant, an impartial and attentive hearing. A distinguished English Protestant writer once characterized Bossuet's History of the Variations as a book, quote, where a Catholic might study his religion and a Protestant learn logic, unquote. The same remark applies in an equal, perhaps more eminent degree to Müller's Symbolism, yet with this difference, that the latter is a work where a Protestant, too, may study his religion. The Protestant of every denomination may here see the tenets of his own religious community on the controverted points stated and explained according to the most solemn and unexceptionable of all authorities, the public formularies of that religious community itself. The declarations of such formularies are placed in a juxtaposition with those of the Catholic Church. By this means, the better understanding of the doctrine of either church is promoted, mutual misconceptions are obviated, points of agreement, as well as the points of divergence, are more prominently brought out, the means for the reconciliation of religious parties are at once laid open and facilitated. And as a clear knowledge of error leads of necessity to a better appreciation of truth, the return to the true Church is thus at once rendered more easy and more certain. This work, in its apologetic parts, noticing but cursorily or incidentally the historical and traditional proofs of the Catholic faith, and confining itself in general to a priori vindication of our tenets, I recommend the Protestant reader who happens to be totally unacquainted with writings of Catholic controversy to consult, prior to the perusal of the Symbolism, one or more of the approved books of Catholic evidences, where the external as well as intrinsic arguments in favor of our Church are more fully and elaborately entered into. Among these, I may particularly recommend 3 excellent works, which, though differing in their plan, will furnish the Protestant with the proofs required I mean the Right Reverend Dr. Milner's solid and instructive book, The End of Religious Controversy, Dr. Kirk's learned work, The Faith of Catholics, and the ingenious, learned, and eloquent lectures of the principal doctrines and practices of the Catholic Church, by my illustrious friend, the Right Reverend Dr. Wiseman. If besides one or the other of these works, the Protestant reader has leisure to consult the history by Bossuet, above referred to, he will then derive from the perusal of the Symbolism more spiritual advantage and intellectual profit, and will find but few passages that will present a difficulty. In the course of perusal it would be well for him frequently to refer to the decrees of the Council of Trent. The word "symbolism," or as the Germans say, symbolic, has, it is proper to observe, a twofold signification. Sometimes it means the science that has for its object to explain the symbol, or outward sign, used in the religions of antiquity, and in this sense it is employed by Kreuzer as his title to the celebrated work on that subject. At other times the word is used by German divines, Catholic and Protestant, to signify the science of comparative inquiry into the confessions or symbolical writings of the different Christian churches, and this is the sense it bears in the title of the book here translated. There is a small but learned work entitled Confessions of Faith by my lamented friend, the late Mr. Charles Butler, where the reader will find an interesting literary history of the formularies of the different Christian communities. It was my wish that this translation should have appeared 2 years ago, but other literary occupations have, contrary to my hope, retarded its publication. The Protestant mind, however, I flatter myself, is now better prepared for the reception of the work than at the period referred to, and if in the great moral ferment which now pervades my country it should be the means of allaying and reconciling in any degree the agitated elements of religious strife, if it should extricate but one spirit from the difficulties, the distractions, and the anguish of doubt, wherein so many are now involved, and should help him on to the solution of that great problem whereon all depends, I shall consider my labor to be more than sufficiently recompensed. May He, from whom every good gift descends, shed His blessing on the present undertaking, and enable all to come to the perusal of the work with a suitable dispositions. Württemberg, Bavaria, August, 1843. End of section 1. Section 2 of Symbolism. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. Author's preface to the first edition. Every book has a twofold history, a history before and a history after its publication. The first can be described only by the author himself, and respecting this, the public imposes on him the duty to make no mystery, and accordingly to relate to it partly and outward occasions that induced him to undertake the composition of his work, and partly to assign the more intrinsic reasons by which he was determined to the undertaking. Hereupon I have now to communicate to the indulgent reader the following remarks. The present work has arisen out of a course of lectures that for several years I have delivered on the doctrinal differences between Catholics and Protestants. On this subject it has been the custom for years in all the Lutheran and Calvinistic universities of Germany to deliver lectures to the students of theology, and highly approving of this custom, I resolved to transplant it to the Catholic soil, for the following reasons. Certainly those who are called to take the lead in theological learning may be justly expected to acquire a solid comprehensive knowledge of the tenets of the religious communities, that for so long a time have stood opposed to each other in mutual rivalry, and still endeavor to maintain this, their position. Justly are they required not to rest satisfied by any means with mere general, uncertain, obscure, vague, and unconnected notions upon the great vital question, which has not only for 300 years continually agitated the religious life of Europe, but has, in part, so deeply and mightily convulsed it.
If the very notion of scientific culture makes it the duty of the theologian to enter with the utmost possible precision and depth into the nature of the differences that divide religious parties, if it imperiously requires him to set himself in contradiction, to render account of, and assign the grounds for, the doctrinal peculiarities of the different communions, so regard for his own personal dignity and satisfaction of mind presses the matter on him, nay, on every well-instructed Christian, with a still more imperious claim. For what is less consistent with our own self-respect than to neglect instituting the most careful and accurate inquiry into the grounds and foundations of our own religious belief, and convincing ourselves whether and how far we stand on a firm footing, or whether we have not placed ourselves on some treacherous covering that conceals beneath it an enormous abyss?
How is it possible to enjoy a true and solid peace of the soul, when in the midst of great ecclesiastical communities, that all pretend alike to the possession of the pure and unmutilated truth, we stand almost without reflection, and without possessing any adequate instruction? There is, indeed, in this respect, a quiet, such as they possess, in relation to a future life, who are utterly heedless whether there be such a state. This is a quiet that casts deep, indelible disgrace on any being endowed with reason. Every man accordingly owes it to himself to acquire the clearest conception of the doctrinal peculiarities, the inward power and strength, or the inward weakness and untenableness of the religious community whereof he acknowledges himself a member. A conception which entirely depends on a very accurate and precise knowledge of the opposite system of belief. There can even be no solid acquisition nor confident use of the arguments for any communion, unless there be conceived in relation to the antagonist system. Nay, solid acquaintance with any confession must necessarily include its apology, if at least that confession make any pretensions to truth. For every educated Christian possesses such general notions of religion and Christianity. He possesses such general acquaintance with Holy Writ, that so soon as any proposition be presented to him in its true light and in its general bearings, he can form a judgment as to its truth and immediately discern its conformity or its repugnance to the fundamental doctrines of Christianity. We are also at a loss to discover how a practical theologian, especially in countries where conflicting communions prevail, can adequately discharge his functions, when he is unable to characterize the distinctive doctrines of those communions. For public homilies, indeed, on matters of religious controversy, the cycle of Catholic festivals, conformably to the origin and the nature of our Church, happily gives no occasion. All the festivals established by her have reference only to facts in the life of Jesus Christ, and to those truths whereon all our faith and all our hopes depend, as well as to the commemoration of those highly meritorious servants of God who hold a distinguished place in the history of the Church, such, in particular, as were instrumental in the general propagation and consolidation of Christianity, and in its special introduction to certain countries. For the office of preaching, accordingly, the Catholic pastor, with the exception of some very rare and peculiar cases, can make no immediate use of his knowledge of other creeds. On the other hand, we may hope that his discourses on the doctrines of the Catholic faith will be rendered more solid, more comprehensive, more animated, and more impressive, when those doctrines have been studied by him, in their opposition to the antagonist confessions in the strict sense of that word, that the highest class of catechumens should receive solid instruction, nay, a far more solid one than has hitherto been given, on the dogmas controverted between Christians; nay, that in this instruction the doctrinal differences should be explicitly and as fully as possible attended to, as a matter on which I entertain not the slightest doubt. Whence proceeds the deplorable helplessness of many Catholics, when in their intercourse with Protestants the concerns of religious faith come under discussion? Whence the indifference of so many among them towards their own religion? From what other cause but from their almost total ignorance of the doctrinal peculiarities of their Church,
in respect to other religious communities. Whence comes it that whole Catholic parishes are so easily seduced by the false mysticism of their curates, when these happen to be secretly averse to the doctrines of the Church? Whence even the fact that many curates are so open to the pietistic errors, but because both priest and congregation have never received the adequate, nay, any instruction at all respecting the doctrinal differences between the churches. How much are Catholics put to shame by the very great activity which Protestants display in this matter? It is, of course, to be understood that instruction on these points of controversy must be imparted with the utmost charity, conciliation, and mildness, with a sincere love of truth, and without any exaggeration, and with constantly impressing on the minds of men that however we may be bound to reject errors, for the pure doctrine of Jesus Christ and the Gospel, truth is the most sacred property of man. Yet are we required by our Church to embrace all men with love for Christ's sake, and to evince in their regard all the abundance of Christian virtues. Lastly, it is clear that opportune and inopportune questions, consultations, and conferences on the doctrines controverted between the churches will never fail to occur, but most assuredly the appropriate reply, the wished-for counsel, and the instructive refutation will be wanting, in case the pastor be not solidly grounded in a knowledge of the respected formularies of the Christian communities. But if what I have said justifies the delivery of academic courses on the doctrinal peculiarities of the different communions, yet it proves not the necessity of their publication, at least as regard their essential substance. On this subject, I will take the liberty of making the following remarks. In the Protestant Church, for many years, a series of manuals on symbolism have been published. The elder Planck, Marheinecke, in 2 works, a larger and a smaller. Weiner, Clausen, and others have tried their efforts in this department. The Catholics, indeed, on their part, have put forth a great multitude of apologetic and such like works, having for their object to correct the misrepresentation of our doctrines as set forth by non-Catholics. But any book containing a scientific discussion of all the doctrinal peculiarities of the Protestant churches has not fallen within my knowledge. Accordingly, in communicating to the public the substance of my lectures, I conceived I should fill up a very perceptible void in Catholic literature. During my researches into the authorities required by the subject of my lectures, I thought I had further occasion to observe that the territory I had begun to explore had not by any means received a sufficiently careful cultivation, and that it was yet capable of offering much useful and desirable produce. This holds good even when we regard the matter from the mere historical point of view, but it cannot fail to occur that by bringing to light data not sufficiently used, because they were not thoroughly understood, or had been consigned again to oblivion, the higher scientific judgment on the mutual relations of the Christian communities will be rendered more mature and circumspect. Whether my inquiries in either respect have been attended with any success, it is for competent judges to decide. Thus much, at least, I believe I may assert, that my labors will offer to Catholic theologians, especially, many a hint that their industry would not be unrepaid if in this department they were to devote themselves to solid researches. For several decades the most splendid talents spend their leisure, nay, give up their lives to inquiries into the primitive religions and mythologies so remote from us both as to space and time. But the efforts to make us better acquainted with ourselves have evidently been more rare and less perseverant, in proportion as this problem is a matter of near concern, than the former. There are not, indeed, wanting a countless multitude of writings that dilate and prolix dissertations on the relations between the different churches, but alas, their authors too often possess scarcely the most superficial knowledge of the real state of facts, and hereby it not unfrequently comes to pass that treatises, which would even perhaps merit the epithet of ingenious, tend only to render the age more superficial and to cause the most important questions that can engage the human mind and heart to be most frivolously overlooked.
Such sort of writings are considered, quote, considerations, unquote, while in truth nothing objective was at all considered, but mere phantoms of the brain that passed before the writer.
Specific objects also induced me to commit this work to the press, and these objects I conceived I should not be able to attain by giving the most precise and most unreserved description of the doctrinal differences. I did not, indeed, dream of any peace between the churches, deserving the name of a true reunion, as being about to be established in the present time. For such a peace cannot be looked for in an age which is so deeply degraded that even the guides of the people have oftentimes so utterly lost sight of the very essence of faith, that they define it as the adoption of what appears to them probable, or most probable, whereas its nature consists in embracing, with undoubting certainty, the revealed truth, which can be only one. As many men now believe, the heathens also believed, for they were by no means devoid of opinions respecting divine things. When in so many quarters there is no faith, a reunion in faith is inconceivable.
Hence, only a union in unbelief could be attained; that is to say, such a one wherein the right is mutually conceded to think what one will, and wherein there is therefore a mutual tacit understanding that the question regards mere human opinions, and that it is a matter left undecided whether in Christianity God have really revealed himself or not.
For with the belief in Christ as a true envoy of the Father of light, it is by no means consistent that those who have been taught by him should be unable to define in what his revelation on divine things consists, and what, on the other hand, is in contradiction to his word and his ordinances. All things, not this or that in particular, appears, accordingly, opposed to a religious union. A real removal, therefore, of the differences existing between the Christian communities appears to me to be still remote. But in the age in which we live, I flattered myself that I might do something toward bringing about a religious peace, by revealing a true knowledge of the great dispute, in so far as by this knowledge men must come to perceive that that contest sprang out of the most earnest endeavours of both parties to uphold the truth, the pure and genuine Christianity, in all its integrity. I have made it therefore my duty to define, with the utmost possible precision, the points of religious difference, and nowhere and at no time to cloak and disguise them. The opinion sometimes entertained that the differences are not of importance, and affect not the vitals of Christianity, can conduce only to mutual contempt; for opponents, who are conscious of not having adequate grounds for opposing each other, and yet do so, must despise one another. And certainly it is this vague feeling of being an adversary of this stamp that has in modern times given rise to violent sallies on the part of many Protestants against Catholics, and vice versa. For many, by a sort of self-deception, think by these sallies to stifle the inward reproaches of their conscience, and mistake the forced irritation against an opposite communion for a true pain on account of the rejection of truth on the part of its adherents. Even the circumstance is not rare that an ignorance of the true points of difference leads to the invention of false ones, and this certainty keeps up a hostile and charitable spirit of opposition between parties, far more than a just and accurate knowledge of the distinctive doctrines could do. For nothing wounds and embitters more than unfounded charges. For the same cause it so frequently happens that men on both sides charge each other with obduracy of will, and with a selfish regard to mere personal and transitory interests, and ascribe to these alone the divisions in religious life. Protestants are uncommonly apt, without hesitation, to ascribe to what they denominate hierarchical arrogance and the plan of obscuration any resistance in the Catholic Church to the full influx of Protestant light. Many Catholics, on the other hand, are of opinion that, in the same way as the commencement of the Reformation political interests, and the desire to exercise over the Church an absolute domination were the sole inducements that engaged princes to embrace and encourage the Protestant doctrines; and domestic ease, sensual gratifications, hollow arrogance, and a frivolous love of independence were the only motives that brought over churchmen to the new opinions. So this is for the most part the case, even at the present day. These charges indeed of pride, arrogance, and the rest, which parties bring against each other, cannot, alas, be entirely disputed. We know, moreover, from experience, that everywhere there are very zealous men, who in their conduct towards opposite communions are not actuated by quite base motives, yet have immediately in view only the interests of a party, a faction, or a system, and not the cause of divine truth, especially in its living manifestation in Christ Jesus, who should alone be the object of our love, and all else should be so, only in so far as it is nearly or remotely connected with that love. All this, indeed, is unquestionably true, yet it would betoken a very great narrowness of mind if the duration of the mighty religious contest were not sought for in deeper causes than in those assigned. Under these circumstances, I conceived it were no small gain if I should succeed in drawing back attention entirely to the matter itself, and in establishing the conviction that in the conflict between Catholicism and Protestantism moral interests are defended; a conviction which, as it implies in the adversary's earnestness and sincerity, must lead to more conciliatory results, and is alone calculated to advance the plan which in the permission of so fearful a strife divine Providence had in view. Lastly, I must mention also a phenomenon of the age, which, if I remember right, first inspired me with the thought of committing to the press my treatise on the distinctive doctrines of the Christian communions. For a long time Lutheranism seemed to have entirely disappeared from Germany, at least to possess no voice in public opinion. In fact, it was scarcely represented in literature by a single theologian of any name. In our thoughtful Germany, the gloomier Calvinism never found itself really at home, and when it penetrated into some of its provinces, it was almost always with considerable modifications. Its real home has always been a part of Switzerland and of France; next, Holland, England, and Scotland. Though the great revolution in public affairs during our times, the old orthodox Protestantism has again assumed new life, and not only finds many adherents among the clergy and laity, but in the number of its partisans can reckon very able theologians. As was naturally to be expected, it immediately marked out its position relatively to the Catholic Church, and assailed the latter with all the resources it could command. The more this party visibly increases, and partly by its junction with the pietistic movement that had previously existed, partly by the encouragement of one of the most influential cabinets in Germany, begins again to constitute a power, the more must Catholics feel the necessity of taking up their right position in respect to it, and of clearly discerning the true nature of the relation wherein they stand towards it. This, however, is not so easy as we might at first view imagine, for when from rationalism and naturalism we must turn our thoughts to the old Protestantism as represented in the symbolical books, we are required to transport ourselves into a totally different religious world. For while for the last 50 years Catholics have been called upon to defend only the divine elements in Christianity, the point of combat is now changed, and they are required to uphold the human element in the Christian religion. We must now march precisely from one extreme to the other.
Yet the Catholic has this advantage, that his religious system embraces as well what constitutes an object of one-sided or exclusive reverence with the rationalist as what the orthodox Protestant, with an equally one-sided or exclusive veneration, adheres to in Christianity.
In fact, these two contrarieties are in the Catholic system adjusted, and perfectly reconciled. The Catholic faith, is as much akin to one principle as to the other, and the Catholic can comprehend the two, because his religious system constitutes the unity of both. The Protestant rationalists are indebted to Luther only in so far as he acquired for them the right to profess completely the reverse of what he himself, in the religious community he founded, maintained. And the orthodox Protestants have with the rationalist no tie of connection save the saddening conviction that Luther established a church, the very nature whereof must compel it to bear such adversaries with patience in its bosom,
and not even to possess the power of "turning them away."
The Catholic, on the other hand, has with either party a moral affinity inherent in his very doctrines. He stands higher than either, and therefore overlooks them both. He has alike what distinguishes the two, and is, therefore, free from their one-sided failings. His religious system is no loose mechanical patchwork combination of the two others, for it was anterior to either, and when it was first revealed to the Church, organically united the truth, which in the other two is separated. The adverse parties seceded from the Catholic Church, breaking up and dividing its doctrine, the one appropriating the human, the other the divine principle in Christianity, just as if the indivisible could be at pleasure divided. I have further to observe that German solidity, or German pedantry, or German distrustfulness, call it by what name we will, appeared to me to require that I should give the passages I quoted at full length. The reader is thus enabled to form his own judgment by the materials brought before him, or at least is furnished with the means for testing the judgment of the author. I was bound to suppose that to by far the greater number of my readers, the symbolical books of the Protestants, the writings of Luther, Zwinglius, and Calvin, were inaccessible. And if I were unable to preserve the true medium between an excess and a deficiency in quotations, I preferred to offend by the former. He who is unable to read the quotations, which are, for the most part, thrown into the notes, can easily pass them over. On the other hand, it cannot be said that he who would feel desirous to make himself acquainted with the passages cited could have easily collected these himself. Tübingen, 1832. Preface to the second edition. From the attention with which the theological public have been pleased to favor this work, I have conceived it my duty to endeavor, as much as the small space of time that intervened between the first and second edition allowed, to improve and even to enlarge it. In the first part, there are few sections which, whether in the language, or whether by additions or omissions in the text, or in the notes, have not undergone changes advantageous, as I trust, to the work. Under the article of faith, the 17th section has been newly inserted, and the 27th section, which contains a more precise definition of the real distinctive points in the theological systems of Luther and of Zwinglius, was not found in the first edition. The article on the Church has undergone considerable changes. The addition of the 37th section appeared to be peculiarly calculated to render more clear the theory of the Catholic Church. In the second part, the article on the Methodists has been entirely recast, as I have now been able to procure Dr. Southey's Life of Wesley, Clarkson's Portrait of Quakerism, which, in despite of many endeavors, I had been unable to obtain in time for the first edition, but which has since come to hand, has been less useful for my purpose than I had expected.
In the introduction, it has appeared to me to enter into more particulars as to the use which, in a work like the Symbolism, is to be made of the private writings of the Reformers. I have deemed it useful also to point out there the important distinction which, in all symbolical researches, should be observed between the use of private writings of the Reformers and that of the works of Catholic theologians.
Preface to the third edition. The information of my publisher that the second edition is out of print was too sudden to allow me to bestow on this third edition those improvements which I would fain have made, and whereof it stood in so much need. There is but one article I can name which has undergone an important amelioration. It is the 8th section, on original sin, where in the former editions there were some historical notices touching the Catholic views of that doctrine that much needed correction. The very ponderous criticism of my symbolism, which in the meanwhile Professor Bauer has put forth, I will leave unnoticed in the present work, for the necessary discussion would occupy proportionally too great a space to find insertion either in the notes or in the text. I have therefore prepared to write a separate reply, which, please God, will soon be sent to press. Preface to the 4th edition. After the publication of the 3rd edition, which appeared at the beginning of the year 1834, I saw myself compelled to compose a defense of the symbolism. It has already appeared under the title New Investigations, etc. In this work many subjects having reference to the controversy, and which, in the symbolism, has been only lightly or not at all touched upon, were more fully treated. While not a few articles have been investigated under a new point of view, others more precisely defined, and several more fully established, from this book nothing has been transferred to the 4th edition of the Symbolism. I held it to be my duty to make no essential alteration in the form under which the present work was originally presented to the public, and under which it has been favored with their indulgent attention. To notice in the body of the work the various writings, treatises, and reviews that have been directed against it, I conceive to be in every way unsuitable, independent even of the facts that I am unwilling to see the pacific tones of the symbolism converted into an angry and warlike tone. Yet some things have been amended in this 4th edition, others have been added. These are changes which could be made without any external provocation, and without any alteration of my original plan, and as have formerly been made in every new edition. By God's providence, the symbolism has hitherto produced much good fruit, as from many quarters has been related to me, partly by word of mouth, and partly by writing. Even Protestant periodicals, as, for example, the Evangelical Church Gazette of October 1834, do not, in their peculiar way, call this fact in question. May it be still further attended with the blessing of the Saviour, who from the beginning hath ever chosen weak and imperfect things for the instruments of his glorification. Preface of the German editor to the 5th edition. While the 5th edition of this work was in the press, the Catholic Church of Germany had the affliction to see its illustrious author snatched away from her by an untimely death. If his loss for the Catholic literature be an event so deeply to be deplored, it is so especially in reference to the symbolism. The lamented author had intended to introduce many amendments into this new edition, and so to render it more complete, partly by transferring into it several things from his work, entitled New Investigations of Doctrinal Differences, partly by incorporating with it the results of new researches. As regards a very considerable part of the work, his intention he has happily been able to carry into effect. Many articles and sections, as for example that on original sin, have received from him extension or greater precision, or been entirely recast. The like he had designed in respect to the articles on the doctrine of the sacraments, and the following sections. Down to the close of his life this concern of his heart ever occupied him, but the final execution of his design was not permitted by divine providence. May this new edition produce those blessed effects which had ever been intended by the author, and that have doubtless gained a rich recompense for him before the throne of God. Munich, 21st June, 1838. End of section 2. Section 3 of Symbolism by Johann MÖHLER. Translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memoir of Dr. MÖHLER. Part 1.
Many of the facts related in the following biographical sketch rest on the authority of two short memoirs of the illustrious writer, the one by Dr. Roon, Professor of Catholic Theology at the University of Tübingen, the other by the anonymous author of the interesting introduction prefixed to the fifth German edition of the Symbolism. For many other particulars, I have been indebted to the kindness of Dr. Riethmeyer, Professor of Divinity at the University of Munich, as well as to that of Dr. Bernkert, Dean of Würzburg, and of Dr. Dux, Rector of the Ecclesiastical Seminary in the same city. The following memoir is preceded by an historical survey of the state of Protestantism and Catholicism in Germany during the last 100 years, to enable the English reader to better understand the general scope and tendency of the work I have translated, as well as the many allusions and references it contains to the great changes that in modern times have occurred in the Protestant theology of Germany. I have endeavored, according to my humble ability, to take a rapid historical view of those changes. Though, indeed, only the elder Protestantism and its opposition to the Catholic Church is analyzed in this work, and the rationalism which sprang up in Germany towards the middle of the 18th century, and which has almost entirely superseded the old Lutheranism, is, for the reason assigned by the author himself, not here formally investigated. Still, as frequent comparisons are constituted between the older and the more modern systems of German Protestantism, some degree of acquaintance with the latter is evidently highly useful for the better understanding and appreciation of the work now translated. But this great revolution in the German Protestant Church can be comprehended in all its bearings and estimated in all its results only through a comparison with the state of German Catholicism during the same period. Under this impression, I have placed beside the representation of German Protestantism a corresponding picture of the Catholic Church. I conceive, too, that by such a historic portraiture of the latter, the moral and intellectual influence of the illustrious divine, whose biography I have attempted to trace, will be better discerned and more fully appreciated. In drawing up this preliminary historic sketch, the authorities I have consulted are, on the Catholic side, Dr. Dollinger's continuation of Hortig's Church History, the Compendium of Ecclesiastical Church History by Dr. Alzog, and Gurr's Historico-Political Journal; and on the Protestant side, and the Reverend Mr. Rose's lectures on the state of Protestantism in Germany, Professor Thalic's essay, entitled Historic Sketch of the Revolution which since the year 1750 has occurred in German theology, and the Manual of Christian History by Dr. Hayes. In a work which has recently appeared in Germany, and is attributed to the pen of an eminent Protestant, we find a passage where the history of German Protestantism, from the commencement of the Reformation down to the middle of the 18th century, is traced in a few brief, vigorous, and masterly strokes. This passage I prefer to cite, rather than attempt on my part any delineation of the same subject. Quote, "The first 50 years," says this writer, "that followed on the outbreak of the Reformation, witnessed incessant wranglings, disputes, and mutual anathematizings between the several Protestant parties, first between Luther and Zwingli's, next between the rigid Lutherans and the crypto-Calvinists, and so on, when after long intrigues and tedious negotiations, the Chancellor of Tübingen, James Andrea, succeeded, about the year 1586, in obtaining acceptance for the so-called Formulary of Concord. The theological strife receded from the arena of public life into the school, and for the whole century that followed, the Protestant Church was distinguished for a narrow-minded polemical scholasticism and a self-willed, contentious theology. The Lutheran orthodoxy in particular degenerated more and more into a dry, spiritless, mechanical formalism, without religious feeling, warmth, and unction. The same authors of the new faith that had with so much violence contested the Church's prerogative of infallibility and her tradition, desired now to claim for their own symbolical books a divine origin and an exemption from error. They whose religious community was founded in the principle of recognizing Scripture as the sole standard of faith, now disputed its right to be the exclusive depository of the divine word. They, who had refused to the Catholic Church infallibility, now pretended to an absolute and immutable possession of revealed truth. In opposition to this Protestant orthodoxy that had fallen away from the fundamental principle of the Reformation, and therefore clung to the greater obstinacy of the letter of its symbolical books, Spener insisted upon a living faith rooted in the regenerate will, and undertook to revivify religion that had perished in the stiff forms of a mechanical orthodoxy. But from his very confined views on philosophy and speculative theology, from his aversion to all settled and defined religious notions, from his indifference about dogmas in general, and his deficiency in a solid groundwork of learning and an undue propensity to a false mysticism, whereby he bears a remote affinity to the Quakers and other sects. From all these defects, Spener was unable to bring about the completion of the Reformation which he had promised, although on several leading points he entertained convictions which fitted him for reforming the Lutheran doctrines. The Protestant orthodoxy having succeeded, by anathemas and persecution, in reducing to temporary silence the first commotions of the yet impotent rationalism, sank into soft repose on its pillow. But in the midst of German Protestantism, an alliance had been formed, which at first appeared to be of little danger, nay, to be even advantageous, but which soon overthrew the whole scaffolding of doctrine that the old Protestant orthodoxy had raised up, and precipitated Protestant theology into that course which has in the present day led it entirely to subvert all the dogmas of Christianity, and totally to change the original views of the Reformers." Unquote. The principle of rationalism is inherent in the very nature of Protestantism. It manifested itself in the very origin of the Reformation, and has since, to a greater or a less extent, and in every variety of form, revealed its existence in almost every Protestant community. In the less vigorous constitution of Lutheranism, it had fewer obstacles to encounter than in the Calvinistic churches, and more particularly in the Anglican establishment. It entered, too, undoubtedly, into the design of Providence that the people, which had been the first to welcome the so-called Reformation, should be also the first to pay the bitter penalty for apostasy; that the land which had first witnessed the rise of Protestant heresy should be likewise the first to behold its lingering, painful, and humiliating dissolution. But the several causes which, toward the middle of the 18th century, brought about this great moral distemper in the Protestant churches of Germany, as well as the forms which the malady successively assumed, I will now endeavor to describe. It was in the department of biblical exegesis that this movement of rationalism first displayed itself. The school of Michaelis, with its false, over-fastidious, worldly-minded criticism, treated the Scriptures with levity and even disrespect, denied the inspiration of some portions of the Bible, and debased and vulgarized its doctrine. The same views were carried out with much greater boldness and consistency by SYMBOLISM, who, abusing the right principle that in the interpretation of Scripture regard should be had to the language wherein it is written, and to the history of the times at which it was composed, degraded the dignity of the Bible by circumscribing its teachings within mere local and temporary bounds, diluted its doctrines, and attached importance to those parts only where a moral tendency was clearly visible. From this period the Lutheran divines became divided into three classes. There were, first, those who remained true to the symbolical books; secondly, those who, like Neuselt and Morris, insisted more particularly on the ethics of Christianity, and without positively rejecting all its peculiar dogmas, declared them to be of no essential importance; and thirdly, those who, like Romerus and the elder Eichhorn, systematically pursuing the work commenced by Semler, not only assailed the inspiration of the Bible, but rejected its prophecies, denied most of the miracles it records, and refused to acknowledge in Christianity aught else than a mere local and temporary phenomenon. Nay, two celebrated theologians of Berlin, Teller and Spalding, did not hesitate to enter into a secret confederacy with professed infidels, like Nicolai, Engel, Sulzer, and the rest, for the purpose of purifying, as they professed, the doctrines of the Christian religion. This confederacy was entitled, association for the diffusion of light and truth, unquote. And this is the place to say a few words respecting, quote, the popular philosophers, unquote, as they were called, who openly and recklessly attacked that revelation which the theologians I have described were insidiously and covertly undermining. The writings of the English deists in the early part of the 18th century exercised a very pernicious influence in Protestant Germany. In later, contemporaneous literature of the French infidels, so much encouraged by Frederick II, excited there a spirit of disastrous emulation. A society was formed so early as the year 1735 by Nat Sen and Eldman for the diffusion of irreligious pamphlets and writings, in which not only all Christianity was decried, but the most daring atheism unblushingly avowed. Nicolay, whose name already occurred, established about the year 1765 at Berlin a literary review with the object of propagating the pernicious doctrines of a shallow illuminism. And in that infancy of German literature, when this periodical had scarcely a rival to encounter, the influence it exerted was more extensive than can at present be even conceived. Bard and Bastow, at the same time, in cheap and popular tracts, scattered among the lower classes the poison of infidelity, and they, as well as Nicolay, were in close communication with Weishaupt, who, in Bavaria, had founded the Order of the Illuminati for the purpose of undermining the foundations of the throne and the altar. I may here observe that in Catholic countries infidelity assumes a very different aspect, and is forced to pursue a very different policy than among Protestant nations. In the former countries, unbelief, reprobated by the Church, driven from her communion, finding her on every point a vigilant, unassailable, unrelaxing, unrelenting adversary, is compelled to hide its head in secret societies, or, if it brave the daylight, it then wages fierce, immitigable warfare with Catholicity. But in Protestant states, such a mode of warfare on the part of infidelity is neither necessary nor expedient for its purpose, as it springs out of the very root of Protestantism, as it is but a natural and necessary development of its doctrines. As it differs from the latter not in essence, but in degree only, it is its policy, and we see it practice it invariably, to flatter the Protestant Church, to court its allegiance, to mingle with its teaching, to soften down its own principles in order the better to diffuse them, and, when threatened with exclusion, to appeal to Protestant principles, and defy condemnation. It is objective that infidelity abounds as much in Catholic as in Protestant countries, and that therefore it cannot be said that Protestantism is more favorable to its growth than the rival Church. But a few remarks will suffice to show the futility of such an objection. In the first place, it is true that Voltaire, like Luther, went out of the Catholic Church, but while the Coryphaeus of French infidelity extolled the Reformation, eulogized the Reformers, and boasted that he himself came to consummate the work they had left incomplete, he waged the fiercest hostility against the Catholic Church and her ministers. And the deists of England and Protestant Germany, though they came into less immediate collision with that Church than Voltaire and his disciples, well knew where their most powerful and formidable antagonist was to be found. Secondly, if Protestantism were not more favorable than Catholicity to the growth of unbelief, how doth it happen that in those ages when the Catholic Church exerted the greatest influence over mind and manners, over public and private life, ages, too, be it remembered, often distinguished for a boldness, an acuteness, and a depth of metaphysical inquiry that have never been surpassed, how doth it happen, I say, that in those ages infidelity was a thing so rare, so obscure, so insignificant? How doth it happen that it followed so closely in the wake of the Reformation that history makes mention of a sect of deists in Switzerland at the close of the 16th century? That in Protestant England during the 17th and 18th century, deism assumed an attitude of such boldness and attained to such fearful vigor and expansion, that at the commencement of the 18th century, the Protestant Baal, first introduced into Catholic France, that Voltaire and the encyclopedists confessed they borrowed the weapons of their anti-Christian warfare from the armory of the English deists, and that Rousseau, that most dangerous of the French infidels, was a Protestant by birth, and only developed the principles of Protestantism, and more than once declared that if the divinity of the Christian religion could be demonstrated to him, he would not hesitate to embrace the Catholic faith. Thirdly, it will not be denied that Socinianism leads by easy gradations to unbelief, that some classes of Unitarians are distinguished from deists only by their belief in the general credibility of the Bible, and that therefore any church which would show itself indulgent towards Socinianism, any church which openly or covertly, in a greater or less degree, will foster its tenets, proves itself thereby favorable to the propagation of deism. Now, Socinianism, like a poisonous plant cast off from the Catholic soil of Italy, took root and flourished in the Protestant communities of Poland, attained during the 18th century to a most rank luxuriance in the Church of Geneva, and at the same time cast a blighting shade over the Episcopal establishment of England. Fourthly, if any doubt remained as to the intimate connection between Protestantism and infidelity, it would be dispelled by the history of the German Protestant churches during the last 100 years. There we see men holding important offices in the Church, pastors of congregations, superintendents of consistories, professors of theology, not only reject the authority of the symbolical books, and disavow almost all those Catholic dogmas which the Lutheran and Calvinists had hitherto retained, but openly assail the divine inspiration of the Scriptures, deny the integrity and authenticity of large portions of the Old and the New Testament, allegorize the prophecies, and disbelieve, and sometimes even ridicule, the miracles recorded in the Bible. These opinions, professed more or less openly, carried out to a greater or less extent, were once held by an immense majority of Protestant theologians, and even in despite of a partial reaction, are still held by the greater part. Yet they nevertheless retain their function and dignities in the Protestant Church. They are thus enabled to propagate their doctrines with impunity. Those Protestants who protest against their opinions still communicate with them in sacris, and when any attempt has been made to deprive them of their offices, it has been invariably unsuccessful. Against their orthodox opponents, they invariably appeal to the right of free inquiry, which is the fundamental principle of the Reformation, and on Protestant grounds the position they take up is perfectly impregnable. For if the interpretation of the Bible belonged to private judgment, the previous questions as to its authenticity, integrity, and inspiration, without the settlement whereof the right of interpretation becomes nugatory, must be submitted to the decision of individual reason. Thus has the most insidious and dangerous form of infidelity grown naturally, immediately, and irresistibly out of the very root of Protestantism. The vampire of rationalism, while it cleaves to the bosom and sucks the lifeblood of the German Protestant Church, mocks, with a fiend-like sneer, her impotent efforts to throw off the monster, efforts which will never be attended with success till the aid of the old Mother Church be called in. But I have digressed too long, and must not anticipate. While obscure writers like Nicolai, Barth, and Bastow were carrying on with the most reckless violence, and with the weapons of a most shameless ribaldry, the warfare against Christianity which the Protestant theologians had insidiously commenced, the great critic, Lessing, the founder of the modern German literature, lent his powerful support to the anti-Christian League. While librarian at Wolfenbüttel, he edited a work, exposed by Reimarus, consisting of various irreligious essays entitled Fragments of Wolfenbüttel, and which, from the tone of earnestness and dialectic acuteness wherein they were written, exerted a very prejudicial influence over public opinion. The vigorous mind of Lessing could not rest satisfied with the shallow illuminism of the 18th century, and his irreligious productions seemed oftener to spring out of a desire to torment the orthodox Lutherans of his day than to be the result of his inmost conviction. Sometimes he pushed his unbelief even to the pantheism of Spinoza, and sometimes again he took up the Catholic side, and with that dialectic art, in which he was so great a master, proved the necessity of tradition for the right interpretation of Scripture. The name of Lessing leads me naturally to speak of the German literature of the 18th century in its relation to religion. This literature, considered as a whole, if not always decidedly hostile, was at least perfectly alien from the spirit of Christianity. As the Protestant theology of the day was fast reviving the doctrines and morality of paganism, so this literature, consciously or unconsciously, strove to awaken an exclusive enthusiasm in behalf of the moral and social institutions, the manners, the customs, the feelings, and modes of thinking of the heathen world. We all know what injurious effects the sudden revival and too particular cultivation of the old classical literature produced in the 15th century. Yet if in an age, when in despite of the growing laxity and corruption of manners, the tone of society was still eminently Catholic, and the Church yet held such an immense sway over the minds and conduct of men, an ill-directed classical enthusiasm was attended with such mischief and danger. What must be the result, at a time when Christianity was almost entirely obliterated from the minds of many? When the Protestant Church of the day, instead of checking, encouraged the advances of heathenism, and when the new Hellenic enthusiasts called up the genius of paganism, not timidly, but openly and boldly, not in mere translations and commentaries as heretofore, but in the popular poetry, in the drama, the romance, the critical essay, and the philosophic dialogue, and when the evocators were endued with that power of seduction, those irresistible magical spells that belong to the genius of a Lessing, Herder, a Schiller, a Schelling, and a Goethe. Thus the new literature, which was a child of the new Protestant theology, tended much to confirm its authority and extend its influence. Of Herder, Friedrich Schlegel, in his History of Literature, says, quote, "In his earlier life he had pursued a better path, and sought to find in the primitive revelation the clue to all traditions, to all sagas, to all philosophy and mythology, and so we must the more regret that in his latter years he should have abandoned that light, and at last have totally sunk down into the fashionable ways of a mere shallow and insipid illuminism." Unquote. Schiller was one possessed of high intellectual endowments and noble qualities of heart, which, in a more genial clime and under kindlier influences, would have, doubtless, produced far different fruits. But, as it is, we see a generous plant, whose foliage was too often nipped and blighted by the icy breath of a rationalist theology. The most pernicious influence, however, over the public mind was exerted by the mighty genius of Goethe. His cold, worldly-minded egotism, his Epicurean aversion to all energetic patriotism and self-devoted heroism, his subtle, disguised sensuality, his utter indifference for all religious belief, and on the other hand, his false idolatry for art and his heathenish enthusiasm, arrayed in all the charms of the most seductive poetry, were most fatal to the cause of Christianity and of all public and private virtue. Yet Goethe, too, had occasional glimpses of the truth. In his autobiography we find an interesting description of the extraordinary love for the Catholic liturgy and ceremonial that had captivated his heart in boyhood, and even in latter years this feeling had not entirely died away, for the same work contains some splendid pages on the 7 sacraments of the Catholic Church, where their mutual connection and their exquisite adaptation to the wants of the human heart and the necessities of human life are set forth with a depth of thought and a beauty of diction not surpassed by any Catholic divine. But, if the polite literature of this period was so propitious to the growth and spread of rationalism, the remark applies with far greater force to the systems of philosophy that exerted so great an influence in the latter half of the 18th century and the early part of the present. Quote, "The new philosophic systems," says Dr. Dollinger, "conceived, born, and bred in Protestantism, aided and promoted the progress of rationalism. The Kantian philosophy declares the religion of reason to be the only true one. The ecclesiastical faith, that is to say, faith in the truths of a positive revelation, is there opposed to the religious faith whose purport may be derived from every man's own reason. Revealed religion, according to this system, can and ought to be naught else but a mere vehicle for the easier introduction of rational religion. The ecclesiastical faith will, by degrees, become extinct, and give place to a pure religion of reason, alike evident to all the world. In conformity with these principles, a new rule was set up for the interpretation of Scripture, to wit, that nothing was to be looked for in the Bible, save the mere religion of reason, and that everything else was to be regarded as a mere veil, or as an accommodation to the popular notion of the time, or as the private opinion of the sacred writer. All these theories perfectly harmonize with the favored opinions of the day, and hence we may account for the extraordinary approbation which this philosophic system received on the part of so many Protestant theologians. By the side of the Kantian philosophy, the rival system of Jacobi found its partisans among the Protestant divines, and this philosophy was no less incompatible with the Christian religion than that of Kant. According to Jacobi, religion, like all philosophic science, depends on a natural immediate faith, an indemonstrable perception of the true and the spiritual, and any other revelation besides this inward one doth not exist. Quote, "To the true religion," says he, in his work on divine things, "no outward form can be ascribed, as the sole and necessary shape of its substance. On the contrary, the utter absence of all forms is characteristic of its very essence. As the glory of God lay hidden in Christ, so it lies hidden in every man." Unquote. Lastly, as regards the philosophy of identity, quote, "Some of its disciples, especially the theologian Daub, have doubtless more justly appreciated the speculative value of some Christian dogmas, but none have succeeded in demonstrating the compatibility of the general principle of this philosophic system with the fundamental doctrines of Christianity. On the contrary, the followers of this philosophy put forth assertions which are at open variance with the primary dogmas of that religion. Among these we may include the doctrine that it is only in history the absolute first becomes personally conscious of himself, and that all things divided will finally return to identity, a doctrine which annihilates all personality." Unquote. Emboldened and confirmed by these philosophical speculations, the theological rationalism assumed a more decided tone, and pursued a more daring course. Wegscheider, De Wet, Scott, Paulus, Brett Schneider, Rohr, and others successively arose, who denied the inspiration of the Bible, disputed the authenticity of many books of the Old and New Testament, explained away the prophecies, rejected and ridiculed the miracles recorded in the Scriptures, threw out imputations on the intentions of the apostles, arraigned the wisdom of the divine Saviour himself, and lastly, contested the necessity and even possibility of a supernatural revelation. The game of the old Gnostic sects was revived. On the most arbitrary assumptions and frivolous hypotheses, entire books of Scripture were rejected. The genuineness of the most important passages of the Bible were disputed. Even the authenticity of one or other of the Gospels was assailed, till at last, as Reinhardt once observed, quote, "Whoever wished to obtain the applause of the critical journals was obliged to declare some Scripture spurious, or attack some established doctrine." Unquote. But between these rationalists and the early heretics, with whom I have compared them, there is an important difference to be observed. The latter called in question the genuineness and authenticity of various portions of Holy Writ, not on critical grounds, but from polemical motives. They were led on to these assaults on the Scripture by an impassioned fancy, heated with strange, extravagant, and perverse, though often ingenious systems of philosophy. Among their modern imitators, on the other hand, it was the cold critical understanding, directed by a mere negative hostility to the Christian religion, which engaged in these attacks on the Bible. End of section 3. Section 4 of Symbolism by Johann MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Memoirs of Dr. MÖHLER, Part 2. The men who treated the Scriptures that they still affected to consider as the sole source and standard of faith, with such audacious irreverence, such atrocious profanity, could not be expected to pay much regard to the doctrines they taught, not even those for which the elder Protestants, while they tore them from all living connection with other Christian dogmas, had professed such exclusive attachment. Accordingly, we find the great doctrines of the Trinity, the divinity of our Saviour, original sin, Christ's atonement and satisfaction, justification, grace, and the efficacy of the sacraments, even of the two retained by the old Lutheran Church, baptism and the Lord's Supper, positively rejected, or explained away, or debased to the lowest point of insignificance by these rationalist divines. Even the dogma of the resurrection of the flesh passed for a mere figurative representation of the idea of immortality, and the eternity of future torments was pronounced to be a mere chimera. There is always the closest connection between the doctrinal and the ethical system of any sect. In conformity with their frightful dualism, we see the ancient Gnostics alternate between the most extravagant asceticism and the wildest lust. The Arians, by denying the divinity of the Redeemer, had narrowed and choked up all the channels of grace, and were accordingly ever remarkable for a low tone of morality. The Reformers of the 16th century, with their doctrine of justification, swore eternal enmity to all the heroic virtues of Christianity, and effectually dried up the mighty stream of charity, which had fertilized and embellished our European soil, and covered it with countless institutions formed to glorify God, and solace, sustain, and exalt humanity. The rationalists, who so far outran the early reformers in extravagance and blasphemy of teaching, outstripped them too in the licentiousness of their moral code. For what was more natural than that they, who had revived the principles of paganism, should revive her morals also? Accordingly, the theologians Doderlein and Quanabich, among other things, roundly asserted that fornication is blameless, and is not interdicted by the precepts of the Gospel. Every branch of theological learning was subjected, by degrees, to the potent dissolvents of these subtle chemists, till at last, after the process of evaporation, a substance less Christian than Mohammedanism was found as the residuum. These doctrines of unbelief, taught by the immense majority of the Protestant clergy, penetrated by degrees among all classes of the laity, and led to the general neglect of divine service, to the perversion of youth in the establishments of education, to the desecration of the Sabbath, the fearful multiplication of divorce, and to general demoralization. Yet a system so void, so absurd, so repugnant to Christian sentiment, could not long subsist without provoking a powerful reaction, especially among a people like the Germans, so remarkable for deep feeling and inquisitive intellect. This coarse and vulgar rationalism, whose flourishing era was from the year 1790 to 1810, now met with vigorous opponents in the theologians Reinhardt, Storr, Flat, Blücher, Tittmann, and more recently Neander, Tholuck, Hengstenberg, and several others, who in the various departments of dogmatic theology, exegesis, and church history, have with considerable learning and ability striven to infuse more Christian principles into the minds of their fellow religionists. In the ranks of these more orthodox divines, however, it is vain to look for uniformity of doctrine among themselves, or concurrence with the formularies of the old Lutheran Church. The articles of that Church on original sin, on the atonement, on the imputation of Christ's righteousness, on the real presence in the Lord's Supper, and on the eternity of future torments, are in part rejected by some of their number. Schleiermacher, and after him Neander, have revived the heresy of Sibelius, and Tholuck has declared the Trinity to be no fundamental article of the Christian religion, but a later invention of the schoolmen. So we see those who at Berlin passed for high church divines, who at Oxford
and even at Cambridge, be looked upon as low, very low churchmen. A small party called
quote unquote Old Lutherans,
and headed by a fiery preacher named Claudius Harms, is the only one now existing which upholds in all its vigor the Lutheran orthodoxy. It is in the province of Silesia only that these religionists appear to have taken deep root. They are strenuous opponents of the union between the Lutheran and Calvinistic churches, brought about in 1817 by the late King of Prussia, as well as to the new liturgy, which, in consequence of that union, the same monarch enforced on all the Protestant churches in his dominions, refusing to hold communion with the new mongrel church on which his Prussian Majesty had bestowed the pompous epithet of quote unquote evangelical. These old Lutherans resorted for worship to secret conventicles, which were often broken up by the military and police. Their ministers were sometimes thrown into prison, sometimes compelled to emigrate to America, and, on the whole, a very resolute contest was carried on by them with the Prussian government, until, on the accession to the throne of the present enlightened sovereign of that country, the men whom Luther, could he return to Germany,
would alone recognize as his true spiritual sons,
were admitted to the blessings of the full religious toleration. The late King of Prussia had long cherished the darling project of uniting the Lutheran and Calvinistic churches. Looking at the matter with the eye of a soldier, he thought the junction of the two such powerful bodies would present a bolder front to the Roman adversary, and he therefore seized the opportunity offered by the celebration of the tricentenary festival of the Reformation to carry his scheme into execution. His Majesty had also, during his stay at Vienna in 1840, been much impressed with the beauty, the majesty, and the touching holiness of the Catholic liturgy. He therefore conceived that by the introduction of some of its forms and ceremonies into the Protestant service, that service would then possess greater attractions for its followers. The churches, in consequence, would be better attended, and a new barrier thus raised up against the progress of irreligion. This was the origin of the new liturgy he devised for what has since been called, quote, the Evangelical Church. Unquote. The union between the Lutheran and Calvinistic churches, begun in Prussia in the year 1817, was adopted in Rhenish Bavaria in 1819, in the Kingdom of Württemberg in 1820, and in the Grand Duchy of Baden in 1821. Yet the success of this royal work was more than problematical. The more violent Lutherans, as we have seen, refusing assent to the new ecclesiastical arrangements, seceded from the established Church of Prussia and held separate conventicles. Even some of those, however, who adhered to the Evangelical Church took exceptions to several forms and ceremonies introduced into the new liturgy, as being of, quote, a too popish character, unquote. And thus, as regards public worship, the desired uniformity was but imperfectly attained. The wish, so creditable to the honest, but sadly misguided sovereign, who lately swayed the Prussian sceptre, to infuse, by an imitation of parts of the Catholic ceremonial, more dignity and unction into the public service of his own religious community, was still more fallacious.
The Catholic understands the secret spring
whence flows that unction, that sacred charm, that awe and majesty in his worship, which rivets the senses and win the heart of all beholders. He knows that it is the great dogma of the Eucharistic sacrifice that gives life, and significancy, and importance to all, even the minutest forms of his public liturgy. But such an appreciation of things is impervious to the Protestants, and most of all to the Calvinist. For the late King of Prussia was by birth and education a Calvinist, and, therefore, that a certain set of forms and ceremonies, when detached from their natural connection, and separated from the doctrine that alone imparted to them meaning and efficacy, should not produce the same fruits in the Protestant as in the Catholic worship, was to him an incomprehensible mystery. If from the consideration of worship we proceed to that doctrine, we shall find that the quote unquote union was attended with even far less happy results. Quote,
the Calvinists in Germany at least, says Dr. Dolinger, no longer attach importance to their founder's doctrine of absolute predestination, and the Lutherans had for the most part given up the old Lutheran doctrine of the real presence in the Eucharist, and had adopted the Zwinglian theory. The authority of the symbolical book was at an end, and therefore, as regarded dogmas, no important obstacle appeared in the way of the desired union. Hence, under the influence of the King of Prussia, the conjunction of the two communions, the Lutheran and the Calvinistic, was, in the year 1817, brought about without any difficulty. The differences of belief in regard to the Lord's Supper that still prevailed among the people might, in the opinion of the theologians, be still allowed to continue under the Union. In the reception of the outward Eucharistic signs, every individual was allowed to think what he pleased. Thus, according to this new theory, signs are the thing essential. But what should be understood by those signs is a matter of no importance. The union was made to consist in the mere declaration that the members were united, and the new community was decorated with the title of the Evangelical Church. Unquote. Thus, in our times was brought about the union of two communities, differing on the most important and fundamental doctrines of Christianity, a union which, whenever proposed in the age of the Reformation, was stigmatized as an abomination by Luther and his early followers. As the very principle and constitution of such an alliance presupposes religious indifference, so it is eminently calculated to confirm and diffuse it. And what the late King of Prussia and his councillors devised as an instrument for checking the progress of irreligion, as conducting to its further spread among all classes of the people. But the principal element of hope in Protestant Germany is, undoubtedly, Pietism. The great reform, which towards the close of the 17th century Spencer attempted, and to a certain extent brought about in the Lutheran Church, has been ably described in the second volume of the work now translated. It was the aim of Spencer to infuse into that Church more of the ethical element, in opposition to the dry and sterile dogmatism of its symbolical books, to insist on the inward, moral, and spiritual regeneration of man, and to reform discipline and morals in his own religious community. He was the first to undermine the authority of the Lutheran formularies, and thereby he unconsciously prepared the way for that great revolution of rationalism, which, as we have seen, had shattered to pieces the fabric of Lutheran orthodoxy. In the 18th century, Spencer's disciples united with those of Zinzendorf, and assumed ever more and more a sectarian character. But though discountenanced and reprobated by the orthodox Lutherans, they form, in the words of MÖHLER, the true salt of their church. Unquote. In the general shipwreck of Protestantism, visible in our time, this party appeared to many to offer the only plank of safety, and hence their numbers have been swelled, and their influence and importance vastly augmented by the accession of the most able and learned Protestant theologians, who, in the war against rationalism, had put forward the Pietists as the vanguard. This party as now constituted is united rather by a general conviction of the truth of Christianity and a sense of piety than by any defined set of doctrines. The belief in a supernatural revelation, in the authenticity and inspiration of Holy Writ, and in the prophecies and miracles it relates, seems to be the only bond of union. For as to special dogmas, there is much division of opinion, and there are even some pietists who call in question our Lord's divinity. Like some of our own Methodists, they are distinguished for a more careful culture of the religious feelings than the bulk of Protestants. They are assiduous in prayer and in Bible reading, active in dissemination of religious tracts, and liberal in pecuniary contributions towards missionary objects, and though much less numerous than the rationalists, they make up for that deficiency by superiority of learning and talents, greater energy of zeal, and higher moral worth. Though, like the English sectaries with whom I have compared them, they often evince a bitter sectarian hostility to the Church. Yet, like them, whenever they wish to excite a devotional feeling among their followers, they are obliged to have recourse to the works of our great divines and ascetical writers. The writings of Toleras, the great mystic of the 15th century, the treatises of Thomas à Kempis, the Pensies of Pascal, and the sermons of Massillon are held by them in great estimation. On the whole, in the desolate waste of German Protestantism, this religious party is like a rivulet, which, harsh, bitter, and brackish though its waters often be, yet is cheering and refreshing to the eye of the Christian observer. Yet among these new religionists, the same phenomena has occurred, which the history of heretical sects has so often exhibited, where religious enthusiasm degenerates, after a time, into the darkest, most fearful fanaticism, and an ill-directed asceticism sinks into the most undisguised sensuality. In Königsberg, a fanatical sect sprang out of this pietistic movement, and which, under the name of Muckers, held errors not unlike those of some ancient Gnostics, and perpetrated the most shameless mysteries. These scandalous scenes, in which, together with others, 2 Lutheran pastors and several persons of rank were engaged, drew down a long judicial investigation. In Saxony, a fanatical pietistic party, headed by the pastor Stephen, was forced to emigrate to America, where after he had exercised over his followers the most unbounded despotism in spiritual and temporal matters, and abused his ecclesiastical authority to the gratification of his personal lusts, the religious community was broken up. Swabia during the present century has brought forth several singular sects, many members whereof, on emigrating to North America, that El Dorado of all false religious enthusiasts, have boldly proclaimed and carried out their monstrous opinions, preaching up, among other things, the community of goods and community of wives. Yet while the pseudo-mysticism of Protestantism has run into such fearful aberrations, rationalism still pursued her destructive career. In the year 1834, a teacher of theology at Tübingen, Dr. Strauss, published a book entitled "Life of Jesus," which, written with considerable learning and ingenuity, and composed in a tone of dogmatic assurance and imperturbable phlegm, concentrated in one focus, and raised to the most intense degree of extravagance all the monstrous hypotheses and blasphemous sophisms put forth by preceding rationalists. Deeply sunk as religious feeling and principle are in Protestant Germany, yet it is gratifying to observe that, as the celebrated Catholic biblical scholar Flug observes, this work has encountered the most formidable opposition among Protestant theologians, and that not a single eminent individual of their number has entirely subscribed to its doctrines. Yet this infamous book, for which rationalists of a less decided stamp had prepared the way, has wrought immense mischief and precipitated many, especially among the Protestant laity, into the depth of total unbelief. Strauss, deprived of his place of private teacher of Protestant divinity in the University of Tübingen, was offered a few years ago by the revolutionary government of Zurich in Switzerland a theological chair. But an armed insurrection of the sounder portion of the Protestant population prevented this outrage on Christianity. In Halle, 2 years ago, 150 students presented a petition to the government that a professorship should be bestowed on this infidel. In Holstein, a party called Philalethees, and in Berlin, another denominated Freemen, have severally formed leagues to renounce all show of outward communion with any Christian church whatsoever. In the year 1841, a licentiate of Protestant theology at the University of Bonn, Bruno Bauer, published a work entitled "Criticism on the Evangelical History of the Synoptics," a work which in licentious impiety surpassed even that of Strauss. The pantheistic views of Hegel, insinuated in Strauss's book, are distinctly avowed by Bauer. The identity of the divine and the human conscience openly proclaimed, and the personal existence of God and the immortality of the human soul denied. The author then, absolutely and without restriction, rejects the authenticity and the credibility of the whole gospel history. The Prussian government, naturally conceiving it most absurd and dangerous that a man holding such principles should be allowed to remain a teacher of divinity, posed to the several Protestant theological faculties within its dominions the two following questions: "What point of view does the author of the above-mentioned work hold in regard to Christianity, and whether the licentia docendi should be granted to him?" In reply to the two questions proposed, the several faculties of Berlin, Bonn, Halle, Breslau, Greifswald, and Königsberg have published their opinions, and no documents that have ever appeared throw so clear and withal so fearful a light on the present state of German Protestantism. That Bauer's book is in opposition to Christianity is the opinion of the faculty of Berlin, with one exception; of the entire faculty of Bonn; of that of Breslau, with one exception; and of one half of the members in the faculties of Greifswald and Königsberg. That the work is compatible with the essence of Christianity, though opposed only to its ecclesiastical development, is the opinion of Professor Marheinecke of Berlin, Professor Mitteldorf of Breslau, and one half the members of the faculties of Greifswald and Königsberg. As to the second question, whether the licentia docendi should be granted to the author, the opposition to Bauer was not quite so strong as on the first question. The faculty of Bonn, which passes for the most orthodox in Protestant Germany, made the disgraceful remark that if Bauer were permitted to teach theology, there would be no hindrance to any member of the evangelical Church inculcating the doctrines of invocation of saints and the papal supremacy. This doubtless would be a great misfortune, but a greater misfortune it is, the candid Protestant Christian will confess, to see a theological faculty, calling itself Christian and evangelical to boot, place doctrines held by the immense majority of Christians on the same level with the grossest pantheism. Had the Prussian government proposed the aforesaid question to some other Protestant faculty, like that of Tübingen for example, it would have found the majority of members probably pronounce a declaration in favor of Bauer's infamous book, for the majority are there pantheistic. These dreadful doctrines have obtained alarming currency among the junior members of the theological as well as philosophical faculties at several Protestant universities. Thus have I tracked the restless spirit of negation through all its labyrinths for the last 100 years. We have seen at first question the genuineness of certain passages and books of Scripture; next reject the theory of divine inspiration; then deny the authenticity of several of the apostolic epistles and even Gospels; and afterwards subvert one after another all the Christian dogmas that the elder Protestantism had retained, till at last it had reached the ultimate term of folly and wickedness, and proclaimed the essential identity of the divine and the human consciousness. As the old Orthodox Lutherans gave way to the rationalists of the school of SYMBOLISM, and these again to the rationalists represented by Wegscheider and Paulus, so the latter are now, by many of the rising generation, forsaken for the mythic divines, as Strauss and his followers are denominated. Melancholy as is the picture which has here been drawn of the state religion in Protestant Germany, let not the reader suppose that all hopes of a religious regeneration there are utterly extinct. A remarkable reaction, headed by the most distinguished spirits in favor of more Christian views, he has already had occasion to observe. A far more favorable sign is that never intermitting stream of controversies that for the last 40 years has set in towards the Catholic Church, and which every year sees flow on with a more rapid tide and in a more expansive course. If among the middle and the lower ranks of society conversions be not near so numerous, relatively to the population, as in Holland and in our own country, yet in the upper and more cultivated classes they were, until very lately, of much more frequent occurrence. Germany is peculiarly circumstanced. There are vast districts in the north where Catholic priest and Catholic chapel are objects as rare as in North Wales, and unfortunately in several of those provinces, like Württemberg and Baden, where the two churches come in contact, the loose opinions and the de-edifying conduct, which until very lately were very generally prevalent among the Catholic clergy, were not of course calculated to raise their church in the estimation of Protestants. In other parts, like the Rhenish province, Westphalia, Bavaria, Silesia, and parts of Austria, districts where new elements of religious life are fermenting through the whole Catholic population, conversions are exceedingly numerous and are annually on the increase. But the solution of the great problem that perplexes Protestant Germany, the return to a higher religious life, whereof she seems to have a dim anticipation, and whereof so many noble individual examples seem to be the necessary forerunners, the solution of this great problem, I say, mainly depends on the moral regeneration of Catholic Germany herself. And this leads me to the second part of this historical sketch, wherein I purpose briefly to describe the destinies of the German Catholic Church for the last 100 years. Catholic Germany, that, in the latter part of the 16th century, had opposed with so much energy the progress of the Reformation, sank, after the convulsions of the 30 Years' War, into a state of moral and intellectual languor, and lasted for a period of 100 years. Under the auspices of Catholic prelates, however, many laudable attempts were made in that interval to bring about a reunion of Protestants with the Catholic Church, and Protestant princes, such as the Landgrave Ernest of Hesse, Frederick of Brunswick, Duke of Hanover, Frederick Augustus, Elector of Saxony, and Alexander, Duke of Württemberg, were successively admitted into her communion. The number of ecclesiastical principalities in Germany, though, on the whole, conducive to the temporal welfare of the people, were, in a spiritual point of view, attended with great disadvantages. The prelates, too, exclusively engaged with cares of state, often entirely abandoned to their coadjutors, the spiritual administration of their dioceses. And there were instances in the last century where the character of the bishop seemed entirely merged in that of the prince. That a certain share of political power and influence is necessary to the episcopacy for the better protection of the interests of religion and morality, as well as of the Church's propriety rights, for the conservation of order and the promotion of popular freedom, cannot for a moment be doubted. That, moreover, the temporal sovereignty enjoyed by the Holy See was a means devised by divine providence for preserving intact its spiritual independence, the most superficial glance over the page of history may suffice to convince us. But whether in bishoprics, where independence is not of the same vital importance, which possesses not the same promise of indefectibility and divine assistance, and consequently are devoid of the same guarantees against the abuses and dangers attendant on the possession of secular power, such extensive political jurisdiction be conducive to the interests of religion, is a matter exceedingly questionable. It was not so much, however, the temporal sovereignty of the prelates as to the exclusive aristocratic composition of the capitular bodies that operated so prejudicially to the well-being of the Church. The priesthood, as it holds the office of mediator between all ranks of society, should itself represent the blending of all classes, and as nobility is calculated to infuse into it moderation of temper and dignity of habits, so the commonalty pours into it a perpetual stream of energy, talent, and popular sympathy. In this, as in so many other instances, the noblest example has ever been set by Rome, whose sacred college has in every age been open to virtue and merit, in the humblest as well as in the highest ranks of life, and where it has so often happened, as even at this moment in the case, that the son of a peasant sits clad in the Roman purple by the side of a brother of the first Christian emperor. The members of the German chapters thus exclusively composed, were too often listless and given up to ease, indifferent to literature, little concerned about the great objects and interests of the Church, and evincing activity only in the obscure intrigues that preceded and accompanied the election of a bishop. If we extend the laudable labors of the Benedictines and the excellent writings of the brothers Wallenberg, the theological literature of that period was mostly confined to petty polemical skirmishes. While in the schools, divinity, finding few able expositors, was taught in the most dry, tasteless, and mechanical manner. But in the reign of the excellent Empress Maria Theresa, a better spirit arose. Popular education was considerably extended, the theological schools underwent great improvements, and the method of instruction then adopted has been found so excellent as to be ever since retained. Toward the close of this reign, however, the Jansenists became active and influential. A spirit of unworthy distrust towards the Holy See began to display itself. The odious placet on all papal bulls was, in imitation of France, established, and the evil genius that so often blighted all salutary reforms in the 18th century here again exerted its baneful influence. Those principles of hostility to papal and episcopal power which characterized the French Jansenists of the 18th century and distracted and convulsed the Gallican Church, at the moment when she needed all her combined energies and resources in order to resist unbelief, found their way into Catholic Germany, where the relaxation of discipline and the growing lukewarmness among a large portion of the clergy and laity presented a too favorable soil to the growth of such principles. They found an organ and defender in John Nicholas von Hontheim, suffragan bishop to the Elector of Treves, who under the name of Febronius published, in the year 1763, a work against the authority of the Holy See, under the pretense that by the depression of prerogatives peculiarly odious to Protestants, the return of the latter to the Catholic Church might be more easily brought about. Quote, hence he asserted, says Dr. Dolinger, that the constitution of the Church is not monarchical, that it was not Christ, but the Church, that had conferred on the Roman pontiffs the supremacy, that the Pope has, indeed, an authority over all churches, but no proper jurisdiction, that his superiority among bishops is no more than the precedency allotted to the President or Speaker of a Parliament, and that he can indeed make laws, but that they receive a binding force only through the unanimous adhesion of all bishops. Unquote. The author, moreover, counseled princes to hold back the papal bulls, in order to impede the intercourse of their churches with Rome, and thereby to force the latter into concessions, and also, with the advice of their prelates, to take in hand the reform of all those national churches. This work, condemned by the Holy See and prescribed by several German bishops, called forth able replies from several distinguished divines of Germany and Italy. Yet the principles it inculcated exercised for a long time a most fatal influence over public opinion, passed into the teaching of the theological schools, furnished the secular power with most formidable weapons against the liberties of the Church, and led to the degradation and oppression of the German clergy. While such principles were leading minds astray, a prince arose who was destined to enforce them in public life, and by his great power give to them the most fatal extension and diffusion. Imbued with the maxims of this insidious Jansenism, as well as with many of the false principles of Illuminism, vain, frivolous, and egotistical, yet not devoid of benevolent feelings, the perverted philanthropy of the Emperor Joseph was the curse of his subjects. While with the view of improving the happiness of his people, he ventured on crude, precipitate, violent political reforms, that often infringed on their liberties, violated their ancient customs, and were repugnant to their feelings. His ecclesiastical reforms, that originated likewise in a true affected zeal for the advancement of piety, were still more unsuccessful. True to the counsels of Febronius, he prescribed by ordinance the royal placket as the necessary condition to the reception of all papal bulls, whether of a doctrinal or a disciplinary kind, forbade recurrence to Rome in all matters, and took upon himself to transfer the right of giving dispensations in matrimonial cases from the Holy See to the bishops of his own dominions. He next cut off all communication between the heads of religious houses within his states and their superiors at Rome, proscribed all the contemplative orders, and tolerated none but those dedicated to the care of souls, attendance on the sick, and the instruction of youth; and, at last, with few exceptions, dissolved all the monasteries, confiscated their property, and applied it to the endowment of parishes, the foundation of schools, and the building of barracks. His reforming zeal was then exerted on the public liturgy and worship, where the innovations he introduced attested at once the littleness of his mind and his reckless arrogance. The numerous confraternities devoted to exercises of piety and the spiritual and corporal works of mercy, this ruthless enemy of the Church abolished also. The education of clerical students was withdrawn from the eye of the bishops. Episcopal authority was everywhere invaded. Those prelates who resisted the impious innovations of the emperor were, by his agents, held up to odium and contempt, and writings more or less openly directed against the discipline, the constitution, and the dogmas of the Catholic Church were encouraged and circulated by the government. He proclaimed the dissolubility of the nuptial tie before the civil tribunals, and while he thus undermined the constitution of the family, as established by Christianity, he thereby, to a certain extent, severed the connection between Church and State. The celibacy of the clergy he would fain have abolished, but was compelled to yield to the remonstrances of the Austrian prelates. The venerable Pontiff Pius VI crosses the Alps to check the giddy, infatuated emperor in his headlong course. His remonstrances, exhortations, and prayers are unavailing, till the loud murmurs of Austria, the menacing attitude of Hungary, and the open revolt of Flanders roused the monarch from his illusion. He lived to see, in part, the futility of his efforts, but his career was terminated before he could consummate the schism in Austria. The ecclesiastical policy of this imperial revolutionist well deserves our consideration, because it has been the main source of all the evils that for the last 50 years have afflicted the German Church. Those prelates who had encouraged this monarch and his encroachments on the papal power lived to become the victims of that policy. The blow leveled at a higher authority recoiled on themselves. Their jurisdiction was soon infringed, trampled on, and despised, and experience proved, on this, as on so many former occasions, that the safest bulwark of the national churches against the assaults of the secular power is in their firm adherence to the Apostolic See. In the suppression of monasteries, Joseph II was doubtless an unconscious instrument in the hands of a high retributive justice, for the chastisement of declining piety and relaxing zeal. Yet here, as elsewhere, the abolition of those institutes left an irreparable void in society. In directing their first attacks against the contemplative orders, the revolutionists of the last, as of the present century, struck at the very root of the monastic life, for all outward energy, all zealous manifestations of love for God and our neighbor, all heroic exercises of works of mercy, spiritual and corporal, have their foundation in prayer and heavenly contemplation, which form the basis of all religious communities, though in some the exercise be more rigidly prescribed and more prominently practiced than in others. End of section 4. Section 5 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Memoirs of Dr. MÖHLER, Part 2. The fountains of education were now often poisoned. The instruction of youth, wrested from the hands of the vigilant guardians of virtue, was entrusted to men devoid of the same guarantees, or even the avowed partisans of schismatical and irreligious principles. While in the duties of the sacred ministry, in the care of the infirm, and in the relief and education of the poor, the secular clergy lost often zealous cooperators and admirable models in the path of virtue. The suppression of the religious confraternities was also a most fatal blow to the cause of public virtue. These admirable sodalities foster faith and piety among their members, inspire deeds of benevolence, keep up a holy concord among citizens of all classes, and are to laymen, even such as are not therein enrolled, what religious orders are to the secular clergy, perpetual incentives to the practice of the higher virtues. The destruction of these pious brotherhoods was followed, in Vienna, by the establishment of various societies for the promotion of worldly gaieties and profane amusements. So indestructible is the spirit of association in the mind of man. The elaborate despotism which Joseph had contrived for the oppression of the Church, though modified by his successors, has long continued to enervate episcopal authority, to check the zeal of the inferior clergy, to thwart the efforts and weaken the influence of those religious orders that were originally retained or have since been restored, and to dry up, among the people, many springs of spiritual life. The spirit of distrust and alienation towards the Holy See, inspired by the writings of Febronius, and encouraged by the legislation of Joseph II, finds still, unhappily, its adherents among a portion of the Austrian priesthood and a large body of the civil functionaries, while in some other parts of Germany that spirit terminated in the open profession of schismatical principles. Lastly, the sacrilegious spoliation of monastic property on the part of this emperor, as well as the encouragement he gave to a licentious, irreligious press, coupled with his avowed contempt for all ancient customs, popular franchises and liberties, and the prescriptive rights of civil corporations, led to the loss of his Belgian provinces, facilitated the triumph of the arms and the principles of French Jacobinism, and the consequent dismemberment of the Germanic Empire, and brought about that long train of calamities, disgraces, and humiliations that Austria was destined to endure. While the head of the empire was thus waging war against the Church, she received severe blows from those who were her natural protectors and defenders. The extensive jurisdiction, which for 2 centuries the papal nuncios had exercised in Germany, and which had been conferred on them in order to check the progress of the Reformation, now irritated the jealousy of some German prelates, and rendered them, in the general religious laxity of the age, but too well disposed to lend a willing ear to the doctrines of Febronius. Imbued to a certain extent with those opinions, and spurred on by the counsels and example of Joseph, the 3 ecclesiastical electors of Mayence, Treves, and Cologne, accompanied by the Archbishop of Salzburg, met in the year 1786 at the Baths of Ems, and there framed a series of articles called the 26 Points, insulting to the dignity and derogatory to the rights of the Holy See. They were to the effect that episcopal jurisdiction should be freed from those restraints whereby recurrence to Rome is rendered necessary; that the right of dispensation in matrimonial cases, down to the 2nd degree, belonged to the right of bishops; that all the papal bulls and breves must be sanctioned by the acceptance of the bishops; that annats and dues for the reception of palliums be abolished, and an equitable tax substituted; that in cases of appeal the Pope must select judices in partibus, or leave them to the determination of a provincial council; and that the prelates, when restored to the possession of their original rights, would undertake a reform of ecclesiastical discipline. These articles, some whereof struck at the essential right of the papal power, others at long established usages, sanctioned by the authority or practice of the Church, were strenuously resisted by several German prelates, as well as the Pope's nuncio at Cologne. The next year, the parties themselves, who had been implicated in these proceedings, revoked, in a formal address to the Pope, the obnoxious articles. But it would be an error to suppose that the scandal and mischief of such declarations are immediately removed by a retraction. At the moment when these attempts were made to introduce disorganizing principles into the German Church, infidelity was not behind in the concoction of her own schemes. Weishaupt, a professor at the Bavarian University of Ingolstadt, entered, as I before observed, into close communication and confederacy with Nicolai, who, in the north of Germany, was actively diffusing the principles of irreligion. The former founded, in the year 1776, the Order of the Illuminati, which was destined to propagate the atheistic and anti-social principles of the French encyclopedists through the mysterious forms and agency of Masonic lodges. The founder and first member of this destructive order were even more systematic in their schemes and more crafty in the execution of them than the infidels of France. A well-informed eyewitness of the time says, quote, "The Illuminati undertake to give ecclesiastics to the Church, counselors to sovereigns, tutors to princes, teachers to universities, nay, even commanders to the imperial fortress." Unquote. This formidable association was, indeed, broken up by the energy of the Elector, Karl Theodore, but its principles to a certain extent survived, and wrought great mischief in Bavaria and other parts of Catholic Germany. In this state of things did the French Revolution surprise the inhabitants of Catholic Germany. A clergy, partly relaxed in discipline and tainted with Febronian doctrines, its better members often thwarted by the despotic control of the state, and their zealous efforts for the maintenance of faith and piety; a nobility, in part corrupted by the irreligious literature of France, and the rationalist philosophy of northern Germany; a third estate, in many instances perverted by doctrines openly proclaimed from many university chairs, or secretly inculcated in the lodges of the Illuminati. All these were social elements ill calculated to encounter the shock of the moral and physical energies of revolutionary France. To these causes, the moral debility, others of a political nature must be added. The political absolutism, which from the reign of Louis XIV had become so predominant in France, in Spain, and Portugal, and to a less extent in Germany, for here many remnants of ancient freedom survive, powerfully contributed to bring about the great popular commotion which now shook Europe to its center. In the first place, by detaching the nobles from the sphere of their local power and influence, this political system drew them into the vortex of dissipation, so often incident to a court life, and thereby rendered them more obnoxious to the irregular philosophy of the day that ministered to sensuality. Secondly, by excluding them as a body from a participation in the conduct of public affairs, it rendered them frivolous, inexperienced, ready to concur in any hollow sophism, or adopt any rash, crude expedient suggested or put forth by political innovators. Thirdly, it exposed the aristocracy to the jealousy and envy of the middle classes, who were at a loss to understand the meaning of surviving distinctions and privileges when they no longer beheld the corresponding exercise of power. Lastly, the middle classes themselves, deprived of their old, sound, historical, legitimate liberties, were the more prone to run after the elusive meteor of a false, pernicious, abstract freedom. In a word, the solitary column of royalty, unaided by the pilasters of nobility and the strong buttresses of democracy, was found incapable of sustaining the whole weight of the social edifice. Such were some of the evils that the modern system of political absolutism brought on Church and State, and though by no means the chief, it was certainly one of the greatest concurrent causes of that mighty revolution which darkened and convulsed the close of the 18th century, and the last shocks whereof we are ever and anon doomed to feel. The divine Nemesis now stretched forth his hands against devoted Germany, and chastised her rulers and her people for the sins and transgressions of many successive generations. Like those wild sons of the desert, whom, in the 7th century, heaven let loose to punish the degenerate Christians of the East. The new Islamite hordes of revolutionary France were permitted by divine providence to spread through Germany, as through almost every other country in Europe, terror and desolation. What shall I say of the endless evils that accompanied and followed the march of her armies? The desolation of provinces, the plunder of cities, the spoliation of church property, the desecration of altars, the proscription of the virtuous, the exaltation of the unworthy members of society, the horrid mummeries of irreligion practiced in many of the conquered cities, the degradation of life, and the profanation of death. Such were the calamities that marked the course of these devastating hosts. And yet, the evil inflicted by Jacobin France were less intense and less permanent than those exercised by her legislation. In politics, the expulsion of the old ecclesiastical electors, who, if they had sometimes given in to the false spirit of the age, had ever been the mildest and most benevolent of rulers. Proscription of a nobility that had ever lived in the kindliest relations with its tenantry, and on the ruins of old aristocratic and municipal institutions that had long guarded and sustained popular freedom, a coarse, leveling tyranny, sometimes democratic, sometimes imperial, established. In the Church, the oppression of the priesthood, a heartless religious indifferentism, undignified even by attempts at philosophic speculation, propagated and encouraged, and through the poisoned channels of education, the taint of infidelity transmitted to generations yet unborn. Such were the evils that followed the establishment of the French domination in the conquered provinces of Germany. Doubtless, through the all-wise dispensations of that Providence who bringeth good out of evil, this fearful revolution had partly become, and will yet further become, the occasion of the moral and social regeneration of Europe. It was thus Protestantism gave occasion to the reform of manners instituted by the Council of Trent. In both instances, the regeneration was brought about in utter opposition to the principles of the Revolution that furnished occasion for reform. By the Treaty of Luneville in 1801, and a corresponding decree of the Imperial Diet in 1803, the left bank of the Rhine was ceded to France, and in order to indemnify the secular princes, who thereby lost their territorial possessions, all the ecclesiastical electorates, principalities, and landed properties of bishoprics, abbeys, convents, chapters, and other ecclesiastical corporations throughout the greater part of Germany were given up to them. Thus did all the secular pomp and temporal grandeur of the German Church perish with that Holy Roman Empire, which had risen, and for so many ages grown up, under her auspices, and which had imparted to her, in turn, so much power and dignity. The monasteries and convents were almost everywhere suppressed, their estates confiscated, and their inmates reduced to a paltry pittance, which was often but irregularly paid. The chapters also were despoiled, their promised endowments withheld, and while their members died one after another, the bishops were left without advisers and cooperators. The episcopal sees themselves were arbitrarily broken up, contracted, or extended in their dimensions, and as their occupants died off, or resigned, from age or other circumstances, they were replaced by vicars apostolic, who, without the same influence or authority, were incapable of repressing the abuses or coping with the evils of the time. Every impediment was opposed to a free intercourse between the episcopacy and the Holy See, and the jurisdiction of the former was subjected to the odious shackles of a jealous legislation. Ecclesiastical seminaries were, with few exceptions, not restored, and thus one of the most efficient means for training up a pious priesthood was neglected. Altars and churches were despoiled, and pious and charitable foundations misapplied or squandered away. Principles of irreligion, propagated by the press or from the university chair, met with secret encouragement or passive connivance from several governments. The popular and grammar schools were often entrusted to teachers totally devoid of religion, and in Bavaria especially, the profligate ministry of Count von Mungelis left no measure untried in order to obliterate religion from the hearts of a most Catholic people. To these calamities, under which Catholic Germany groaned, we must add the many and various evils attendant on the campaigns of Napoleon, that often partook of the sacrilegious and atrocious character of the first revolutionary wars. The general prostration of moral and intellectual energy that foreign domination engenders, and the demoralizing effect that followed the arbitrary transfer of countries or provinces from one ruler to another, the dissolution of the sacred ties of nationality, and the breaking up of old hereditary attachments. Yet the hour of liberation for Germany and Europe at last sounded. "That mighty hunter before the Lord," as Goeritz once called Napoleon, who had been raised up by divine providence to chastise, in the words of Dryden, "a lubric and adulterate generation," had now accomplished his mission of terror, and amid the exultations of the civilized world was himself caught in the toils which his ambition had laid down for others. On the restoration of general peace in 1814, the several German governments saw the necessity of cooperating with the Holy See for the establishment of a new ecclesiastical organization. In the year 1817, Bavaria entered into a concordat with the Pope, and after long negotiations, Prussia, Hanover, Württemberg, Baden, and other minor states followed her example. The stipulations in several concordats were tolerably favorable to the Church, but in a very few instances only were they honestly carried out. The virtuous Emperor of Austria, Francis, strove to negotiate with the Papal See a concordat whereby the many evils engendered by Joseph's policy might be removed, but owing to the fatal influence of a dignitary of the Church, this godly work was not accomplished. It was the great merit of the Emperor Francis that he relaxed the severity of his predecessor's legislation in regard to the Church, discountenanced impiety, restored several religious orders, and mitigated the harsh despotic laws respecting the spiritual government and temporal administration of others that had been retained, placed every department of education in closer connection with the Church, and generally nominated to the episcopal dignity and other ecclesiastical functions men of orthodoxy, zeal, and learning. In Bavaria the Church languished in a miserable condition until the year 1825, when the present enlightened sovereign ascended the throne. He has made it his duty to heal his country's wounds by restoring to religion her salutary influence. He had appointed men of eminent learning and piety to the episcopal sees, reformed the establishments of public education, revived several religious orders of either sex, encouraged all institutions of piety and charity, and labored to bring about a holy union between the Church and art and science. Under his auspices, Catholic science has reached a magnificent pitch of development, and religious art, and especially painting, has achieved wonders unexampled since the days of Perugino, Leonardo da Vinci, and Raphael. In Prussia and the other German states ruling over a Catholic population, the Church, after the so-called Restoration of 1814, had to encounter a long succession of secret intrigues, odious machinations, and vexatious oppressions. At times, the independence of canonical election was violated; at others, bishoprics were kept vacant, and almost always, by the influence of the state, men noted for subserviency of character, or laboring under the infirmities of age, were promoted to the episcopal office. Papal bulls, even on doctrinal matters, were for years held back by these many governments. Episcopal authority, in Württemberg more especially, was, and is still, shackled by the most humiliating fetters; and in general, every favor was evinced towards those churchmen who were most unmindful of their duties. Every attempt was made to Protestantize, or rather uncatholicize, the Catholic population, partly by the Protestant or irreligious teachers appointed to the schools, as well as by the professors nominated to the university chairs, and partly by the instrumentality of the press, under government influence, every disfavor was manifested towards zealous Catholics, lay as well as clerical, and every encouragement given to mixed marriages, contracted under such circumstances and with such conditions as were calculated to promote a considerable increase in the Protestant population. But the web, which a cunning tyranny had spun for years, the memorable night of the 20th of November, 1837, saw the courageous wisdom of one man suddenly unravel. The venerable Archbishop of Cologne, Count von Droste-Verschuring, forced the Prussian government out of its labyrinth of secret machinations into the path of open violence. Hereby its hypocrisy was exposed, its flatterers were put to shame, and the vigilance, energy, and religious zeal of Catholic Germany were aroused. It is here unnecessary to do more than briefly advert to recent transactions that must be still fresh in the reader's mind, and which I have not space to recount. The example of the illustrious Archbishop of Cologne was followed by that of the distinguished prelate who occupied the archiepiscopal see of Posen. The sovereign pontiff denounced the gross injustice of the Prussian government in its imprisonment of the two archbishops, and applauded the firmness, prudence, and self-devotedness of the latter, while backed by that high authority, the other prelates, within the Prussian dominions, united in strenuous resistance against the encroachments of the secular power. This was the dawn of a new epoch on Catholic Germany. From the banks of the Rhine down to the frontiers of Hungary, a new spirit hath breathed over the German Church. A warmer, more filial attachment, the result at once of gratitude and conviction, hath sprung up towards the Holy See. The inferior clergy rallied round their bishops and churchmen. Formerly timid and lukewarm, are now become fervent and courageous. Among the laity many have been reclaimed from tepidity, and even unbelief. The duties of religion are prosecuted with greater fervor, pious and charitable confraternities have multiplied, and a zeal to diffuse the blessed truths of religion, to defend the doctrines of the Church against the calumnies of the press, and her liberties against the oppressions of the State, has become more and more manifest. But before I close this account of the German Catholic Church, it is my duty to notice two parties that disturbed her peace, and were even severally converted by Protestant governments into instruments for her annoyance and oppression. The first is the party of the so-called liberals, or anti-celibates, a faction that carries to the most violent excess the principles of the old Febronians, headed by Wessenberg, Alexander MÖHLER, Herové, and others. It prevails chiefly in Baden, Württemberg, and Silesia. Distinguished for a strong, semi-rationalistic tone in their general doctrines, its members clamor for a German national church, with a mere nominal dependence on the Pope. They demand, doubtless with the view of better diffusing their peculiar opinions, the celebration of the liturgy and the administration of the sacraments in the vernacular tongue, and insist with peculiar force on the abolition of the irksome law of celibacy. While in politics they profess an ardent liberalism, they are noted in ecclesiastical matters for their mean subserviency to the State, which finds in them ready tools for the accomplishment of any clandestine or open act of tyranny against that Church, whereof they profess themselves members. In the earlier part of the present century, when so many episcopal sees were vacant, when the secular power ventured on so many encroachments upon ecclesiastical jurisdiction, this party wrought much mischief, spread pernicious doctrines among the people, suppressed many practices of devotion, and not unfrequently set the example of a scandalous violation of their sacred vows. Several of its members have gone over to Protestantism, others have been suspended for immoral conduct or the profession of false doctrines. It is remarkable that, as in former times, schismatics generally ended by falling into heresy, so in the present age, when, on the Continent especially, heresy has little or no vitality, schism generally terminates in the profession of total unbelief. Such was the case with the old constitutional ecclesiastics of France. Such is the case with their successors, the Abbé Chatel and his followers. Such, too, is the case with the German clerical faction I am now describing, and examples still more melancholy might be adduced. Stigmatized by episcopal authority, reprobated by the sounder portion of laics, unsupported by a single writer of eminence, and combated, moreover, by distinguished theologians, and among others, by the subject of this memoir, this schismatical faction, though still powerful in the Grand Duchy of Baden, is, in Württemberg and elsewhere, rapidly sinking into insignificance. And before the day star which hath arisen above the German horizon, these impure and turbulent innovators, like birds of night, will, doubtless, soon disappear. But while this party was trucking to the state, in its iniquitous invasion of ecclesiastical rights, and disturbing the Church by its endeavors to subvert an apostolic and most salutary and necessary ordinance of discipline, another party arose, which attempted to form a degrading alliance with rationalism. By adopting Luther's fundamental principle of private judgment, the late Dr. Hermes, a professor of Catholic theology at the University of Bonn, deemed he could better succeed in undermining Luther's theological doctrines. Like Descartes, he proclaimed that methodical doubt was the only path to wisdom. But whereas the French philosopher had expressly limited this method of doubt to scientific objects only, Hermes extended it to all truths of revelation, even the existence of God, the immortality of the soul, and the distinction between right and wrong. Quote, "This method of doubt," says the celebrated Klee, "is the worst system that can be devised. It is a sin against the object, which, suspended in its rights on our belief, is declared to have no existence for us. It is a sin against the authority of Christ, of the Apostles, and the Church, whose existence and character are hereby called in question, with whom we place our own private reason on a level, and whom we summon to the bar of our own judgment. It is a sin against God, as we hereby destroy faith, which is God's work in man, and then presume by our own energies to reconstruct it. It is a sin against the subject, who is dragged from his state of faith, which is for him a want and a duty, per eminentiam, and transported into a state of skepticism, from which the escape is, to many, a matter extremely arduous and problematical. To conjure up the demon of skepticism is no difficult task, but to exorcise him again into his gloomy regions is a matter that may baffle the art of the conjurer." Unquote. This radically false and vicious method naturally led the author into many doctrinal errors, more or less grievous, and which, as enumerated by the Sovereign Pontiff in his bull of condemnation, regarded the nature of faith, the essence, the holiness, the justice, and the liberty of God, the ends which the Most High proposed to himself in the creation, the proofs whereby the existence of God should be established, revelation, the motives for belief, the Scriptures, the tradition and ministry of the Church, as the depository and judge of faith, the state of our first parents, original sin, the faculties of fallen man, the necessity and distribution of divine grace, and the rewards of merit and the inflictions of punishment. These errors and the methods which led to them were, after a long and careful investigation, condemned by the Holy See. This system, though it numbered among its partisans no inconsiderable portion of the Rhenish and Westphalian clergy, and was countenanced by Count von Spiegel, the former Archbishop of Cologne, found not many supporters among the laity, and was not upheld by any theologian of eminent talent. Had this system, however, been broached 40 years ago, when the ecclesiastical disorganization was so great, when the Kantian philosophy exerted such sway over the public mind, and before the great regeneration of religious life and of theological science had taken place in Catholic Germany, the results would have been far more fatal. Thanks to the decision of the Holy See and the firmness of Count von Drost, Archbishop of Cologne, as well as his present able coadjutor, these pernicious doctrines, which caused some young men to make a shipwreck of the faith, have sunk into utter discredit. Many, on the other hand, who had innocently imbibed these opinions, have bowed to the sentence of the Sovereign Pontiff, and recanted, Others, and they constitute the smaller number, have been abashed into silence. Not a single work, or even pamphlet, has for the last 2 years been put forth in behalf of the system. The stronghold of the party, the University of Bonn, has lately been cleared of those professors who were its most obstinate defenders, and the error may be considered as all but defunct. In conclusion, it is necessary to say a few words on the relation which the literature of the present age has borne to the Catholic Church. And here the task is far more pleasing than when I had to trace the destructive consequences of the alliance between rationalism and the literature of the 18th century. The illustrious Count Stolberg, at the commencement of the present age, gave the first impulse to Catholic literature, and commenced that series of eminent writers who have since adorned Catholic Germany, deeply imbued with the spirit of Hellenic antiquity. Stolberg had, in his youth, published spirited translations from some of the old Greek dramatists, while his own lyrical poems breathed a noble, chivalric spirit. After his conversion to the Catholic Church, he consecrated his genius to her exclusive service, and certainly no man ever rendered his classical acquirements more serviceable to the cause of Christianity. His great work, The History of the Christian Religion, from the origin of the world down to the 5th century, is written with considerable learning, great elegance of diction, brilliancy of fancy, and much amenity of feeling. Indeed, the work may be called a noble epos of history, where the narrative is from time to time intermingled with lyrical effusions of the author's own pure and exalted feelings. At the same time arose the Romantic School. The object of this school, established by the two Schlegels, Novalis and Tieck, was, as is well known, to revive a love for Christian art and literature, and to explain the principles whereon they are founded. The founders of this school were at first indeed exclusively Protestant, and their aim, apparently, was purely aesthetic. Yet were their labors most useful in dispelling many prejudices of their fellow religionists, and in pointing out the ennobling influences of Catholicity on the human mind. Nor is it true, as has sometimes been asserted, that a mere literary dilettantism and no earnest religious thoughts were at the bottom of this remarkable intellectual movement. The great poet Tieck was so earnest in the matter as to induce his wife to become Catholic, and she and her daughter are pious members of our Church. And that the great writer himself never took the step he had recommended is only a proof of that sad discrepancy between the intelligence and the will, which is one of the melancholy consequences of the fall. The eminent piety of Novalis and his attachment to the Catholic Church breathe through all his writings, and those possessing the best opportunities of forming an opinion declare that but for his untimely death, he would have sought a refuge in that Church which is the native home of all lofty intelligences, as well as the asylum of all bruised hearts. His illustrious friend Frederick Schlegel, the deepest thinker of all, embraced at a mature period of life the Catholic faith, and the sincerity of that conversion, as well as the piety which subsequently characterized him, was proved in the memoirs I published several years ago to the satisfaction of my English Protestant critics. Several of his disciples, like Adam MÖHLER, Baron de Eckstein, and others, were led partly by aesthetic studies, partly by historical researches and philosophic speculations, to follow the noble example which Schlegel had set. As the avenues that led to the old Egyptian temples were bordered on either side by representations of the mysterious Sphinx, so it was, through a mystical art, poetry, and philosophy, many spirits were then conducted to the sanctuary of the true Church. I am, however, far from pretending to assert that all the followers of the Romantic School were equally earnest, or that the admiration professed by many among them for the Catholic Church went beyond a mere enthusiasm for the music of Pergolesi, the paintings of Raphael, and the poetry of Dante. End of section 5. Section 6 of Symbolism. by Johann MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Memoirs of Dr. MÖHLER, Part 4. The heathenish fanaticism which Goethe had called up, and which was exercising such destructive sway, Friedrich Schlegel opposed by a noble Christian enthusiasm. This was the aim of all his labors, this was the task of his life, and which he so gloriously accomplished. And whether we behold him pouring forth the religious effusions of his earnest, reflective muse, or displaying in comparative philology his admirable analytic skill, or unfolding with such marvellous depth the peculiar genius of ancient and modern literatures, or tracing on the map of the world's history the workings of God's providential dispensations, or throwing out in metaphysics his rapid, searching, intuitive perceptions, or before an audience of celebrated painters like Schadow, Veit, Cornelius, and Overbeck, revealing the fountains of artistic inspiration, we are lost in wonder at a mind of such depth and universality. It is no exaggeration to say that the whole modern art, literature, and science of Catholic Germany sprang, kindled up by the fire which this Promethean spirit stole from heaven. Of the genius of Novalis, who was cut off at the premature age of 29, it is impossible to speak with the same confidence, but it may be asserted that if inferior to his illustrious friend in solidity of judgment, he was endowed with nearly the same depth of understanding, and with even higher poetical imagination. His writings in prose and in poetry exhibit a mind instinctively Catholic, wrestling with the prejudices imbibed from a Protestant education. His tender piety, which among other things frequently exhibited itself in an extraordinary devotion to the glorious Mother of God, unique perhaps among Protestant writers, stamped on all his poetical conceptions a character of indescribable purity. And had his brilliant career not been so speedily terminated, he would, under the patronage of that powerful advocate, have in all probability reached the temple after which he had so fondly yearned. As in the cloudless atmosphere of the south the stars of heaven shine with greater effulgence, so those lights of human existence, love, friendship, patriotism, that beam along the immortal verse of Novalis, receive, as it were, a more magical glow from the exquisite purity of his devotional feelings. The genius of Goethe exhibits the same wondrous combination of deep, comprehensive understanding and lofty imagination, though not in the same beautiful harmony as we find developed in Friedrich Schlegel, and as, in an immature state, was perceptible in Novalis. This combination is the rare privilege of the most favoured sons of genius, and when, as in the case of Goethe, it is consecrated to the service of truth, it becomes indeed the most potent instrument of good. Goethe, who devoted his energetic youth and manhood chiefly to political and historical literature, wherein he combated at once the absolutists of democracy and the revolutionists of absolutism, has, in the evening of life, gone into the sanctuary of the mystic theology, as, after the fatigues and agitations of the day, men love to retire into the secret oratory. The other great thinkers of Catholic Germany, like Mühllerer, Windishmann, Gunther, and others, have in the several departments of Jewish traditions, Oriental philosophy, and speculative theology displayed great extent of erudition and depth of understanding, and rendered eminent services to the Church. In this rapid survey I can notice only the most celebrated men in the most important departments, but it may be asserted without fear of contradiction that in almost every branch of literature and science Catholic Germany has in our times produced most distinguished men, and has nobly redeemed herself from the reproach of intellectual sloth that once deservedly attached to her. The historical school, founded by the eminent Protestant John van Mühler, and continued by the Protestant Voigt, Leo, and Herder, is more or less distinguished for impartiality, extensive research, and a noble appreciation of the social influence of the Catholic Church. This school, when we look to its general tone and spirit, particularly in its most distinguished ornament, Herder, belongs certainly more to Catholic than to Protestant literature, and certainly in no department have German learning, genius, and rectitude shown to greater advantage, or been attended with more beneficial results. If the department of special history has not been cultivated by the Catholic party with such brilliant success as by the Protestant, the former, on the other hand, has produced the most celebrated men in public and constitutional law, and among these Haller, Adam Müller, Jark, and Phillips hold the most conspicuous place. Yet theology, the queen of sciences, was still unrepresented in the high circles of intelligence. In the last century, the Jesuit Statler and the Augustinian Klupfel, and in the present age Zimmer, Dobmeier, Bishop Sailer, Lieberman, and Brunner, had treated dogmatic theory with remarkable acuteness and learning, and some of them with great taste and elegance of diction and clearness of method. But a high creative spirit was still wanting. Divine Providence took compassion on that afflicted German Church, and at the right moment sent her the aid she most needed. It was in the beautiful province of Swabia that through the whole Middle Age, and down to recent times, has ever furnished Church and State, art and science, with the most distinguished men. This great luminary arose. And this leads me to the subject of my biography. John Adam MÖHLER was born on the 8th of May, 1796, at Ergschem, near Mergentheim, on the confines of Franconia and Swabia, about 20 miles from Württemberg. His father, who was a substantial innkeeper of the place, resolved to give his son the benefit of a liberal education. In his 12th year, Müller began to attend the gymnasium at Mergentheim, a town 2 miles distant from the place of his birth, and every evening he was obliged to return home. During his 4 years' attendance at this school, he was distinguished as well for a peculiar gentleness of disposition and blameless conduct as for his diligence and love of study. Yet his mental powers were but of slow development, and gave no earnest of the intellectual eminence he was destined one day to reach. In most branches of study he was surpassed by some of his fellow students, although the strong predilection for history, which he evinced even at this early period, and the keen interest he took in the events of the day, are well worthy of attention. Such a love for historic lore was also a characteristic trait in the boyhood of Gibbon. It was Molière's happiness to receive a religious education from his virtuous parents, for in Germany, more than in any other country, the task of education, in the strict sense of the word, devolves on parents far more than on the heads and teachers of schools. Under the modern system of gymnasial instruction, which for the last 50 or 60 years has there prevailed, the students of all the schools, whether elementary, commercial, or Latin, are mere day scholars, who, after the prescribed hours of study, must return to the paternal roof. With the exception of the catechetical instruction, which in many parts of Catholic Germany is now most solid and excellent, and with exception for the strict hours of attendance at Mass, and the frequentation of the sacraments, the moral training of the pupil, the culture of his religious feelings, and the superintendence of his moral conduct, devolve on his parent or guardian. The defects of this system in most instances are obvious, and are deeply deplored by the most eminent Catholics of Germany. Yet it cannot be denied that where, as is the case of the subject of this memoir, parents are very religious, it may be attended with advantages. Molière had the misfortune to lose his mother very early, and his father, though a most worthy and excellent man, treated him with a certain degree of harshness. On his return from school, he would sometimes compel him to perform the household duties, and during the vacations, to labor in the field. On one occasion, a friend of his youthful days came to his house, and saw him pouring out wine for his father's customers, while on the table lay a grammar, which at every spare interval he would take up and study. After attending the gymnasium of Mergentheim for 4 years, Molière repaired in 1814 to the Lyceum in the Swabian city of Ellwangen, in order to prepare for the study of theology. After remaining there some time, he began to entertain serious doubts whether he were equal to the discharge of the arduous and awful duties of the priesthood, and already revolved in his mind the project of embracing another of the learned professions. For this end, the consent of the father was to be obtained, and the conduct of that father on this occasion, harsh and injudicious as it undoubtedly was, and perilous as it might have been, was, under the mysterious guidance of Providence, the means of giving a great teacher to the Church, and a most edifying minister to her altars. On his son's soliciting his approbation and support in a new professional career, the father replied that the most fervent wish of his heart was to see his son a worthy Catholic priest, but that if he felt not the call from heaven to that state, he might give up his studies and return to the parental roof, where he would meet with kindness and find occupation. "But," said he, "as regards any other of your liberal professions, I can never give my consent to your embracing one of them." When subsequently censured for his conduct, the father replied to a friend, "I could not possibly see my son take to the study of the law, for I have seen so many young men at the universities make a shipwreck of their faith, and lose the heritage of eternal life." When we consider the state of the German universities at that period, the pernicious doctrines which were then inculcated from so many professional chairs, the unbelief and immorality of so many of the students, we may well understand the apprehensions of this honest and simple-minded man. However, we may feel disposed to condemn his severity. But MÖHLER, whose talents by this time were quickly and vigorously developing, felt an irresistible attraction to the learned pursuits, and after some consideration, he returned to the study of theology. In the following year he repaired to the University of Tübingen, where the theological faculty numbered among its members distinguished professors like Drey, Herbst, and Hirscher. Here he entered the ecclesiastical seminary, and after passing 4 years in the study of divinity, under the guidance of these distinguished masters, he was ordained priest on the 18th of September, 1819, and thus reached the term of all his labors, and obtained the most ardent desire of his heart. The first fruits of sacerdotal grace he wished to offer up to God by devoting himself to the pastoral ministry, and accordingly, in the following year, he officiated as assistant vicar in the successive parishes of Waldenstad and Riedlingen and Württemberg. I shall here take the liberty of citing the testimony, so honorable to both parties, which this principal in the last named parish, the now Canon Strobel, has given respecting the life and ministry of the subject of this memoir. During the period in question, his pastoral career was characterized by such an amiable, modest, and in every respect deportment, joined to such holy earnestness in all his functions and intercourse with men, that he won in an eminent degree the love and veneration of the whole congregation, and especially of the young scholars whom he had to catechize. His style of preaching, simple and feeling, addressed itself more particularly to the hearts of his hearers, and thus atoned for defects in delivery. The inhabitants of Riedlingen boasted of their vicar, whose name even now is mentioned among them with love and respect. The half year which he spent by my side was to be my friend, the then chaplain Ehinger, and myself, a period of cordial mutual cooperation. But even then his desire, I might almost say his destination, for learned pursuits was so decided that every hour he could devote to them was precious to him, and therefore the official writings which, as my assistant in the rural deanery, he was obliged to go through, he felt as an irksome duty. To lighten this burden as much as possible, my friend Ehinger and myself undertook a portion of his task, and said to him in jest that we expected he would give us in return some fruits of his learned labors. I must here make mention of a visit which at this time the venerable and celebrated Bishop Saylor honored me with. MÖHLER made on the mind of this prelate a deep impression, and the manner in which he fixed his eyes on him threw our modest vicar into great embarrassment. This amiable bishop made particular inquiries respecting this interesting young man, as he termed him, and testified the great hopes he entertained of him, which the latter afterwards so well justified. That, moreover, MÖHLER's way of thinking had not then the same turn which it afterwards took, is notorious, and I well remember that on seeing some essays he had delivered at several ecclesiastical conferences, the venerable and learned curate Haas expressed with apprehension a hope that this young man, for whom he entertained such sincere affection, might regain the path of strict orthodoxy; and the old curate Birch once said on a similar occasion, quote, "Well, well, it is allowable for such a learned young man to believe a little differently from us old men, but he will later recur to our way of thinking." Unquote. Kuhn, Biography in the Quarterly Theological Review of Tübingen, pages 578 and 580. The pernicious influence that the neologists had exerted over public opinion in southern Germany, particularly in Baden and Württemberg, I have already described. The theological faculty in the University of Tübingen, at which MÖHLER had studied, was, to a certain extent, and in some of its professors, infected with those doctrines, and even Hirscher, who has since become so eminent a divine, then gave in to many of those false opinions. It was not to be expected that a young man like MÖHLER should have escaped totally free from the contagion of doctrines, often put forth with seductive eloquence and learning, and then held by so many fellow students, and the majority of the Swabian clergy. "The Church," says his friend Professor Roon, "had not yet won all the affections of his heart, and the objects of his enthusiasm lay, in part, beyond her circle. His views did not entirely harmonize with all her doctrines, nor agree with all her disciplinary institutions. Yet from the outset of his career he was a conscientious priest, and preserved intact the sanctity of the sacerdotal character, and most assuredly he was devoid of all perfidy towards the Church, whose minister he had become." Unquote. Tübingen Quartrell Schrift, pages 580 and 1838. His passion for learning was too irresistible to keep him long aloof from the university life. After passing a year in the pastoral office, he returned on the 31st October 1820 to the University of Tübingen, where he was soon nominated to the place of tutor in the Gymnasial Institute, connected with the Convictorium, or ecclesiastical seminary of that town. During the 2 years he filled this place, he devoted himself with uncommon ardor and astonishing success to the study of the ancient classics, particularly the Greek philosophers and historians. The study of these ancient masters of human eloquence and speculation brought out and developed all those faculties wherewith nature had so richly endowed him. In this school he acquired that delicacy of taste, that solidity of judgment, that vigor and dexterity of ratiocination, that clearness and precision of language, which afterwards so eminently characterized him. The insight, too, which he hereby obtained in the nature of paganism, as well as the acquaintance he formed with the various systems of ancient philosophy, was of the greatest service to the future speculative divine and learned church historian. And, in allusion to the importance of these preparatory studies for his subsequent career, MÖHLER used to speak jestingly, "of the times when he lived in heathenism." Unquote. So strong was his love for ancient literature that in 1822 he drew up a petition to the Württemberg government, soliciting the nomination to a place that had just become vacant in the philological faculty; and there is no doubt that had he pursued this career he would have reached the highest eminence. But Providence had reserved far higher destinies for him. While he was on the point of forwarding this petition to the government, the theological faculty, that had long observed his great talents, transmitted to him, with unanimous consent, a written invitation to accept the place of private teacher in theology, a place which is always sure in time to conduct to a professorship. MÖHLER hesitated not a moment, gave up his cherished plan, accepted the offer that had been so graciously made him, and thus became bound by new and more intimate ties to the interests of the Church. His appointment to this place was, on the 22nd of September, 1822, confirmed by the government, which at the same time furnished him with pecuniary means for undertaking a great literary journey through northern and southern Germany, in order that, by visiting the most celebrated seats of learning, and conversing with distinguished professors, he might the better qualify himself for the important office he was about to enter on. He began his journey in the autumn of 1822, and visited successively the universities of Jena, Leipzig, Halle, Berlin, Göttingen, and on his return visited those of Prague, Vienna, and Landshut. The conversation and literary advice of so many distinguished scholars and theologians, whether Catholic or Protestant, whom he met with on his journey, were doubtless of the greatest service to the future development of his mind, and there was one individual in particular from whom MÖHLER received lasting benefit. The celebrated Planck, Protestant professor of theology at Göttingen, had been the first to revive, I had better, perhaps, have said introduce, the study of the Fathers in Protestant Germany. By his profound study of Christian antiquity, he had been led to approximate very closely to the doctrines of the Catholic Church, and it was said that more than one member of his family evinced no little inclination to embrace its faith. With Planck, MÖHLER held much conversation on the subject of the Fathers, and of Church history, and the result was, that several neological opinions, which the latter had imbibed in the school of Tübingen, were dispelled by this learned and enlightened Protestant. Planck urged him also to prosecute with diligence the study of the Fathers, a study which, in the school of Hermes, and in that of the Württemberg and Baden neologists, had been, from their strong leaning to heretical and semi-rationalistic opinions, as well as from a conceited contempt for all former ages, grossly neglected. The nearer insight into the essence of rationalism, which, from his visit to Protestant Germany, MÖHLER had obtained, the perception of the dreadful moral ravages it had occasioned, its dry and heartless worship, its churches vacant even during the sermons of the most celebrated preachers, the unbelief that had spread from the upper to the lower classes of society. The sight of all these evils, I say, tended heartily to disgust the subject of this memoir with all those sickly offshoots of rationalism that the Swabian innovators were endeavoring by degrees to engraft on the Catholic Church. On his return to Tübingen, MÖHLER took Württemberg in his way, and called on his friend Dr. Benkert, then rector of the seminary, and who has since succeeded him in the deanery of that city. Dr. Benkert affirms that he found MÖHLER vastly improved by this journey, and a more decided Catholic tone pervading all his theological views. Having arrived at Tübingen in the summer of 1823, MÖHLER opened his theological course with lectures on church history, and occasionally on canon law. Here he devoted himself with his characteristic ardor and untiring perseverance to the study of the Fathers and of ecclesiastical history. The first fruit of his labors was the work entitled, Unity in the Church, or the Principle of Catholicism, 1825. This work is now out of print, nor have I been able anywhere to procure a copy of it. In this book, says one of his biographers, there was much which in his riper years he no longer approved of, yet it must ever be regarded as a noble proof of his originality of mind, as well as of the depth of his feelings, and gave earnest of his future eminence in theological literature. The reputation which it soon acquired for the author induced the Baden government to make him, the following year, the offer of a theological chair at the University of Freiburg in Breisgau. This honorable offer MÖHLER declined, but was thereupon immediately raised to the dignity of professor, extraordinarily at his own university. In the year 1827, a more important work, entitled Athanasius the Great, for the Church of his time in her struggle with Arianism, tended vastly to extend MÖHLER's reputation. There were many reasons which induced him to make the Arian controversy, and the illustrious saint, who played so salutary and glorious a part in that religious dispute, the subject of special investigation and description. Now, as in the age of Constantius, the cardinal mystery of Christianity that the elder Protestantism, in its destructive march, had yet respected, was assailed with a subtlety and a violence that even Arianism itself had never displayed. Those rationalizing views of the whole system of Christianity, but timidly put forth by the heretics of the 4th century, were developed and proclaimed with an unblushing effrontery and a recklessness of impiety that would have startled and shocked the extremest Arian. Now, as in the former period, lukewarmness and timidity, not to say cowardice, characterized a great proportion of Catholics, while the oppression of the German Church by the secular power, if less open and violent than in the age of the son of Constantine, was far more insidious, refined, and systematic. And what more glorious model could be presented to many of the degenerate churchmen of Germany than that illustrious saint, who combines in himself the characters of the learned and profound theologian, the prudent and indefatigable prelate, the holy ascetic, and the intrepid confessor? The work is divided into 6 books. In the first we find a very clear, learned, and elaborate dissertation on the doctrine of the Ante-Nicene Fathers, respecting the divinity of our Lord, and the Trinity in general. The following 5 books are taken up with the public history of St. Athanasius, with a copious analysis of his various works against the heathens, the Arians, and the Apollinarists, and with a very full account of the Arian heresy from its rise down to the death of St. Athanasius in the year 373. The author, by giving copious extracts from contemporary historians, and also from the letters of St. Athanasius and the other defenders of the Catholic cause, as well as from those of their Arian opponents, completely transports us into the age he describes. It is, however, to be regretted that the narrative of events is too often interrupted by doctrinal dissertations and analytic expositions of writings, and this defect renders the perusal of this valuable work sometimes irksome. All the personages who took part in this mighty conflict are portrayed with much truth, life, and interest. In the hostile camp we find the false-hearted, double-tongued Arius, the crafty Eusebius of Nicomedia, the hypocritical Valens and Eusebius, the audacious Aetius, the weak and tyrannical Emperor Constantius, and lastly, the pagan enthusiast Julian, who hangs over the Church like a dark, boding, but happily passing thundercloud. On the side of the combatants for truth, the firmness of Pope Julius, the noble-minded character of his successor Liberius, the intrepid fortitude of the venerable Osius, the burning zeal of Marcellus of Ancyra, the high courage but harsh and intemperate zeal of Lucifer of Cagliari, the genius, the eloquence, the mild virtues, and unshaken constancy of Hilary of Poitiers, and lastly, the lofty genius and majestic character of the great Athanasius, alternately challenge our admiration and enlist our sympathy. Much as all Catholics are taught from childhood to revere the character of this great confessor, yet none can rise from the perusal of MÖHLER's work without feeling increased admiration for his genius, and increased love and veneration for his virtues. In the writings of Athanasius, what marvelous acuteness of dialect, what prodigious depth of observation, do we discover! What intuitive insight into the mind of Scripture! What dexterity in the application of its texts! What knowledge in the traditions of the Fathers! And what instinctive adherence to the spirit of the Church! In his life, what magnanimous intrepidity in the defense of truth! What unwearied perseverance in the path of duty! What unbroken constancy under persecution! What presence of mind in the face of danger! What sagacious insight into the wiles and machinations of heretics! What generosity towards his enemies! How temperate, too, is his zeal, and what a spirit of conciliation, where compromise is possible and where concession is safe! What activity, and what wisdom in the government of his vast patriarchate! Watch him through all the phases of his various destinies. See him now surrounded by the love and sympathy of his Alexandrians, now confronting hostile synods, now undertaking long and perilous journeys to defend his character from calumny, and to unmask before the head of the Church the arts of heresy, now fearlessly proclaiming the truth at the court of the tyrannical Constantius, and now banished time after time from his diocese, his country, his friends, encompassed by perils from false brethren, perils from the sea, perils from the wilderness, and while surrounded by the lions of the Libyan desert, writing those immortal letters and treaties where he consoles the persecuted sons of the Church, confirms her wavering members, and refutes the elated heretics, productions that to the end of time will be the solace and the glory of the Church. Behold him now at the close of his glorious career, after 40 years' incessant toil, hardship, and suffering, with a frame unbent and a mind unsubdued by age, still ready to fight new battles for the Lord, spared by heaven to see the great adversary he had so long combated, the adversary of Christ, the monster Arianism, gasping and bleeding from his death wound. Behold the veteran warrior, now honored by the degenerate court which had so long persecuted him, consoled by the respect and sympathy of the Christian world, consulted on all important affairs by the dignitaries of the Church, near or remote, and nerving the courage and directing the counsels of that young, hopeful band of Christ's soldiers, the Basils, the Nazianzens, and the Nices, who were destined to follow up the victory he had achieved and annihilate the great antagonist of the Church. But Athanasius attained to this great authority in the Church only because he had been most obedient and most faithful to the authority of the Church. It was not by his personal genius, learning, and sanctity alone that he obtained such a prodigious ascendancy over the minds of his contemporaries, but also by the weight he derived from the sanction of the Church and its visible head. What a glorious part doth not the Holy Roman See act in this Arian contest! While orthodox prelates are driven from their sees, while some quail before triumphant heresy, and others are incautiously entrapped into the acceptance of ambiguous formularies, while the faithful are distracted by the conflicting decisions of hostile synods, and doctrine is undermined and discipline subverted by intruded heretical bishops, the Roman pontiffs ever uphold the authority of the Nicene Council, quash the decrees of heretical provincial synods, restore to their Church the banished prelates, condemn their adversaries, everywhere enforce canonical discipline, and sometimes overawe the hostile potentates of the earth. The approbation which this work universally received, the spirit of zealous orthodoxy that pervaded its pages, the immense patristic and historical learning it displayed, and the original and profound views with which it abounded, drew more and more the attention of Protestant as well as Catholic Germany towards its illustrious author. End of section 6. Section 7 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER. Translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Memoirs of Dr. MÖHLER, Part 5. He now began to deliver lectures on the doctrinal differences between Catholics and Protestants, the errors of his time, as I before observed, the struggles the Catholic Church had to encounter, and the oppression she had to endure, by rendering her position very analogous to her state in the age of the great Athanasius, had first induced MÖHLER to compose the work that has just been described. But now he resolved to grapple more closely and directly with the errors of his age, judging that the most effectual method to bring about the return of our erring brethren to the Catholic Church, as well as to awaken many Catholics themselves from their state of torpor, was to set forth with accuracy the points of doctrine which divide the churches. He commenced a thorough investigation into the public formularies of the various Protestant communities, as well as the private writings of the Reformers and their most eminent disciples. This was a field which had been but partly tilled by preceding laborers, and which offered much to reward the industry of a new cultivator. The course of lectures which, in the year 1828, Mühler opened on this important subject, soon attracted a crowded auditory, and every year they were received by the students with increasing interest and attention. The fame of these lectures getting abroad, the Prussian government made to Mühler the offer of a theological professorship at the University of Breslau in Silesia, an offer which he immediately declined. The Württemberg government now nominated him Professor Ordinary of Theology at the University of Tübingen, a nomination that was confirmed by the theological faculty, which at the same time conferred on him the honor of Doctor of Divinity. At length, in the year 1832, the great work, whose fame the public had long anticipated, issued from the press under the title, "Symbolism, or exposition of the doctrinal differences between Catholics and Protestants as evinced by their symbolical writings." The sensation it produced throughout all Germany, Protestant as well as Catholic, was prodigious, perhaps unparalleled in the history of modern theological literature. Hailed by Catholics with joy and exultation, its transcendent merits were openly acknowledged by the most eminent and estimable Protestants. The celebrated Protestant theologian and philosopher, Schleiermacher, declared it to be the severest blow ever given to Protestantism. Another very distinguished Protestant professor of philosophy at Bonn candidly confessed that none of the Protestant replies at all came up to it in force of reasoning. Germany, says a French journal of high merit, so parceled out into different states, so divided in religious belief, Germany, where opinion is not centralized in a single city, but where the taste of Vienna is checked by the critics of Göttingen, Munich, or Berlin. Germany, with one voice, extols the merits of Möller's symbolism. Unquote. The Université Catholique, page 75, volume 11. But this testimony is not exaggerated, the rapid sale of the work will show, for in the course of 6 years it passed through 5 editions, each consisting of from 3,000 to 4,000 copies, which were nearly as much sought for in Protestant as in Catholic Germany. It was adopted by several universities as a textbook, was translated into Latin and Italian by the Papal Nuncio of Switzerland, and into French by M. Le Chat. The same French critic, as before observed, termed the symbolism, "an indispensable complement to Bossuet's immortal history of the variations." This has suggested to me a parallel between the two works. Looking to the plan and the matter of the two books, I may call the work of the illustrious French prelate a more external, that of the German theologian a more internal history of Protestantism. In the first place, the Bishop of Meaux points out with admirable skill the endless variations and inconsistencies of Protestantism. So does the German professor, yet the inconsistencies and variations, which in the pages of the former appeared isolated, unconnected, accidental phenomena, the later shows to be bound by the ties of a necessary, though secret connection. In a word, Mühler, not contending with proving the many mutations and self-contradictions of Protestantism, and its repugnance to reason and revelation, sets forth its consistency also. I mean, the filiation of its doctrine, and the concatenation of its errors. Secondly, the French prelate confines his attention to the two leading sects of the Reformation, the Lutheran and the Calvinistic, and expressly informs us in the preface to his work that his intention is, "not to speak of the Socinians, nor of the several communities of Anabaptists, nor of so many different sects, which in England and elsewhere have sprung up in the bosom of the Reformation." A resolution that was the more to be regretted, as the description of these sects would not only have lent a fresh charm to his historic narrative, but have vastly increased the weight and extended the compass of his argument. and that sagacious mind which, in the funeral oration on Queen Henrietta, had cast such an intuitive glance into the history of our domestic troubles, would, doubtless, have given an admirable portraiture of the various and multitudinous sects of the Cromwellian era. Yet we must remember that in the course of his work Bossuet had more particularly in view the Calvinists of his own country. This void is supplied in the symbolism, for the history and the dogmas of the minor sects of Protestantism are fully analyzed and described. A portion of the work which is certainly not the least important, and to the English reader perhaps the most interesting and attractive. Thirdly, Bossuet, who lived at a period when Protestantism had just entered on the second stage of its existence, not only with the most masterly skill traced its progressive development from its birth down to his own days, but foretold the course of its future destinies. From his lofty eyrie, the eagle of Meaux beheld the whole coming history of Protestantism. He snuffed from afar the tempestuous clouds of irreligion that were to spring from its already agitated waters, and the whirlwind of impiety that was to convulse Christianity through its centre. MÖHLER, on the other hand, cannot be said to bring the history of the Reformation down to his own times, for with the exception of the Herrnhuters, the Methodists, and the Swedenborgians, the sects whose doctrines he examined were not posterior to the age of Bossuet. The new and prodigious forms, which, within the last 60 years, Protestantism in Germany especially has assumed, the doctrines of rationalism and pietism, that, as the reader has already seen, have quite superseded those of the elder Protestantism, are, as was before stated, for the reasons assigned in the work itself, left unnoticed by the author of the Symbolism. It may at first sight appear singular that a work which has excited so prodigious a sensation throughout Germany, which has been read by Protestants as well as Catholics with an avidity that proves it responded to a want generally felt, should have left untouched the existing forms of Protestantism, and been exclusively engaged with the refutation of those antiquated doctrines that, though in certain Protestant countries they may still retain some influence and authority, can count in Protestant Germany but a small number of adherents. How is this fact to be accounted for? I must observe that, although the Symbolism abstains from investigating the modern systems of Protestantism, yet it presupposes throughout their existence, and the work itself could never have appeared if Protestantism had not attained its ultimate term of development. Present forms of Protestantism, moreover, being only a necessary development of its earlier errors, a solid and vigorous refutation of the latter must needs overthrow the former. But there is yet another and more special reason which, in despite of first appearances, rendered this work eminently opportune. A portion of the German Protestants, as we have seen, recoiling from the abyss to which rationalism was fast conducting them, sought a refuge in falling back on the old symbolical books of the Lutheran and Calvinistic churches, whose authority for upwards of 60 years had been totally disregarded. This movement of minds was seconded by some Protestant princes, particularly by the late King of Prussia, who had learned from bitter experience the disastrous political consequences which the doctrines of rationalism are calculated to produce. This sovereign, who was as skillful and ecclesiastical as he was a military tactician, in order to escape from the two enemies, Catholicism and rationalism, who were galling his flanks, sounded the trumpet for retreat, and, assisted by an able staff of theologians, was making a rapid retrograde march on the old formularies, the bulwarks of Protestant orthodoxy, which for more than half a century, neglected and dilapidated, had remained utterly untenanted. MÖHLER watched his moment, fell with terrific onslaught on the retreating forces, blew up the old Protestant strongholds, compelled the enemy to retrace his steps, and brought him at last into such straits that he must now either make an unconditional surrender to the Church, or be swept down the abyss of pantheism. This is the origin and the meaning of the present book. This is, in part, the cause of its prodigious success. Thus, it not only presupposes the extinction of the elder, more orthodox Protestantism, but, in so far as any human production can accomplish such a thing, it effectually will prevent its revival. Fourthly, if we look to the form of these two remarkable productions of the human mind, which I have ventured to compare, the history of the variations is characterized in an eminent degree by logical perspicuity. The symbolism, at least equal to it in dialectic force, is vastly superior in philosophic depth. The learning displayed in the former work is quite sufficient for its purpose, and when we consider the period at which it was written, the comparative paucity of materials accessible to its illustrious author, and the then state of historical researches, we are astonished at the extent and the critical soundness of the learning there exhibited. Mr. Hallam, however, in his History of Literature, complains that Bossuet had not given his citations from Luther in the Latin original, so that he himself had often been unable to verify his quotations. This complaint at least he will be unable to prefer against the symbolism, where the Latin citations from Luther and the other patriarchs of the Reformation are given with a fullness and an exactness that must satisfy, perhaps rather more than satisfy, our fastidious critic. The erudition displayed in the symbolism is admitted on all hands to be the most extensive and profound. Its style is clear, forcible, and dignified. But in point of eloquence, the Bishop of Meaux ever remains the unrivaled master. The symbolism called forth many replies from Protestant theologians, such as Nietzsche, Marhineke, and Dr. Bauer of Tübingen. The work of the latter, which was the longest and most elaborate, was entitled, quote, Opposition between Catholicism and Protestantism, according to the leading dogmas of the two religious systems, with special reference to MÖHLER's symbolism. Unquote. Tübingen, 1833. Of this work, a writer in the Conversations lexicon thus speaks, quote, that Protestant writers should stand up in defense of a church to which MÖHLER denies every right save that of political existence was very natural, but it is equally certain that in an inquiry wherein the symbolical writings only of the different churches possess a decisive authority, a Hegelian, with its subjective views, and the attempt to enforce these as the doctrine of the evangelical church, could play no brilliant part. Yet in this false position we find Dr. Bauer, whose writings, moreover, is not exempt from personal attacks against his adversary. Unquote. MÖHLER replied without delay, and in a tone of suitable dignity, in a work entitled New Investigations into the Doctrinal Differences between Catholics and Protestants, Mayence, 1834. This work will be found a most valuable appendix to the symbolism, although no inconsiderable portion of it has been incorporated into the edition from which the present translation has been made. The personal acrimony which Dr. Bauer had infused into the controversy with the subject of this memoir, as well as the intrigues set on foot to alienate the Württemberg government from the latter, who was represented as a disturber of religious peace, rendered his abode in Tübingen daily more unpleasant and irksome. The Prussian government, probably apprised of this state of things, renewed negotiations with MÖHLER, in the view of obtaining his services for one of its universities. Yet these negotiations, creditable to the prudence and discernment of the Prussian government, a second time failed through the opposition of the Hermesian party. This party, already a most formidable opponent to encounter in the celebrated Klee, professor of theology at Bonn, and it was evident that the accession of MÖHLER to the theological faculty, or indeed to any other in the Prussian states, would be most detrimental to the influence and adverse to the projects of the party. Count von Spiegel, then Archbishop of Cologne and predecessor to that illustrious confessor, whose humiliation prepared the triumph of the German Church, and whose captivity was the prelude to her liberation. Count von Spiegel, I say, a worldly-minded courtier, little acquainted with theology, was alternately the tool of the Hermesians and the Prussian government. His sanction as Archbishop of Cologne was necessary for the confirmation of Möller's appointment to a theological chair at Bonn. To the latter he addressed a letter requiring as the condition to such a sanction the public retraction of the work entitled Unity of the Church, just as if Möhler, with Hermesian obstinacy, had continued to defend in the face of the Church, and as the doctrine of the Church, what its highest tribunal had formally and solemnly condemned. He wrote back to the Archbishop of Cologne that the mistakes, such as they were in his first work, were entirely rectified in his subsequent productions, and it may be added that he had never been called upon by the competent authorities to make a public recantation of any opinion therein contained. It was indeed truly ridiculous that while purity of doctrine and glowing love for the Church, as well as profound genius, were claiming for the illustrious author of Athanasius and the Symbolisms the respect and admiration of Germany and Europe, the organ of a party that had for years broached pernicious doctrines, evinced a marked disrespect for ecclesiastical tradition, and subsequently displayed a most obstinate resistance to the authority of the Church, should, forsooth, take exception to Möller's orthodoxy. Here it may be proper to make a few remarks on the position which he had taken up in relation to this party. It has sometimes been asked why he did not appear in the list against the Hermesians. Many reasons may be assigned for his not taking an active part in this controversy. In the first place, his opposition would have been ascribed to motives of personal resentment against a body of men, through whose intrigues he had been twice thwarted in the attainment of an honorable and lucrative professorship. Secondly, the Hermesian system, unsupported by a single theologian of eminence, had been prostrated by the vigorous arm of Klee. Thirdly, the Holy See, having pronounced a solemn sentence of condemnation, the view which all Catholics were to take of this system could no longer be problematic. Fourthly, the utter disgraceful part that the Hermesians had played in the tyrannical proceedings of the Prussian government against Count von Droste-Beschering, the venerable Archbishop of Cologne, drew down upon them the general odium of Catholic Germany. Lastly, the tactics of this party was to avoid an open, dispassionate, scientific discussion of principles, and to drag into the controversy matters of personal dispute, and even of ecclesiastical administration, a course of warfare where even victory was somewhat ignoble, and which, above all things, was abhorrent to the gentle disposition and elevated feelings of Möhler. But there was another party in the Church, with whom he came in more immediate contact, the so-called liberals of Catholic Germany, whom I have already had occasion to describe. This party, whose principal seat was in Baden and Württemberg, had, as has already been observed, exerted some influence over the youthful mind of Möhler, and the last faint tinge of their principles is traceable in his first production, Unity of the Church. But his maturer genius, his more extended acquaintance with ecclesiastical antiquity, and above all, his advances in piety, had revealed to him the hollow pretensions and dangerous tendencies of this party. In the year 1827, he published his celebrated essay on sacerdotal celibacy, that inflicted on this party a wound from which it has never since recovered. In this masterly production, he proves the apostolic antiquity of clerical celibacy, its conformity with reason and with the most ancient traditions of nations, its close connection with the most sacred dogmas and essential institutions of the Church, as well as the occasions that led to a partial deviation from the law. And after showing why the enemies of sacerdotal celibacy must necessarily be the foes of ecclesiastical independence and the papal supremacy, he stigmatizes the Baden churchmen for their shallow theological learning, in despite of all their high pretensions to general knowledge, for their carnal-minded tendencies, their often profligate habits, and their political harlotries with the secular power. This essay was in the year 1829 followed up by another, entitled, Fragments on the False Decretals, where with much skill and learning the author wrested from the enemies of the papal authority one of their most favorite weapons of attack.
The rage of the anti-celibates was, as we may suppose, wound up to the highest pitch. MÖHLER was denounced as an apostate, an ultramontanist, a Roman obscurantist; and his fame, which grew from year to year, served only to embitter the animosity and stimulate the assaults of this paltry faction. While the great genius of the illustrious author of Athanasius and the Symbolism was hailed with joy by Catholic, and recognized with respect by Protestant Germany, these false brethren had discovered that he was devoid of talent and erudition. They openly gave the palm of victory to his Protestant opponent, Dr. Bauer, and in one of their periodicals were shameless enough, while they denominated the Symbolism a violation of religious peace, to avow their satisfaction with the mythical theory of the blasphemous Strauss; a proof, if further were wanting, how utterly many of these so-called "liberals" had apostatized from the principles of that Church whose communion they still so audaciously profane. It was not, however, by his writings only that this excellent man opposed the progress and defeated the projects of a dangerous faction. By his amiable disposition and engaging manners, as well as by his great reputation, he had gained an extraordinary influence over the minds of his pupils; and this influence he employed to inspire these young theologians with a zeal for the cause and interest of the Church, a deep veneration for the Holy See, a love for the duties of their future calling, and a noble passion for learning. Nor was the beneficial influence of his example and exhortation confined to his pupils alone. During the 10 years he filled the professorial chair at Tübingen, a complete change came over the Catholic theological faculty of that University. Such of its members as had hitherto been sound in doctrine, but timid in its avowal, like Dr. Drey, took courage by MÖHLER's example; and such who, like Hirscher, had been to some extent led away by neological doctrines, were now, partly through that example, partly by their own researches, gradually reclaimed. The evidence of this change is afforded by the Theological Quarterly Review of Tübingen, which, from the year 1828, breathes a very different spirit, and which, supported as it was by MÖHLER and his most distinguished colleagues and disciples, has remained, down to the present day, by its orthodoxy, its learning, and its philosophic spirit, an ornament to literature and the Church. The noble attitude which, in the present struggle for the liberties of their Church, the younger members of the Swabian clergy have taken, the zeal and courage wherewith they defend their spiritual rights, and rally the people round that sacred standard, the talent and learning they evince in defense of their religion, are all, according to a recent public acknowledgment of the Prime Minister of Württemberg in the assembled States, mainly attributable to the influence of MÖHLER. Yet, the spot which was dear to him from so many early associations, where the Lord had blessed his labors, where he had won so many brilliant victories over the enemies of the faith, he was now, for the reasons above adverted to, about to quit. At the commencement of the year 1835, a theological chair at Munich became vacant, and the King of Bavaria, with that enlightened zeal which makes him ever attentive to the promotion of the interests of the Church and the advancement of Catholic learning, solicited on this occasion the services of MÖHLER. To this proposal the latter immediately acceded, and deeply regretted by his friends, his colleagues, and the academic youth, he quitted Tübingen, and arrived at Munich in the spring of the same year. Warmly welcomed by his friends in the Bavarian capital, and enthusiastically greeted by its students, he immediately opened a course of lectures on St. Paul's Epistle to the Romans, which was soon followed up by others on church history, patrology, as well as commentaries on various epistles of St. Paul. This seems to me the most proper place to speak of the various theological and historical essays that MÖHLER contributed to periodical pages, and especially to the Theological Quarterly Review of Tübingen. These essays have since his death been collected by his friend, Dr. Döllinger, and published in 2 volumes. They are as follows: 1. An investigation of the dispute between St. Jerome and St. Augustine.
on the 14th verse of the 2nd chapter of Galatians. 2. A critical inquiry into the period of publication of the Epistle to Diognetus, usually attributed to St. Justin, and an analysis of its contents. 3. An historical sketch of St. Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, and his times. 4. An essay on clerical celibacy. 5. Short considerations on the historical relation of universities to the state. 6. Fragments on the false decretals. 7. An essay on the relation of Islam to the Gospel. 8. An essay on the origin of Gnosticism. The second volume contains the following. 1. Considerations on the state of the Church during the 15th and at the commencement of the 16th century. 2. An essay on Saint Simonianism. 3. Fragmentary sketches on the abolition of slavery. 4. Letters to the Abbé Batur of Strasbourg on his system of philosophy. 5. Rise and the first period of monasticism. A fragment. 6. 2 articles on the imprisonment of the Archbishop of Cologne. It does not enter into the plan of his memoir to give an analysis of these collected essays, which certainly furnish new evidence of the author's great historical as well as theological learning, his critical acuteness, his depth of observation, and elegance of style. The most remarkable piece in this miscellaneous collection are the already noticed essay on clerical celibacy, that on Gnosticism, the beautiful fragment on the early history of monasticism, which was to form part of a large work on the monastic orders of the West, and the essay on Islam, that has received its due meed of praise from one of our own Protestant critics. Quote, "This essay of MÖHLER's," says a writer in a number of the Quarterly Review that appeared 2 years ago, "was composed with an express view towards the progress of Christianity in the East, and the question how it might be offered in the most commanding and persuasive manner to Mahometans. It is written with so much learning, judgment, and moderation that it might be well worthy of translation in some of our religious journals." Unquote. End of section 7. Section 8 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER. Translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Memoirs of Dr. MÖHLER, Part 6. The lectures which Dr. MÖHLER delivered on patristic literature have since his death been collected and edited by his friend Dr. Riethmeyer, Professor of Theology at the University of Munich. Of this work, 3 parts only have as yet appeared, embracing the first 3 centuries of the Church, and containing nearly 1,000 pages of print in small octavo. After some very interesting and profound preliminary reflections on the Greek and Roman languages and literatures, and their relation to Christianity, and some general views on the nature of patristic literature, the author, in the first part, treats of the lives and writings of the Apostolic Fathers, from Pope St. Clement down to Papias. In the second part, the lives and writings of the Fathers of the 2nd century, from St. Justin Martyr down to Pentaeus. And in the third, the lives and writings of the Fathers of the 3rd century, from St. Clemens Alexandrinus down to Lactantius, are described, analyzed, and appreciated. In this work, the plan of the author is to prefix to each century general views on its ecclesiastical and literary character, then under a special section devoted to each particular father, to trace a short sketch of his life, where the materials for such exist. Next, to give an analysis of his various works, accompanied with a critical inquiry into the age or the authenticity of such writings as have been disputed. Then to furnish a summary of the Father's doctrine, and lastly to pronounce judgment on his literary merits. To each biographical section, the editor has appended notices of the best editions of the works of the Father. It should be added that the account of the Fathers of the 2nd century is closed with a notice of the most celebrated martyrologies. and that of the Fathers of the 3rd century, with a short dissertation on the spurious Gospels, and a more lengthened one on the Sybils. A more useful as well as more engaging introduction to the study of patristic literature cannot be, perhaps, recommended than the present work. The author's prodigious knowledge in ecclesiastical history, as well as in the writings of the Fathers, his power of clear exposition and acute analysis, and his depth of originality of genius, which enabled him easily to enter into and duly to appreciate the conceptions of the great thinkers of Christian antiquity, eminently qualified him for the execution of this task. And although the work be posthumous, and did not therefore receive a careful revisal from its author, yet its every page evinces the hand of the master. Among the various dissertations, I may notice those on St. Justin Martyr, St. Irenaeus, Origen, and St. Cyprian, as peculiarly able and elaborate. From its posthumous character, there were, of course, many gaps and omissions in it, which the talented editor has, in the true spirit of the author, endeavored to fill up, supplying biographical notices of those ecclesiastical writers whose works have perished, and carefully citing the authorities for statements and assertions in the text, as well as making various other additions. Everything contributed to make MÖHLER's abode in Munich more agreeable. Surrounded by the distinguished Catholic professors, whom the king had assembled in the capital, living amid a people that, in despite of all the efforts made during the late reign to pervert it, was still eminently Catholic. In a city, too, where the theological faculty was undisturbed by the opposition of any rival, where the Catholic Church could unfold all her salutary influences and all her pomp of worship, and where art was making the noblest efforts to minister to the splendor of that worship, MÖHLER might confidently look for still more blessed results from his literary labors. And during the first 18 months of his residence in the Bavarian capital, the contentment he enjoyed had, in despite of the severe climate of the place, re-established his health, which of late years had been much impaired. At length, in the autumn of 1836, came that dreadful scourge, the cholera, and for 6 months, without intermission, exercised the most dreadful ravages at Munich. Though the prevailing epidemic affected MÖHLER but in a slight degree, yet he experienced a general debility that incapacitated him from prosecuting his public duties. This indisposition was succeeded in the following spring by an attack of influenza that confined him for 2 months to his bed, and did not quit him without leaving behind most dangerous symptoms of a disease on the lungs. On rising from the bed of sickness, he was not permitted by his physicians to pursue his ordinary duties, but on their urgent advice he took a journey to South Tyrol, for the genial climate of Meran, the use of whey, and the cheering society of the Benedictines of that place, whose learning and piety he made a constant theme of eulogy to his friends, soon produced the most beneficial effects on his health. After passing the whole summer of 1837 in that beautiful country, he returned in the autumn to Munich, to resume his public functions. But the hopes which his friends had entertained of his complete recovery were soon to undergo a bitter disappointment. On the 1st of November, his indisposition returned, and symptoms of a decided pulmonary complaint became even more manifest. Again, to his grief, and to the regret of his numerous auditors, his promised course of lectures must be put off. The bleak climate of the Bavarian capital was, at that season especially, little propitious to one laboring under such a disorder, and most unfortunately, towards the close of the month a calamitous event occurred, which, while it threw the whole German Church into mourning, and convulsed Westphalia and the Rhenish provinces to their centre, filled the soul of MÖHLER with a disquietude and dismay that operated most prejudiciously on his health. The imprisonment of the venerable Archbishop of Cologne on the 20th of November, 1837, is the event to which I allude. This act of reckless tyranny, which put the seal to that long series of intrigues, machinations, and oppressions that for 25 years had been directed against the Catholic Church in Prussia, MÖHLER appreciated in all its vast importance. He saw the evils with which it was fraught, the fearful and general persecution against the German Church that it seemed to portend, and yet with a prophetic eye he discerned the good that Providence would one day bring out of that evil, the triumph and regeneration of that Church, so long betrayed, insulted, and oppressed. These apprehensions and these hopes he has recorded in two remarkable essays, which he published in February 1838, in the Universal Gazette of Augsburg, the last which he ever wrote, the last effusions of that heart, which, amid the languor of sickness, yet beat quick and strong to all that concerned the glory of its God. At this time the Prussian commissary, Brugmann, who was sent to Rome on a diplomatic mission from the court of Berlin, received instructions to hold an interview with MÖHLER on his passage through Munich, and attend to him in the name of his sovereign, a prebendal stall in the Cathedral of Cologne, and if he pleased, a professorship at Bonn. The reader will observe that this was the third attempt made by the Prussian government to enlist the professorial services of MÖHLER. What could be the meaning of these repeated endeavors on the part of a hostile government to obtain for one of its universities the greatest theologian of Germany? How do these attempts agree with the well-known policy of a government that by every species of intrigue, machination, encroachment, and crafty tyranny had endeavored to Protestantize its Catholic subjects, and which in some parts of its dominions, like Silesia, had too well succeeded in its endeavors, and at that very moment when it made this proposal to MÖHLER, had torn from his diocese and plunged into prison an illustrious prelate for having courageously unmasked and defeated its designs? To the honor of the Prussian government it must be said that it was its pride and boast to fill its universities with eminent men, and that, hostile as it was to Catholicism, its respect and love for learning exceeded that hostility. Thus, in the very heyday of Hermesianism, it appointed its great antagonist Klee to a theological chair at Bonn, and in its conflict with the Archbishop of Cologne, it artfully pointed to the nomination of this eminent divine, as a proof that it wished to give no exclusive encouragement to any particular school of theology. But at the conjuncture at which we have arrived, the Prussian government had a peculiar inducement to make the proposal whereof I speak. The general discontent that reigned in its Catholic provinces, the ever-growing indignation of Catholic Germany at the treatment they had experienced, and the precarious relations wherein Prussia stood with Belgium and France, neighbors to whom her fatal policy had unbarred her own weakness and disunion. This state of things rendered the redress of public wrongs and the allaying of public irritation in her Catholic dominions a matter of the most imperious necessity. In this posture of affairs, as a professor of theology must needs exercise great influence over the rising members of the priesthood, and in an ecclesiastical question over the lay members also of the university, a sort of political importance now attached to a theological chair at Bonn, and unless the Prussian government were prepared to close the door irrevocably against all justice and conciliation, it could not have selected a man who by his high reputation and zealous attachment to the interests of the Church, as well as by his amiable and conciliatory disposition, was fitter than the subject of this memoir to be the medium of any safe and honorable negotiation. The offer of M. Brugmann, MÖHLER, however, immediately declined. This refusal was dictated not only by the precarious state of his health, as well as by the distracted condition of affairs in the Rhenish province, but also by a feeling of attachment to Bavaria. This feeling his Bavarian Majesty delicately appreciated by conferring on him the knightly order of St. Michael. His health seemed to rally for a while, so as to enable him for a few weeks to resume the delivery of his lectures. But toward the end of January, a violent catarrh ensued, which soon terminated in inflammation of the chest. The following account of his last illness is from the pen of an eye-witness and friend, and the tone of the mournful earnestness wherein it is written must challenge the sympathy of every reader. Quote, "The experience of the late years," says the anonymous biographer, convinced the physicians that the injurious influence of the Munich climate, combined with the arduous duties of the professorial charge, afforded no certain prospect of the preservation of Möller's life, and it was only by changing his abode for some milder climate any chance for his recovery existed. The King of Bavaria, informed of the condition of the illustrious patient, and anxious to preserve a life so valuable to Church and State, nominated Möhler, by a decree dated March 1838, to the just vacant dignity of Dean of Württemberg. Möhler was deeply affected by this mark of his sovereign's delicate attention and forethought, yet his joy was not unalloyed. He had entered with uncommon ardor on the professorial career, for which Heaven had favored him with the highest qualifications, and wherein his efforts had been blessed with the most signal success. The very idea of the abandonment of that character had inspired him with the deepest melancholy. He anticipated something more than a mere change of employment. To a friend who congratulated him on the promotion to his new dignity, he expressed himself in the following remarkable words: quote, "I have often observed in history," said he, "that men who God hath highly favored in life, he often on the eve of their separation from this world invested with the glimmer of some temporal honor. I cannot, without being guilty of great ingratitude, deny that Providence hath loaded me with many favors, but the prognostic, which I here advert to, may now be realized in me also." Unquote. This anticipation, alas, was too soon verified. That very day the fever returned. A week later, suddenly at night, catarrh and the critical symptom of hoarseness ensued. And then, a few days afterward, the physicians observed all the signs of a violent hectic fever. His nights especially were attended with great suffering. On the 7th of April he felt himself again better, and desired that for his entertainment a favourite book of travels should be read to him. This was done not without a fearful presentiment that that wish was to prelude to another and a more distant journey, and so it happened. At the beginning of Holy Week the fever assumed the character of typhus, and the mind of the patient from time to time slightly wandered in delirium. Feeling his end approach, he again, on the 10th of April, prepared by the reception of the sacraments for appearing before his Almighty Judge. The sacraments appeared to exert a beneficial influence on his health, for on the following day he felt much relieved, and hope began to revive in the bosom of his friends. But he no longer looked forward to recovery, and on the same day he made his last testamentary arrangement in regard to his temporal concerns. The following night dispelled all hopes of a change for the better. On the morning of the 12th of April, he felt great oppression at his chest. He became somewhat restless. The ice-heavy cold sweat drops gathered about his brow and temples. The last struggle had come on. His confessor, Dr. Aloysius Buchner, now a prebendary at Passau, never left his side. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, he awoke from a gentle slumber, clasped both hands to his head, and exclaimed, quote, "Ah, now I have seen it, now I know it, now I would like to write a book. This must be written down, but now it is gone." Unquote. He then laid himself calmly down. A look of serene and winning love passed again over his countenance, as if the soul were evidently making an effort gently to sever the last bonds of life. He then gasped violently 3 times, and the soul, bursting her fetters, sprang upwards to her God. The sad event took place on Maundy Thursday, the 12th of April, 1838, at 2:30 o'clock in the afternoon. His remains were interred on Holy Saturday, the 14th day of April, and his death was mourned by his king, deeply bewailed by his friends, and regretted by all. Unquote. Thus died this celebrated man in the midst of his career, at a crisis so eventful for religion, and at a moment when he could be so ill spared by the Church and by his country. His career, though brief, had been eminently useful as well as brilliant, and his life, though not full of years, had been replete with good works. he might, at the close of his course, examine with the great apostle, quote, bonum sortamen, sortavi, cursum consumavi, fidem servavi, reposita mihi corona justite. Unquote. Quote, happy, saith the Scripture, are they who die in the Lord. Unquote. And happy, thrice happy, we may add, are they who die before the enemy hath snatched from their hands the fruit of their morning's toil. And when we are tempted to lament the untimely end of this great luminary of the Church, we should assuage our sorrows with the reflection how infinitely more enviable was his fate than that of his celebrated contemporary, the once great Gamiel in the Church of France. For whereas death, we may confidently hope, brought to one the garland of eternal life, existence hath cast over the other the blight and desolation of death. In abandoning the glorious mansions of the Church for those bleak and desolate regions where the grisly phantoms of erring fancy dwell, that unhappy spirit hath abandoned, too, the sweet recollections of early days, and the sacred ties of friendship, and the merit and the glory of all his victories over heresy and unbelief, and the inestimable peace of the soul. In a word, all the earthly charms and all the heavenly hopes that cheer and sustain existence, and solace and sweeten death. And as a great writer once said, that the fall of the rebel archangel cast a sadness over all creation, whereof the traces are even now perceptible, so the fall of this mighty spirit hath saddened the Church the morning of her reviving hope and joy. Müller's countenance, deportment, and manner were perfectly indicative of his moral and intellectual qualities. The perfect harmony or equilibrium of his mental powers was expressed in the serenity of his countenance, in the modulations of a most pleasing voice, and in the dignity of his carriage. The same exquisite sense of justice, the same aversion from all exaggeration which characterized his writings, were perceptible in his conversation. Yet though endowed with this natural benignity of temper, which, in him, was exalted and sanctified by motives of Christian charity, he was not slow to the perception of defects of character, and whenever the meaner passions crossed his path, his instinctive abhorrence would find vent in the sallies of a subdued yet pungent satire. His personal appearance has thus been described by one of his biographers, quote, tall in stature, he was of a slight and delicate frame. His outward bearing was most decorous and dignified. His features were delicate, regular, and prepossessing. In his large, dark eye beamed a gentle fire, which shed over a pallid countenance an indescribable charm. His voice, like his bodily frame, was weak and slender, yet harmonious. His pronunciation was pure, without the alloy of any peculiar dialect, was ever most agreeably prepossessed with his general appearance. Unquote. During the first year of his professorship, and before he had quite thrown off some of the lax opinions already adverted to, he was not so assiduous in prayer, nor so diligent in the celebration of the Holy Sacrifice, as might be desired. Then, too, exclusively occupied with science, he did not seek out with sufficient ardor that heavenly wisdom without which all human learning, like the grass of the field without the refreshing dew, will soon become arid and unprofitable. A friend concluded at that time all his letters to him with an earnest exhortation to the habit of frequent prayer. These exhortations, as well as the diligent perusal of the writings of the Holy Fathers, which are no less powerful in cherishing the feelings of piety than in confirming and enlivening faith, wrought under the divine blessing the happiest change in Müller's devotional exercises, for in subsequent years he never let a day pass without celebrating the Holy Sacrifice, and with a tenderness of devotion that excited universal edification. With the laborious duties of the professorial office, he combined, to some extent, the functions of the sacred ministry, and to many of the academic youth he acted as spiritual director. Not content with personally discharging the obligations of his sacred calling with the strictest fidelity and an irreproachable purity of conduct, he strove by example and conversation as well as by his writings and his lectures, to stem the tide of corruption that had burst into the Swabian Church, and was, it is confidently asserted, the means of guarding many a young clergyman against the evil counsels and evil practices of the anti-celibate party. His zeal for the glory of God and the interests of his Church, while it was the animating and sustaining principle of all his intellectual exertions, often communicated itself with electrical effect to his youthful auditors. Yet that zeal, which consumed him for the house of his Lord, was exceeded, if possible, by a spirit of mildness, modesty, and humility, qualities which, while they endeared him to heaven, made him, too, the favorite with men. Adorned with all the sacerdotal virtues, he possessed at the same time a winning amiability of manner, that caused his society to be courted by men of various ranks and professions, and even of the most opposite religious and political principles. Protestants as well as Catholics, laymen as well as churchmen, consulted him personally or by letter on every variety of subject, religious, political, literary, or domestic. And had his life been prolonged, he would probably have become one of the most influential men in Germany. Having thus briefly described the moral character of this remarkable man, it remains for me to sum up his intellectual qualities. He was distinguished for an uncommon clearness, precision, and vigor of ratiocination that shows how well he had profited by the example of those Attic masters to whom his youth had been so sedulously devoted. His plan is to let his adversary bring forward his strongest arguments, and dispose them in the most advantageous order. Then, without stopping to refute him in detail, he wrings from him some reluctant concession, or forces him unconsciously into some false position, whereby he is enabled, at a single stroke, to shake or overthrow the whole system of his antagonist's reasoning. In depth of reflection and comprehensive grasp of generalization, he equals Friedrich Schlegel, and if inferior to him in the fervor of a poetic imagination, he yet possesses, partly from nature, partly from the severer training of theological discipline, a superior force and precision of reasoning. Like the great writer to whom I have compared him, MÖHLER was eminently endowed with the faculty called by critics diathesis, the faculty of seizing on the main points of his subject, divesting it of its subordinate or accessory parts, and in a few bold strokes tracing a perfect outline. The learning of MÖHLER was most profound and various. Though he died at the premature age of 43, he yet had mastered every branch of theological science, and in patristic literature and the writings of the schoolmen, as also in the works of the Reformers and the later Protestant divines of various sects, he was preeminently versed. His acquaintance with profane history and modern literature was most extensive, and his acquirements in classical philology were so great as to call forth the astonishment and admiration of the most learned professors in that faculty. His style reflects the calm, equable dignity of his soul, clear, flowing, and stately. If it seldom rises to eloquence, it never sinks into dryness or loses itself in obscurity. Yet all these high intellectual endowments were rendered still more effective because, as was above said, they were tempered, chastened, exalted, and sanctified by an amiable modesty, a deep, unaffected humility, a glowing zeal, and a piety serenely bright, that, like a light within a beautiful vase, brought out all those mental ornaments into bolder relief. In a communication which Dr. Reichmayer has had the kindness to make to me, he writes as follows: quote, "Brief as was the period of MÖHLER's labors in Munich, yet it is difficult to describe the good he wrought, and the seed for still greater good which he sowed. Powerful as his influence over southern Germany had become, great as was his authority, honored as was his name, and mighty as was the impulse he had given to the public mind, he was yet far from entertaining the thought of wishing to form a school, in so far as we thereby understand a certain peculiar theological system, whether its nature consist in a special theoretical method, or in the adoption and more precise development of certain opinions. His faith was of a much too positive kind. He was too removed from all hollow speculation, and his whole intellectual cultivation was too strongly historical, and he was withal too modest, to wish to bring his own person thus prominently forward, or to stamp upon other minds the impress of his own individual conceptions. If anything can be said to characterize or distinguish in any degree his auditors and admirers, it is a certain idealism in the treatment of science, an enthusiasm for the institutes and interests of the Church, abhorrence of all sectarianism, and a closer attachment to the Mother Church of Rome." Unquote. The new school of German Catholic divines is characterized by the union of great patristic learning and high philosophic speculation, by severe orthodoxy and warm attachment to the Church, coupled with a singular spirit of conciliation and tenderness in the treatment of controversy towards the erring brethren. This spirit is of course modified according to the peculiar temper and genius of different individuals, but such is the general characteristic of the new school. The more celebrated theological contemporaries of MÖHLER were Klee, Döllinger, Gray, Hirscher, and Wieth, and among his scholars, Studemeyer, Roon, Hefele, and Riethmeyer have attained to great eminence. Klee has treated every branch of theology. His works are characterized by vast erudition, great metaphysical depth, and a consummate power of dialect. This very acute thinker and eminently learned man will ever exercise the greatest influence in the school. But as he was deficient in grace of style and power of imagination, his influence will be less perceptible in the great republic of letters. Döllinger, whose excellent church history is known to the English reader from Dr. Cox's elegant translation, combines extraordinary learning in theology and canon law, with great historical research, critical acumen, and clearness of method and style. Drey has proved himself a very learned and philosophic apologist for Christianity. Of Hirscher I can speak with less confidence, as I possess but little acquaintance with his writings. He cultivates chiefly moral theology, and unites, it is said, uncommon unction of feeling to originality of thought and extent of learning. Some prejudices, however, which he has still retained, tend somewhat to impair the influence his genius and piety would otherwise command. Wieth has distinguished himself more particularly in pastoral theology, and combines in an eminent degree elegance, deep thought, and high asceticism. Roon is distinguished for great depth of philosophic speculation, and Staudenmayer displays great fertility of ideas and amenity of feeling. Hefele and Riethmeyer, both as scholars and thinkers, bid fair to tread in the footsteps of their illustrious master. The number and excellence, too, of the theological periodicals and smaller essays and treatises, as well as the more extended works that now appear in Catholic Germany, evince the vigor and productiveness of her religious genius. Divine Providence, when he suffered the German Church to be despoiled of her temporal riches and political greatness, repaid her with all the abundance of moral and intellectual wealth. End of section 8. Section 9 of Volume 1 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, Part 1. Nature, Extent, and Sources of Symbolism. By symbolism we understand the scientific exposition of the doctrinal differences among the various religious parties opposed to each other, in consequence of the ecclesiastical revolution of the 16th century. As these doctrinal differences are evidenced by the public confessions or symbolical books of those parties. From this definition, it follows: first, that symbolism has directly and immediately neither a polemical nor an apologetic aim.
It has only to give a statement, to furnish a solid and impartial account of the differences which divide the above-mentioned Christian communities. This exposition, doubtless, will indirectly assume partly a defensive, partly an offensive character. For the personal conviction of the writer will involuntarily appear, and be heard sometimes in the tone of adhesion and commendation, sometimes in the tone of reproof and contradiction. Still, the mere explanatory and narrative character of symbolism is thereby as little impaired as that of the historical relation, in which the historian conceals not his own personal opinion respecting the personages brought forward and the facts recounted. The claims of a deeper science, especially, cannot be satisfied unless the exposition occasionally assume, in part a polemical, in part an apologetical character. A bare narrative of facts, even when accompanied with the most impartial and most solid historical research, will not suffice. Nay, the individual propositions of a system of doctrine must be set forth in their mutual concatenation and their organic connection. Here it will be necessary to decompose a dogma into the elements out of which it has been formed, and to reduce it to the ultimate principles whereby its author had been determined. There, it will be expedient to trace the manifold changes which have occurred in the dogma. But at all times must the parts of the system be viewed in their relation to the whole, and be referred to the fundamental and all-pervading idea. During this analytical process, without which a true, profound, and vivid apprehension of the essential nature of the different confessions is absolutely impossible, the relation of these to the Gospel and to Christian reason must necessarily be brought out, and the conformity of the one, and the opposition of the other, to universally acknowledged truths, must follow as a matter of course. In this way, indeed, symbolism becomes the most cogent apology, or elusive refutation, without designing to be, in itself, either the one or the other. Secondly, in the definition we have given, the limits and extent of our course of symbolism have been expressed. For, as they are only those ecclesiastical differences that sprang out of the convulsions of the 16th century that form the subject of our investigations, so all those religious communities that have arisen out of the earlier exclusion or voluntary secession from the Church, even though they may have protracted their existence down to our times, will necessarily be excluded from the range of our inquiries. Hence, the course of doctrinal disputes in the Oriental Church will not engage our attention. The religious ferment of the 16th century and the ecclesiastical controversies which it produced are of a totally different nature from the contest which divides the Western and Eastern churches. The controversy, agitated in the West, regards exclusively Christian anthropology, for it will be shown that whatever other things may be connected with this, they are all mere necessary deductions from the answer given to the anthropological question mooted by the Reformers. The controversy, on the other hand, agitated in the East, has reference to Christology, for it would be strange indeed if the Orthodox Greek Church, whose dispute with the Catholic regards no doctrine of faith, were alone to claim attention, while the Nestorians and the Monophysites, who are separated from Catholics, Orthodox Greeks, and Protestants by real doctrinal differences, were to be excluded from the inquiry. But the special objects of our undertaking neither occasion nor justify so extended a discussion. An account of these doctrinal differences has, moreover, appeared to us uncalled for, since even the most abridged ecclesiastical history furnishes, respecting all these phenomena, more information than is requisite for practical purposes. In fact, no present interest conducts us to the Oriental Church and its various subdivisions, for although the ancient disagreement of these communities with the Catholic and Protestant churches still continues, it is, at present, without real and vital influence. On the other hand, the doctrinal peculiarities of the Lutheran and Reformed churches, in opposition to the Catholic Church, as well as to each other, must be set forth with the utmost precision, and in every possible bearing, as must also be the position of the Catholic Church against the negations of the two former. It might, indeed, appear proper to presuppose a general acquaintance with the Catholic dogmas as asserted and maintained against the Reformers, in the same way as Planck, in his comparative view of the Churches, has presupposed the knowledge of the Lutheran system of doctrine. But, as the tenets of Protestants have sprung only out of opposition to the Catholic doctrine, they can be understood only in this opposition, and therefore the Catholic thesis must be paralleled with the Protestant antithesis in all its bearings, if the latter would be duly appreciated. On the other hand, the Catholic doctrine will then only appear in its true light when confronted with the Protestant. The present comparative view of the differences between the Christian confessions is, besides, as indicated in the preface, destined for Protestant readers also, but that these on an average possess more than a superficial acquaintance with Catholic doctrine, we cannot here reasonably suppose. The various sects which have grown out of the Protestant Church, like the Anabaptists or the Mennonites, the Quakers, Methodists, and Swedenborgians, could the less pass unnoticed by us, as they only further develop the original Protestantism, and have in part alone consistently carried out its principles, and pushed them to the farthest length. Hence, although all these sects did not spring up in the 16th century, we still regard them, as in their inward purport, belonging to that age. The Socinians and Arminians, also, will claim our attention. These appear, indeed, as the opposite extreme to primitive Protestantism. For while the latter sprang out of a strong but one-sided excitement of feelings, the former, as in the case of the Socinians, either originated in a one-sided direction of the understanding, or, as in the case of the Arminians, terminated in such a course, completely rejecting the fundamental doctrines of the Reformation, so that in them one extreme was replaced by the other, while Catholicism holds the just medium between the two. Whether, moreover, the Socinians are to be numbered among Protestant sects is a matter of dispute among the Protestants themselves. It is, however, really unquestionable that Socinianism ought not to be looked upon as an appendage to orthodox Protestantism, as was strongly pointed out by us when we just now called the Socinian conception of Christianity the precise opposite to the old Protestant view. But, as the Protestants have not yet succeeded in dismissing the rationalists from their community, to use the language of Mr. Johann, we do not see why they should now, at least, refuse admittance to the Socinians. Nay, everyone who abandons the Catholic Church, who only ceases to be a Catholic, whatever in other respects may be the doctrines which he believes or refuses to believe, though his creed may stand ever so low beneath that of the Socinians, is sure to find the portals of the Protestant Church thrown open to him with joy. It would, therefore, not be praiseworthy on our parts, if in the name of Protestants we were to exercise an act of intolerance and deny to the Socinians the gratification of seeing, in one writing at least, the object of their ancient desire attained. On the other hand, the doctrines of the rationalists cannot be a matter of investigation here, because they form no separate ecclesiastical community, and we should have to set forth only the views of 1,000 different individuals, not the tenets of a church or sect. They have no symbol, and therefore can claim no place in our symbolism. Rohr has, indeed, put forth such a one, and Breschneider has passed on it no unfavorable judgment, but that it has been in any place adopted by any one community, we have not learned. Still less could any notice be taken of the St. Simonians, for they are not even to be numbered among the Christian sects. In order that a religious party may be deemed worthy of that place of honor, it is at least requisite that it should revere Christ, as him through whom mankind have attained to their highest degree of religious culture, so that all which, from him downwards, has been thought or felt in a religious spirit, should be regarded only as the further expansion of what, in germ at least, he had imparted to his followers. Hence, the Carpocratians are by no means to be included in the class of Christian sects, because they placed Christ merely on the level with Orpheus, Pythagoras, Socrates, and Plato.
The same honor must be refused to the Mohammedans also, because they exalt the Arabian prophet above Christ, although the latter they still revere as a divine envoy. The same now holds good of the Saint Simonians. According to them, Christianity, like heathenism, comprises only a one-sided conception of the religious idea. It is indeed, according to their principles, a necessary point of transition, but still only a point of transition, to attain to what they please to term absolute religion, in which every preceding form, as a mere transitory phase, is abolished. As they have thus exalted themselves above Christianity, they have thereby absolutely excluded themselves from her pale. Thirdly, the definition we have given establishes the limits within which the characterization of the different ecclesiastical communities that fall within the compass of the present work must be confined. Treating only of doctrinal differences, it is the object of the present work solely to unfold the distinctive articles of belief, and to exclude all liturgical and disciplinary matters, and, in general, all the non-essential ecclesiastical and political points of difference. Although, even thus, the peculiarities of the communities to be described must find a general explanation in our symbolism. In this respect, symbolism is distinguished from the science of comparative liturgy, ecclesiastical statistics, etc. It is only in a few cases that an exception from this principle has appeared admissible. Fourthly, and lastly, the sources are here pointed out from which symbolism must draw. It is evident that the public confessions or symbols of the ecclesiastical communities in question must, above all, be attended to, and hence hath the science itself derived its name. Other sources, meanwhile, which offer any desirable explanations, or more accurate decisions in reference to the matters in hand, must not be neglected. The liturgies, prayers, and hymns, also, which are publicly used, and are recognized by authority, symbolism may accordingly appeal, for in these the public faith is expressed. In appealing to hymns, however, great prudence is necessary, as in these the feelings and the imagination exert a too exclusive sway, and speak a peculiar language, which has nothing in common with dogmatic precision. Hence, even from the Lutheran Church songs, although they comprise much very serviceable to our purpose, and some peculiar Protestant doctrines are very accurately expressed in them, as also from Catholic lays, hymns, and the like, we have refrained from adducing any proofs. That even those writings of the Reformers, which have not obtained the character of public confessions, are of great importance to our inquiries into symbolism, must be perfectly clear. Reference must be especially made to these, when the internal signification and the worth of Protestant dogmas is to be apprehended. In the same way, Catholic theologians of acknowledged orthodoxy, and above all, the history of the Council of Trent, offer many satisfactory and fuller elucidations of peculiar decisions in the Catholic formularies. Yet the individual opinion of one or more teachers belonging to any confession must not be confounded with the doctrine of the confession itself, a principle which must be extended even to the Reformers, so that opinions which may be found in their writings, but have not received any express public sanction, must not be noted down as general Protestant tenets. Between the use, however, of Catholic writers and of the Reformers, for the purpose of proof and illustration in this symbolism, a very observable difference exists. The importance of the matter will render deeper insight into this difference necessary. The relation, namely, wherein the Reformers stand to the religious belief of their followers, is of a very peculiar nature, and totally different from that of Catholic teachers, the Catholic doctrine. Luther, Zwingli, and Calvin are the creators of those religious opinions prevalent among their disciples, while no Catholic dogma can be referred to any theologian as its author. As in Luther, the circle of doctrines which constitute the peculiar moral life of the Protestant communities was produced with the most independent originality, as all who stand to him in a spiritual relation, like children to their parents,
and on that account bear his name, draw from him their moral nurture, and live on his fulness. So it is from him we must derive the most vivid, profound, and certain knowledge of his doctrines. The peculiar emotion of his spirit, out of which his system gradually arose, or which accompanied its rise, the higher views, wherein often, though only in passing, he embraced all its details, as well as traced the living germ out of which the whole had by degrees grown up. The rational construction of his doctrine by the exhibition of his feelings, all this is of high significancy to one who will obtain a genuine scientific apprehension of Protestantism as a doctrinal system, and who will master its leading fundamental principle. The Protestant articles of faith are so livingly interwoven with the nature of their original production in the mind of Luther, and with the whole succession of views which filled his soul, that it is utterly impossible to sever them. The dogma is equally subjective with the causes which cooperated in its production, and has no other stay nor value than what they afford. Doubtless, as we have said before, we shall never ascribe to the Protestant party, as such, what has not been received into their symbolical writings. But although we must never abandon this principle, yet we cannot confine ourselves to it, for this religious party was generally satisfied with the results of that process of intellectual generation whereby its doctrines had been produced, and separating by degrees those results from their living and deepest root, it rendered them thereby, for the most part, unintelligible to science, as the bulk of mankind are almost always contented with broken, unsubstantial, and airy theories. But it is for science to restore the connection between cause and effect, between the basis and the superstructure of the edifice, and to discharge this task the writings of Luther, and in a relative degree of the other reformers, are to be sedulously consulted. It is otherwise with individual Catholic theologians. As they found the dogmas on which they enlarge, which they explain or illustrate, already pre-existing, we must in their labors accurately discriminate between their special and peculiar opinions, and the common doctrines declared by the Church and received from Christ and the Apostles. As these doctrines existed prior to those opinions, so they can exist after them, and can therefore be scientifically treated without them, and quite independently of them. This distinction between individual opinion and common doctrines presupposes a very strongly constituted community, based at once on history, on life, on tradition, and is only possible in the Catholic Church. But as it is possible, so also it is necessary, for unity, in its essence, is not identity. In science as in life, such scope is to be afforded to the free expansion of individual exertion, as is compatible with the common weal. That is to say, so far as it is not in opposition to it, nor threatens it with danger and destruction. According to these principles the Catholic Church ever acted, and by that standard we may estimate not only the oft-repeated charge that amid all their vaunt of unity, Catholics ever had divisions and various disputes among themselves, but also the Protestant habit of ascribing to the whole Church the opinions of one or more individuals. Thus, for instance, it would argue a very defective insight into the nature of Catholicism, if anyone were to give out as the doctrine of the Church Augustine's and Anselm's exposition of original sin, or the theory of the latter respecting the vicarious atonement of Christ, or Anthony Gunter's speculative inquiries on those dogmas. These are all very laudable and acute endeavors to apprehend, as a conception of reason, the revealed doctrine which alone is binding upon all. But it is clear that it would be gross ignorance to confound them with the teaching of the Church itself. For a time, even a conception of dogma or an opinion may be tolerably general, without, however, becoming an integral portion of a dogma, or a dogma itself. There are here eternally changing individual forms of a universal principle, which may serve this or that person, or a particular period for mastering that universal principle by way of reflection and speculation, forms which may possess more or less of truth, but whereon the Church pronounces no judgment, for the data for such a decision are wanting in tradition, and she abandons them entirely to the award of theological criticism. For what has been said, it follows that such a distinction as we speak of between dogma and opinion must be extremely difficult for Protestants, as their whole original system is only an individuality exalted into a generality, as the way in which the Reformers conceived certain dogmas and personally thought and lived in them perfectly coincided, in their opinion, with those dogmas themselves. So their followers have inherited of them an irresistible propensity everywhere to identify the two things. In Luther, it was the inordinate pretension of an individuality which wished to constitute itself the arbitrary centre round which all should gather, an individuality which exhibited itself as the universal man, in whom everyone was to be reflected. In short, it was the formal usurpation of the place of Christ, who undoubtedly, as individual, represents also redeemed humanity, a prerogative which is absolutely proper to him, and, after him, to the universal Church, as supported by him. In modern times, when the other opposite extreme to the original Reformation has in many tendencies found favour with the Protestants, not only are all the conceivable individualities and peculiarities which can attach themselves to dogma willingly tolerated, but even all the peculiar Christian dogmas are considered only as doctrines which we must tolerate and leave to individuals who may need them for their own personal wants. So that, if Luther raised his own individuality to the dignity of a generality, the generality is now debased into a mere individuality, and thus the true relation of the one to the other can never be established. In the consistent progress of things, everyone considered himself in a wider circle the representative of humanity, redeemed from error at least, as a sort of microcosmic Christ. But, in order that this phenomenon might not appear too strange, for it is no easy matter to reconcile one Christ with the other, an expedient of compromise was discovered, by leaving to each one his own, that is to say, by permitting him to be his own Redeemer, and to represent himself, as also to consider the extreme points wherein all individuals concur as representing redeemed humanity. The common property of Protestants would only now consist of some abstract formulas, which must be acceptable to very many non-Christians. As everyone wished to pass for a Christ, the true Christian, the real scandal to the world, necessarily vanished, for as each one redeemed himself, there was no longer a common Redeemer. To this we may add the following circumstances, whereby was formed that peculiar kind of individuality which the Protestants would fain confound with the universal principles of the Catholic Church. Protestantism arose partly out of the opposition to much that was undeniably bad and defective in the Church, and therein consists the good it has achieved, although this was by no means peculiar to it, since hostility to evil, upon Church principles, existed before it, and has never ceased to exist beside it. Protestantism, too, sprang partly out of the struggle against peculiar scientific expositions of doctrine, and against certain institutions in ecclesiastical life, which we may comprehend under the expression of a medieval individuality. But a change in this respect was the object of many zealous churchmen since the latter half of the 14th century. As the contest grew in vehemence, it came to pass, as passion views everything in a perverse light, that matters took such a shape in the eyes of the Reformers, as if the whole pre-existing Church consisted of those elements of evil and of those individual peculiarities, as if both constituted the essence of the Church. This opinion having now been formed, the two things were further set forth in the strongest colours of exaggeration, for in this course of proceeding there was a manifest advantage, since, with such weapons the Catholic Church was most easily combated. Accordingly, among the Reformers we very frequently find, if we accept some rare but gratifying avowals in Luther's writings, not only the necessary distinction between the dogmas of the Church and the individual views or conceptions of particular writers and periods of time entirely overlooked, but the latter so pointedly brought forward that the former not seldom sink totally into the background. The nature of the origin of any institution determines in general its duration, If, accordingly, Protestants would enter into the distinction in question, if in their estimate at Catholicism they would look only to what was universally received, what was laid down in her public formularies, and leave all the rest to history, then, as their first rise would have been impossible, their separate existence even now would be essentially endangered. The complaint here adverted to, complaint which has so often been made by Catholics, appears, therefore, to be so intimately interwoven with their whole opposition against Protestantism that it is only by the cessation of that opposition the complaint will ever be set aside. Though from this it will be evident that, in the course of our symbolical inquiries, a use is to be made of the works of the Reformers, which cannot be made of those of any Catholic writer, we must nevertheless now draw attention to some peculiar difficulties attending the use of Luther's and Melanchthon's writings. Luther is very variable in his assertions. He too often brings forward the very reverse of his own declarations, and is, in a surprising degree, the sport of momentary impressions and transient moods of mind. He delights in exaggerations also, willingly runs into extremes, and likes what are called energetic expressions, in which oftentimes, when taken by themselves, his true meaning is certainly not easy to be discovered. The most advisable course under these circumstances is, by a careful study of his writings, to learn the key note which pervades the whole. Individual passages can in no case be considered as decisive in themselves, and a sort of average estimate, therefore, naturally commends itself to our adoption. With Melanchthon we have fewer difficulties to encounter. He indeed is involved in contradictions of greater moment than Luther, but, for that very reason, he lightens for us the task of separating, in his works, the genuine Protestant elements from their opposites. In this respect, his reforming career may be accurately divided into two distinct parts. In the first, being yet a young man, little familiar with theological studies, and versed only in classical literature, he was by degrees so subjugated in religious matters by the personal influence of Luther as to embrace without any qualification his way of thinking, and it was in this period that the first edition of his most celebrated work, the Loci Theologicae, appeared. When his ripening talents, his more extended theological learning, and a more enlarged experience of life had pointed out to him the abyss before which he had been conducted, he receded by degrees, but yet he was never able to attain to a certain independence of mind, for in the flower of his years he had given himself up to foreign influences that confined and deadened his spirit. He now, on one side, vacillated without a compass between Catholicism and Lutheranism, on another side between Lutheran and Calvinistic opinions. Hence, we have felt no difficulty in making use only of his above-mentioned work in the edition described, and in opposition to those who may be of another opinion, we appeal to the controversies that have been agitated among the Lutherans respecting the Corpus Philippicum, and to the final settlement of the question. In respect to Zwingli and Calvin, there are no such difficulties, as the former, for the most part, has only a historical importance, and the latter is ever uniform with himself.
End of section 9. Section 10 of Volume 1 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Introduction, Part 2. Symbolical Writings of Catholics and Protestants. Subsection 1. The Catholic Formularies. Before we proceed to the treatment of our subject, we must inquire into the public confessions of Catholics as well as of Protestants. It is a matter of course that those formularies only are here understood, wherein the peculiar and opposite doctrines of the two confessions are set forth, and not by any means those wherein the elder class of Protestants, in accordance with Catholics, have expressed a common belief. The Apostolic, Nicene, and Athanasian creeds, and in general all the doctrinal decrees which the first four general councils have laid down in respect to the Trinity and to the person of Christ, those Protestants who are faithful to their Church
recognized in common with the Catholics, and on this point the Lutherans, at the commencement of the Augsburg Confession, as well as in the Smalcald Articles, solemnly declared their belief. Not less explicit and public were their declarations of the Reform. These formularies constitute the common property of the separate churches, a precious dowry which the overwise daughters carried away with them from the maternal house to their new settlements. They cannot accordingly be matter of discussion here, where we have only to speak of the disputes which occasioned the separation, but not of those remaining bonds of union, to which the severed yet cling. We shall first speak of those writings wherein, at the springing up of dissensions, the Catholic Church declared her primitive domestic laws. 1. The Council of Trent. Soon after the commencement of the controversies of which Luther was the author, but whereof the cause lay hidden in the whole spirit of that age, the desire from many quarters was expressed, and by the Emperor Charles V warmly represented to the Papal Court, that a General Council should undertake the settlement of these disputes. But the very complicated nature of the matter themselves, as well as numerous obstacles of a peculiar kind, which have seldom been impartially appreciated, did not permit the opening of the Council earlier than the year 1545, under Pope Paul III. After several long interruptions, one which lasted 10 years, the Council, in the year 1563, under the pontificate of Pius IV, was, on the close of the 25th session, happily concluded. The decrees regard dogma and discipline. Those regarding the former are set forth, partly in the form of treaties, separately entitled Decretum or Doctrina, partly in the form of short positions called Canones. The former describe, sometimes very circumstantially, the Catholic doctrine; the latter declare in terse and pithy terms against the prevailing errors in doctrine. The disciplinary ordinances, with the title of Decretum de Reformatione, will but rarely engage our attention. The second writing, which we must here name, is the Tridentan or Roman Catechism, with the title Catechismus Romanus ex Decreto Concilii Tridentini. The Fathers of the Church assembled at Trent felt themselves the want of a good catechism for general use, although very serviceable works of that kind were then not altogether wanting. These, even during the celebration of the Council, increased to a great quantity. None, however, gave perfect satisfaction, and it was resolved that one should be composed and published by the Council itself. In fact, the Council examined the outline of one prepared by a committee, but this, for want of practical utility and general intelligibleness, it was compelled to reject. At length, when the august assembly was on the point of being dissolved, it saw the necessity of renouncing the publication of a catechism, and of concurring in the proposal of the papal legates, to leave to the Holy See the preparation of such a work. The Holy Father selected for this important task 3 distinguished theologians, namely, Leonardo Marino, Archbishop of Lanciano; Egidio Foscarari, Bishop of Modena; and Francisco Fuero, a Portuguese Dominican. They were assisted by 3 cardinals and the celebrated philologist Paulus Minutius, who was to give the last finish to the Latin diction and style of the work. It appeared in the year 1566 under Pope Pius IV, and as a proof of its excellence, the various provinces of the Church, some even by numerous synodal decrees, hastened publicly to introduce it. This favourable reception, in fact, it fully deserved, from the pure evangelical spirit which was found to pervade it, from the unction and clearness with which it was written, and from the happy exclusion of scholastic opinions, and avoidance of scholastic forms, which was generally desired. It was, nevertheless, designed merely as a manual for pastors in the ministry, and not to be a substitute for children's catechisms, although the originally continuous form of its exposition was afterwards broken up into questions and answers. But now it may be asked whether it possessed really a symbolical authority and symbolical character. This question cannot be answered precisely in the affirmative, for, in the first place, it was neither published nor sanctioned, but only occasioned by the Council of Trent. Secondly, according to the destination prescribed by the Council of Trent, it was not, like regular formularies, to be made to oppose any theological error, but only to apply to practical use the symbol of faith already put forth. Hence, it answers other wants, and is accordingly constructed in a manner far different from public confessions of faith. This work also does not confine itself to those points of belief merely which, in opposition to the Protestant communities, the Catholic Church holds, but it embraces all the doctrines of the Gospel, and hence it might be named, if the usage of speech and the peculiar objects of all formularies were compatible with such a denomination, a confession of the Christian Church in opposition to all non-Christian creeds. If for the reason first stated the Roman Catechism be devoid of a formal universal sanction of the Church, so it wants, for the second reason assigned, all the internal qualities and the special aim which formularies are wont to have. In the third place, it is worthy of notice that on one occasion, in the controversy touching the relation of grace to freedom, the Jesuits asserted before the supreme authorities of the Church that the Catechism possessed not a symbolical character, and no declaration in contradiction to their opinion was pronounced. But if we refuse to the Roman Catechism the character of a public confession, we by no means deny it a great authority, which, even from the very circumstance that it was composed, by order of the Council of Trent, undoubtedly belongs to it. In the next place, as we have said, it enjoys a very general approbation from the teaching Church, and can especially exhibit the many recommendations which on various occasions the Sovereign Pontiffs have bestowed on it. We shall accordingly often refer to it, and use it as a very important voucher for Catholic doctrine, particularly where the declarations of the Council of Trent are not sufficiently ample and detailed. 3. The Professio Fide Tridentina stands in a similar relation. 4. Shortly after the times of the Council of Trent, and in part during its celebration, there arose within the Catholic Church doctrinal controversies, referring mostly to the relation between grace and freedom, and to subjects of a kindred nature, and hence, even for our purposes, they are not without importance. For the settlement of the dispute, the Apostolic See saw itself forced to issue several constitutions, wherein it was obliged to enter into the examination of the matter and debate. To these constitutions belong especially the bulls, published by Innocent X against the 5 propositions of Jansenius, and the bull Unigenitus by Clement XI. We may undoubtedly say of these constitutions that they possess no symbolical character, for they only note certain propositions as erroneous, and do not set forth the doctrine opposed to the error, but suppose it to be already known. But a formulary of faith must not merely reject error, it must state doctrine. As the aforesaid bulls, however, rigidly adhere to the decisions of Trent, and are composed quite in their spirit, as they, moreover, have reference to many important questions, and settle, though only in a negative way, these questions in the sense of the above-named decrees, we shall occasionally recur to them, and illustrate by their aid many a Catholic dogma. It is evident from what has been said that the Catholic Church, in fact, has, in the matters in question, but one writing of a symbolical authority. All that, in any respect, may bear such a title is only a deduction from this formulary, or a nearer definition, illustration, or application of its contents, or is in part only regulated by it, or in any case obtains a value only by agreement with it, and hence cannot, in point of dignity, bear a comparison with the original itself.
Subsection 2. The Lutheran Formularies.
The first symbolical book of the Lutherans is the Augsburg Confession. It owes its rise to the following circumstances. The schism in the Church, which had proceeded from Wittenberg, had already engaged the attention of several diets, but the decrees, framed against it at Worms in the year 1521, appeared impracticable at Spires in the year 1526, and 3 years later, led to a very critical dissension in the Assembly of Princes which, in March of 1529, was again convoked at the last mentioned place. Those states of the Empire which had protested against the demand to give no further extension to Luther's Reformation, and had expressed a decided repugnance to tolerate, as the Catholic party proposed, those Catholic peculiarities of doctrine and practice yet subsisting in their dominion, now formed close leagues with each other, and 19 articles, framed at Schwabach, composed the doctrinal basis of the association, without the recognition whereof no one could become a member. At Torgau, the above-mentioned articles were confirmed. Out of these elements was formed the Augsburg Confession. Charles V summoned a diet to be held at Augsburg in the year 1530, which, after an impartial and earnest examination of the doctrines of either party, was to secure peace to the Church and the Empire. This laudable object was in no other way to be obtained than by letting the Protestant states set forth their doctrinal views, and allege that they found offensive in the rights and discipline of the Church as hitherto practiced. Melanchthon received a commission to state in a brief essay, afterwards called the Augsburg Confession, the opinions of his party, for Luther was generally deemed unfit for the office of pacification. Although the author of this confession had altered in many respects the articles of Schwabach and Torgau, and, on the whole, had very much softened down and really improved the assertions of Luther, yet much was still wanting to make it acceptable to Catholics. Hence, a refutation of the Protestant confession that had been read out was composed, and in like manner delivered before the Assembly of the Princes. But this also failing to carry conviction to the minds of the Lutheran states, Melanchthon wrote an apology for his confession, which, although no public use could be made of it at the Diet, was yet subsequently honored as the second symbolical writing of the Lutherans. The object of the Emperor to restore peace and concord in Germany was not attained, although special conferences between the most pacific and moderate theologians of the two parties were still instituted at Augsburg. On several articles, indeed, they came to an understanding, but as the conciliation had been forced by circumstances, it remained merely outward and apparent. All hope, meanwhile, had long been fixed on a general council, and such a one was now convoked for Mantua by Pope Paul III. Even the Protestant states received an invitation to attend it, and in the year 1537 Smalcald was selected by them, in order, among other things, to confer with each other and with the imperial and papal deputies, Held and Vorstius. Luther had previously been charged with drawing up the propositions which were to express the Protestant sentiments, form the basis of some subsequent reunion, and note down the points which might perhaps be conceded to the Catholics. At Smalcald, these propositions received the sanction of the Protestant princes, as well as of several theologians summoned for advice. These propositions were, indeed, never employed for the purpose designed, for, from a concurrence of obstacles occasioned by the circumstances of the time, the council was not assembled. The Lutherans, however, had thus another opportunity of expressing their opinion in regard to the Catholic Church, and under the name of the Smalcald Articles, a place among the Protestant symbolical books was conceded to this essay of Luther's. Already during these manifestoes against the Catholics, the seeds of a great inward conflict were laid among those to whom Luther had given his name and his doctrine. Yet it was only after his death that these seeds were really brought to maturity. The subject of the dispute and the persons engaged in it will be noticed in the course of the present work, but we cannot here refrain from observing that after long and stormy dissensions, it was Andrew, Chancellor of Tübingen, to whom the honor eminently belongs of discovering a formulary, which, in opposition to the attempted innovations, so expressed itself in favor of the genuine orthodoxy as to be everywhere received for the only correct exposition of the Lutheran faith, which consolidated concord forever, and secured the orthodox doctrine against future falsifications. After long and very doubtful efforts which taxed his patience to the severest lengths, this person at last succeeded, with the aid of Chemnitz, a highly respectable theologian of Brunswick, in establishing, in the year 1577, the intended formulary. It is commonly called the Formulary of Concord, or sometimes the Bregen Book, from the monastery of Bregen, in the vicinity of Magdeburg, where the above-mentioned theologians, aided by Selnecker, put the finishing hand to the work. This confession consisted of 2 pieces, a short outline of the orthodox doctrine, called the Epitome, and a very diffuse exposition of the same, which is commonly cited under the name of the Solita Declaratio. Moreover, this writing, however much conceived in the spirit of Luther's original doctrines, and singularly enough, even because it was so conceived, was by no means universally accepted. Lastly, to the aforesaid symbolical writings must be added the larger and the smaller Catechism of Luther, called by the Epitome the Bible of the Laity. These 2 catechisms in themselves, though, as we may conceive, they comprise the contents of the Lutheran formularies, were not intended to be symbolical books, yet it has pleased the Lutheran Church so to revere them. Section 3. The Calvinistic and Zwinglian Formularies. If the symbolical books of the Lutheran Confession were adopted by all the particular churches that embraced the views of the Wittenberg Reformers, a fact which only in regard to the Formulary of Concord admits of an exception, the Reformed communities, on the other hand, possess no confessions received with the like general respect. The reason is to be sought partly in Zwingli's conception of the doctrine of the Holy Eucharist, which too deeply wounded the profounder religious feelings of the 16th century to gain a permanent or even a very extensive reception, and partly in Calvin's doctrine of predestination, which, revolting as it was to the sense of Christians, could not, in like manner, penetrate into all the Reformed churches. Hence, as no general harmony existed among the Reformed communities, no such general harmony could possibly be expressed in a common formulary. Add to this the peculiar circumstances of the Anglican Church, wherein the divine institution of episcopacy is asserted against the Presbyterian system of the other partisans of Zwingli and Calvin, and wherein, consequently, in accordance with this view, a liturgy more approximating to that of the Catholic Church was introduced. Thus it happened that nearly every Reformed national church had its own formulary, or even several formularies differing from each other. The more remarkable are the following. 1. The Confessio Tetrapolitana, which was presented by the 4 cities, Strasbourg, Constance, Memmingen, and Lindau, to the Diet of Augsburg in the year 1530, but was not attended to by that assembly, because the Protestant states refused these cities, on account of their leaning to the Zwinglian view of the Lord's Supper, admission into their league. The above-mentioned cities having, some years later, out of pure political motives, subscribed the Augsburg Confession, the Confessio Tetrapolitana was, in a short time, abandoned by everyone. 2. The 3 Helvetic Confessions. The Helvetic Confession, which stands at the head of the collection of the Reformed symbolic writings, accordingly the first, was, in the year 1536, composed by Henry Bullinger and Leo Judas, Myconius, and Simon Grynaeus, but, in the year 1566, was revised and published in the name of all the Helvetic churches, those of Basel and Neufchâtel excepted. The second confession is the first we have named, but in its original form. The third is the Confession of Mühlhausen, published by Oswald Myconius in the year 1532. It is also denominated the Confession of Basel. 3. The 39 Articles. The formulary of the Anglican Church in the year 1553, under King Edward VI. 42 articles have been composed, probably by Cranmer, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Ridley, Bishop of London, as the Confession of the English Church, but under Elizabeth they were, in the year 1562, reduced to 39 articles, and were confirmed by a London synod. 4. The French Calvinists framed their confession of faith in a synod at Paris, which Antoine de Chanteau, a Calvinistic preacher at Paris, had, on a bidding to that effect, convoked. 5. The disciples of Calvin in the Netherlands received, in the year 1562, a confession of faith composed in the French tongue by Guy de Brise and Hadrien Saravia, with the aid of several cooperators, and which was soon after translated into Flemish. But these men, not having been publicly charged with this undertaking, this formulary obtained only by degrees a symbolical authority, which, especially after the synod held at Dort in the year 1574, had, with the exception of a few unimportant particulars, given it their sanction, could not fail to occur. 6. Far more celebrated and more notorious, however, were the decrees of another Calvinistic synod, held likewise at Dort in the year 1618 and 1619. Calvin's rigid theory of predestination could not long be maintained without encountering opposition even in the bosom of the Reformed. This lay in the very nature of things, but the majority of Calvinists showed themselves as little inclined to suffer one of the fundamental dogmas of their church to be called in question as did Lutherans in Germany. Hence, when Arminius, a preacher in Amsterdam, and after the year 1603 a professor in Leyden, together with other men of a similar way of thinking, called in doubt Calvin's opinions, and these again were vehemently defended by his colleague Gomar, a very eventful contest arose, the settlement whereof the above-mentioned synod attempted, while in reality it only confirmed the dissension. The Arminians, or Remonstrants, though very much persecuted, maintained themselves as a distinct sect. Meanwhile, the decrees of Dort met with a very favourable reception out of Holland, even in Switzerland, among the Calvinists in France, and in other parts, while in England they were formally rejected, and in other countries were not approved of. 7. Frederick III, Count Palatin, on the Rhine, who renounced the Lutheran for the Calvinistic creed, and forced upon his subject his own cherished opinions, caused, in the year 1562, a catechism to be composed, which has also been included in the number of Calvinistic symbolical books. It is commonly called the Heidelberg or Palatin Catechism, and has met with so much approval that many Reformed communities have adopted it as a school book. 8. The Protestant princes mostly entertained the same view of their prerogative as the Count Palatin Frederick, and, though they were bound to decide for their subjects all religious controversies, and to make their own individual opinions the property of all, on his death this prince was succeeded in the year 1576 by his son Louis, who in his turn expelled the Calvinistic preachers, and together with the Lutheran creed re-established the Lutheran service, until his successor, Frederick IV, in the year 1582, a second time restored the peculiar doctrines and practices of Calvinism, and inflicted on the ministers and professors of the again outlawed confession the same fate, which, under his predecessor, those of Calvinism had sustained. Even the decrees of Dort were obliged to be believed in the Palatinate. The like occurred in the Principality of Anhalt. John George, from the year 1586, Prince of Anhalt-Dessau, believed it his duty to purge his lands from Luther's opinions and institutions, and to enforce the introduction of Calvinism. In the year 1597 appeared a formulary comprised in 28 articles, and no other alternative was left to the preachers but subscription or banishment from the country. When, however, Prince John, in the year 1644, assumed the reins of government, he re-established, by his violent means, the Lutheran confession. In Hesse Cassel, after the Landgrave Maurice had changed his creed, The Calvinistic confession indeed was enforced, and the preachers of Lutheran orthodoxy were deposed. Yet, a circumstance which must excite great astonishment, no special symbolical book was proposed to the acceptance of believers. Perhaps such a formulary would not have failed to appear, had not belief in the doctrinal decision of Dort been, shortly afterwards, ordained. 9. On the other hand, the Margrave of Brandenburg, John Sigismund, on abandoning the Lutheran for the Calvinistic Church, was unable to refrain from the pleasure of publishing a special formulary. It is known under the name of the Confession of the Marches. 10. Lastly, we must observe that the altered Confession of Augsburg not only possesses a symbolical authority in German Calvinistic churches, but it is, in general, highly esteemed by all Calvinists. Melanchthon, in fact, approximated in his later years to the Calvinistic view of the Lord's Supper, and for that reason introduced into the editions of this Confession, revised by him from the year 1540, certain alterations, which must the more recommend it to Calvinists, as uninstructed persons at least might be led to suppose that Calvin's opinions was favored by the primitive orthodoxy of the Lutheran Church. More details on this subject hereafter. On the confessions of Poland, Hungary, Thorn, and other places, as we learn nothing of a peculiar nature from them, it is unnecessary here to dwell at any length. The symbolical writings of the smaller Protestant sects, or those other books whence their system of belief can be derived, it will be more proper to notice in the chapters devoted to the consideration of those sects.
End of section 10. Section 11 of Volume 1 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 1. The Doctrinal Differences among Catholics, Lutherans, and the Reformed. Part 1. Difference in doctrine respecting the primitive state of man and the origin of evil. Subheading 1. Primitive state of man according to the Catholic doctrine. In proportion as we consider the history of mankind, or even of individual man, from the Catholic or the Protestant point of view, very different conclusions will in part be formed respecting our common progenitor, conclusions which will affect the destinies of his whole race, even to their passage into the next life, and even the first degrees of that life take a very different form, according as we regard them in the light either of Catholic or of Protestant doctrine. The parties, indeed, originally were not conscious of the full extent of their divisions, for ecclesiastical, like political, revolutions are not conducted according to preconcerted, fully completed systems, but, on the contrary, their fundamental principles are wont to be consistently unfolded only in and by practical life, and their heterogeneous parts to be thereby only gradually transformed. Hence, at the commencement of the ecclesiastical revolution of the 16th century, reflection was not immediately directed towards the origin of our kind, nor even to its passage into eternity. For a more minute explanation of these articles of doctrine appeared in part to possess but a very subordinate interest, and many points seemed only brought forward to fill up the breaches in the general system of belief. The great contest which now engages our attention had rather its rise in the inmost and deepest centre of human history,
as it turned upon the mode whereby fallen man can regain fellowship with Christ and become a partaker of the fruits of redemption. But from this centre the opposition spread backward and forward, and reached the two terms of human history, which were necessarily viewed in accordance with the changes introduced in the central point. The more consistently a system is carried out, and the more harmoniously it is framed, the more will any modification in its fundamental principle shake all its parts. Whoever, therefore, in its centre assailed Catholicism, whose doctrines are all most intimately intertwined, was forced by degrees to attack many other points, also, whose connection with those first combated was in the beginning scarcely imagined.
We could now have started from the real center of all these disputes, and have shown how all doctrines have been seized and drawn into its circle. And undoubtedly the commencement of our work would have much more excited the interest of the reader, had we immediately placed him in the midst of the contest, and enabled him to survey the entire field which the battle commands. But we conceive that the controverted doctrines must be stated in a simpler and more intelligible manner, when we pursue the contrary course, and by following the clue presented by the natural progress of human history, bring under notice these doctrinal differences. Hence, we begin with the original state of man, speak next of his fall and the consequences thereof, and then enter on the very central ground of the controversy, as we proceed to consider the doctrine of the restoration of man from his fall through Jesus Christ. We shall afterwards point out the influence of the conflicting doctrine, respecting the origin and nature of the internal life of those united with Christ, on their external union and communion with each other, and thus be led to enlarge on the theory and essence of this outward communion, according to the views of the different confessions. And we shall conclude with the passage of individuals from this communion existing on earth to that of the next world, as well as with the lasting mutual intercourse between the two. The first point, accordingly, which will engage our attention is the primitive state of man. Fallen man as such is able, in no other wise, save by the teaching of divine revelation, to attain to the true and pure knowledge of his original condition. For it was a portion of the destiny of man, when alienated from his God, to be likewise alienated from himself, and to know with certainty neither what he originally was, nor what he became. In determining his original state, we must especially direct our view to the renewal of the fallen creature in Christ Jesus, because as regeneration consists in the re-establishment of our primeval condition, and this transformation and renewal is only the primitive creation restored, the insight into what Christ hath given us back affords us the desired knowledge of what in the origin was imparted to us. This course has been at all times and by all parties pursued, when the original condition of man was to be traced. As regards the Catholic dogma, this embraces the whole spiritual as well as the corporal existence of the paradisiac man, extending not only to his preeminent endowments of soul and body, but to those gifts which he possessed in common with all men, so far at least as the doctrinal controversies of the 16th century required a special explanation on this latter point. Accordingly, in the higher portion of his nature, he is described as the image of God, that is to say, as a spiritual being endowed with freedom, capable of knowing and loving God, and of viewing everything in him. As Adam had this divine similitude in common with the whole human race, the distinction which he enjoyed herein consisted in his being what the simple expression of the Council of Trent denominates just and holy. In other words, completely acceptable to God. Or, as the school says, in language, however, not quite expressive enough, quote, his inferior faculties of soul and bodily impulses acted unresistingly under the guidance of his reason, and therefore everything in him was in obedience to reason, as his reason was in obedience to God. Unquote. And, accordingly, he lived in blessed harmony with himself and with his Maker. The action of the faculties and impulses of the body was in perfect accord with a reason devoted to God, and shunned all conflict with it. It was, moreover, coupled with the great gift of immortality, even in man's earthly part, as well as with an exemption from all the evils and all the maladies which are now the ordinary preludes to death. The ideal moral state in which Adam existed in paradise, the theologians of antiquity knew by the name of quote, original justice, unquote, on the notion and nature whereof it will be proper to make some other remarks, partly of a historical kind, in order to explain the opposition which, in this article of doctrine, the Catholic Church has had to encounter from the Protestants. The essential and universal interest of the Christian religion in determining the original condition of our common progenitor is by the above stated brief doctrine of the Church amply satisfied. Herein consists the interest, on one hand to guard against evil in the world being attributed to a divine cause, and the dogma of the supreme holiness of God, the Creator of the world, being disfigured; and on the other hand to establish on a solid basis the principle of a totally unmerited redemption from the fall, that practical fundamental doctrine of Christianity, by most earnestly inculcating that God had endowed the first man with the noblest gifts, and that thus it was only through his own deep self-guiltiness he fell. Upon both points, however, there exist more stringent and by no means superfluous definitions of the Church. Theologians likewise, taking as their standard the ecclesiastical doctrine, clearly based as it is on Scripture and tradition, and following certain hints which particular passages of Holy Writ and some dogmas appear to furnish, having endeavoured to fathom more deeply the nature of original justice, and the Church has viewed with pleasure the attention and love bestowed on the consideration of the holy work, and permitted, within the determined limits which revelation itself has marked out, the freest scope to speculation. When the Church attributes to Adam in his original state holiness and justice, she by no means merely means that he was unpolluted with any alloy adverse to God or contrary to his natural impulse in bearing to God, but, what is far more, that he stood in the most interior and the closest communion with his Maker. Now, it is a universal truth, holding good of all, even the highest orders and circles of intellectual creatures, that such a relation to God as that of the paradisiac man is nowise to be attained and upheld by natural powers; that consequently a special condescension of the Almighty is required thereto; in short, that no finite being is holy, save by the holy and sanctifying Spirit; that no finite being can exist in a living moral communion with the Deity, save by the communion of the selfsame Holy Spirit. This relation of Adam to God, as it exalted him above human nature and made him participate in that of God, is hence termed, as indeed such a denomination is involved in the very idea of such an exaltation, a supernatural gift of divine grace, superadded to the endowments of nature. Moreover, this more minute explanation of the dogma concerning the original holiness and justice of Adam is not merely a private opinion of theologians, but an integral part of that dogma, and hence itself a dogma. The following observation will not perhaps appear unimportant. So often as from a mere philosophical point of view, we mean to say, so often as without regard to, or knowledge of revealed truth, the relation of the human spirit to God hath been more deeply investigated, men have seen themselves forced to the adoption of the homoousia, or equality of essence between the divine and the human nature; in other words, to embrace pantheism, and with it, the most arrogant deification of man. Now, on the other hand, the doctrinal system of the Catholic Church obviates the objections of pantheism, and while filled with the spirit of humility, satisfies those cravings after a more profound science, which a profane pantheistic philosophy vainly endeavours to supply, is apparent from what has been above stated. What man, as a creature, by the energy of his own nature abandons to itself, was unable to attain, is conferred on him as a grace from his Creator. So exceedingly great is the goodness and love of God. The blessing above described, which knit the bonds of an exalted, holy, and happy communion between God and the paradisiac man, is founded on the supposition that a struggle would, by degrees, have naturally arisen between the sensual and spiritual nature of man, characterized by many theologians as that power whereby the sensual and supersensual parts of Adam were maintained in undisturbed harmony. The same divines necessarily suppose that on Adam the supernatural gifts were bestowed simultaneously with his natural endowments; that is to say, that both were conferred at the moment of his creation. Other theologians, on the other hand, distinguishing undoubtedly between justice and holiness, prefer the opinion that Adam was created as a sound, pure, unpolluted nature, with the harmonious relation of all his parts,
and that he was favored with the supernatural gift of the Holy Spirit and blessed communion with God at a later period only, to wit, when he had prepared for its reception, and by his own efforts had rendered himself worthy of its participation. This latter opinion possesses the advantage of more accurately distinguishing between the two orders of nature and grace, and is moreover recommended by the fact that what nature is in itself, and what it is enabled to accomplish of itself, is pointed out with great clearness. That the spiritual nature of man, as being in its essence the image of God, hath the faculty and the aptitude to know and to love him; nay, that, to a certain extent, it is of itself really capable of loving him, and that the desire after the full union with the Deity is a want inherent in his very nature, are truths very well pointed out in this theory. Thus the natural and necessary points of contact for the higher communications of grace are here very finely brought out. The same opinion also distinguishes Adam's original justice from his internal sanctity and acceptance before God, considering the former to be the attribute of pure nature, as it came from the hand of the Creator; the latter to be only the gift of supernatural grace. The advocates of this opinion are thus in a condition successfully to prove that it was not the creation as such which gave occasion to any incongruity in the relation of man to God, any interruption of the former's freedom, but that every such incongruity, every such disturbance, had its rise only in the abuse of freedom. Further, this theory significantly implies that without any antagonism of evil, man could yet have attained to the consciousness of his own nature and the wants extending beyond it, as well as the manifestations of divine favour and grace, a doctrine which is of the highest importance. Lastly, the possible condition of man after his fall, and the course of his conversion and regeneration are here prefigured. Moreover, both these opinions regard the justice and sanctity of Adam as accidental qualities. The Council of Trent has not pronounced itself either for or against either of them, but has employed such expressions that both may coexist within the pale of the Church. The first declaration of the Council regarding our great progenitor was couched in the following terms: quote, "The justice and sanctity wherein he, Adam, was created," unquote, Candidus. This form was afterwards in so far modified that, instead of the word "created," that of "established," constitutus, was selected. End of section 11. Section 12 of Volume 1 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Subheading 2, The Lutheran Doctrine on Man's Original State. Luther by no means called in question the fact that Adam was positively holy and just. On the contrary, he was totally unacquainted with the later negative conceptions of a state of mere innocency, an indifference between good and evil, wherein the paradisiac man is represented to have existed, and was accordingly far removed from those opinions which make the doctrine of the fall foolishness, and make the human race adopt a course which is the necessary entrance into evil, in order to serve as a transition to a self-conscious return to good. Unhappily he fell into other errors, which considered in their consequences outweigh at least those we have mentioned. Respecting original justice, Luther brought no new and peculiar views into vogue. He only selected, out of the rich store of theories which the fruitfulness of scholasticism had produced, the one which seemed most favourable to his own opinions, handled it with no great dexterity, and, in the form which it assumed under his hands, interwove it in such a way into his whole system of doctrine, that the latter, without it, cannot be at all understood. Hence, it is only later that its full importance in the whole Lutheran system will become perceptible. Against those theologians who called Adam's acceptableness before God supernatural, Luther asserted it to be natural, and in opposition to the schoolmen who regarded it as accidental, he conceived it to be essential to human nature, an integral and constitutive part of the same. Esse de natura de essentia hominis. He meant to say the pure nature of man, as it sprung forth at the omnipotent word of the Creator, comprised absolutely in itself all the conditions to render it pleasing unto God. That the various parts of Adam's nature, by the peculiar energy inherent in them, were maintained in the most beautiful harmony, and the whole man preserved in his due relation to God. The religious faculty, especially of the first man, in virtue of an inborn fullness of energy, expanded itself in a way acceptable to the Deity, so that, without any supernatural aid, he truly knew God, believed in him, loved him perfectly, and was holy. The religious and moral disposition of Adam, together with its practical development, the Reformers called the image of God, without drawing any distinction between the bare faculty itself and the exercise of that faculty in correspondency to the divine will. From the very fact that Adam possessed this faculty, he was, according to them, truly religious, truly pious, devoted in all things to God and his holy will, and perfectly united with him. Catholic theologians, on the other hand, distinguished very exactly between the one and the other, so that to determine rightly the distinction, they commonly termed the religious faculty, quote unquote, the image of God, but the pious exertion of that faculty, quote unquote, the likeness unto God. We shall later see what mighty consequences were involved in these, at the first view, trifling doctrinal differences that seemed merely to concern the schools, and we must, in the meanwhile, prepare ourselves to expect, on the part of Luther, a most singular doctrine respecting original sin. Moreover, the non-distinction adverted to had partly its foundation in the endeavor of the Reformers to be in their teaching very practical and generally intelligible. Hence they avoided, with as much care as possible, all distinctions and abstract expressions, as a scholastic abuse, but thereby frequently fell into a strange and most pernicious confusion of ideas. The second main point of difference between the two confessions, in the matter under discussion, is the doctrine of free will. Luther asserted, and he would have this assertion maintained as an article of faith, that man is devoid of freedom, that every pretended free action is only apparent, that an irresistible divine necessity rules all things, and that every human act is at bottom only the act of God. Melanchthon taught the same. He also comprised all things in the circle of an unavoidable necessity and predestination, declared the doctrine that God is the sole agent to be a necessary part of all Christian science, and thereby the wisdom and cunning of human reason were duly repressed and condemned. And he repeatedly insisted that the word quote unquote freedom of election was unknown to Scripture, and that its meaning must be rejected by the judgment of the spiritual man. He added that this expression, like the very pernicious word quote unquote reason, to which he declared equal hostility, had been introduced through philosophy into the Christian Church. From no other cause did he deem himself so well justified in daring to apply to the professors of the theological faculties in the Middle Age, the so-called schoolmen, the terms sophists, theologues, and the like, as on account of their crime in having established among Christians the doctrine of human free will so firmly that, as he complained, it was scarcely any longer possible to root it out. Perceiving, after more diversified experience and maturer reflection, especially after the controversy with the Catholics, the prodigious abyss into which such a doctrine must precipitate the Church, he subsequently abandoned and even combated it. On the other hand, we are unacquainted with any such recantation on the part of Luther, and the Formulary of Concord gives an express sanction to the writing of Luther against Erasmus. This doctrine of the servitude of the human will has had the greatest weight, and its influence, according to Melanchthon's assurance, pervades even the whole religious system of the Lutherans. In regard to the original constitution of the human body, both confessions are agreed, and if the Lutheran formularies speak not expressly of that property of Adam's body, whereby he would have remained exempt from death, this silence is to be ascribed to the total absence of all controversy on the matter.
Subheading 3. Calvinistic doctrine of the primitive state of man. In enlarging on the spiritual condition of the paradisiac man, Calvin, by representing it with Luther as one devoid of supernatural graces, sets himself up in opposition to the Catholic Church, but by expressly ascribing to the first man the gift of free will, he equally opposed the Lutherans. In other respects, we find in this article no difference of doctrine, and the same remark will hold good of the confessions of the Reformed churches. In respect to the injurious consequences produced by the sin of our first parent on his corporal existence, and that of his posterity, most of the formularies of the Reformed expressly teach, with Calvin, that death is the fruit of Adam's transgression. But the question here occurs, how Calvin could feel himself justified in attributing free will to Adam, when, in common with Zwingli, he completely shared Luther's doctrine touching a divine necessity of all occurrences, and even pushed this opinion to the extremest verge. Conscious of this discrepancy, he observes undoubtedly that the question as to the mysterious predestination of God is here unseasonably mooted. For the matter at issue is not what could have happened, but how man was originally constituted. In despite of this express demand to hold the two doctrines distinct, that a divine necessity of an absolute eternal destiny, which enchains and holds all things together, and that of the freedom of man prior to his fall, we are at a loss to discover how this claim can be satisfied, for these two doctrines are, in fact, incompatible, and with the adoption of the one, the other must be abandoned, unless to the word freedom a notion be attached, which in reality destroys its very existence. And such is really the case, for as we shall have occasion to show, Calvin evidently, after Luther's example, makes, not inward necessity, but outward constraint, the opposite to freedom. On the other hand, Melanchthon has expressed himself openly and honestly on the mutual correlativeness of these two articles of doctrine, and declared that, from that very correlativeness, they should be simultaneously treated. We shall find, moreover, that Calvin even teaches an eternal, immutable predestination of the fall of the first man, an opinion which is certainly quite incompatible with the proposition that Adam was free, that is to say, could have avoided sinning. Hence it has happened that, though some symbolical writings of the Reformed communities have, with Calvin, expressly ascribed free will to Adam, others have judged it more expedient in what they teach respecting the paradisiac man to pass this matter over in silence, and this was evidently the most consistent course. We think it still proper to direct attention to the internal reasons which Calvin alleged in behalf of the doctrine of an absolute necessity destructive of all human freedom, partly because it will then follow that it ought not, at least absolutely and immediately, to be confounded with the pagan fatum, and partly because a knowledge of this reasoning will be of importance in later investigations. If Melanchthon, after indulging in harsh assertions, could assign no other practical ground for this doctrine than that the relation of man towards God adverted to was very useful towards subduing human arrogance, Calvin, on the other hand, observed that the knowledge, not merely that God guided the affairs of the world in small as in great things, but that nothing whatever could occur without the express ordinance of God, destinate Deo, comprised a very abundant source of consolation, for it is only in this way man feels himself secure in the hands of an all-wise, all-ruling, powerful, and indulgent Father. Hence the idea of a divine permission in such a conduct of things, that ultimately everything, even evil, in the world, conduces to the benefit of those who serve God, did not satisfy him. Hence, the idea of a divine permission in such a conduct of things, that ultimately everything,
even evil in the world, conduces to the benefit of those who serve God, did not satisfy him. He believed the elect insecure, and the notion of a divine providence not sufficiently defined, unless, for example, the assaults of an enemy on an elect were absolutely willed and ordained by God. Moreover, even the public confessions of the Reformed occasionally adopt this view, which Calvin here enforces, of the providential guidance of all things, mitigating considerably, however, this opinion, and evincing a very laudable dread of stamping on their articles the harsh spirit of Calvin. By the latter, however, as well as by his disciple, Theodore Beza, the opinions adverted to respecting divine providence were held with such tenacity and carried out with such consistency that they found it a matter of extreme difficulty to convince the world, nay, in despite of all their eloquence and dialectic art, they utterly failed to convince very many that they did not, in fact, refer all evil to God. We are bound to enter more fully into the investigation of this subject.
End of section 12. Section 13 of Volume 1 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, Subheading 4,
On the Cause of Moral Evil. In all the more important doctrinal manuals and polemical writings of the 16th and 17th centuries, in the works of Bellarmine, Macanus, Chemnitz, Gerhardt, and others, nay, even in several public confessions, the reader meets with a special and copious chapter, bearing the title of the present section. As in the 2nd and 3rd centuries of the Church, no writer could enlarge on the religious concerns of his times without entering upon the question, whence is evil? So the same question was now again most anxiously investigated, and it soon became apparent that the opposition between Catholicism and Protestantism could not be duly appreciated, and that the inmost essence of the latter would remain eternally misconceived if the different replies which have been made to that question were not well considered. No subject in the first times of the Reformation so embittered the Catholics against the authors of that revolution as their doctrine respecting the relation wherein the Deity stands to moral evil. It was precisely on this account the Catholic Church laid down again with so much earnestness and emphatic energy the proposition that man was created with the endowment of freedom, in order that, without any restriction and without subterfuge, the guilt of evil in the world might fall on the head of man. For the denial of free will on the part of Luther, Melanchthon, Zwingli, and Calvin was calculated to excite an apprehension that, in consequence thereof, the Catholic doctrine of God's perfect sanctity, to whom sin is an abomination, would be thrown into the shade, and, on the other hand, that even the most vicious man would be thus sheltered from all responsibility. And, in fact, Melanchthon, in his commentary on the Epistle to the Romans, in the edition of the year 1525, had the hardihood to assert that God wrought all things, evil as well as good, that he was the author of David's adultery, and the treason of Judas, as well as of Paul's conversion. Now, howsoever strange and prejudiced the notion an individual may have formed of the errors of the Catholic Church, we ask him, would he dare to assert that all these errors put together can outweigh the single enormity here uttered by Melanchthon? And yet Chemnitz, to whom we are indebted for the original passages in question, for in the later editions of Melanchthon's aforesaid work they have disappeared, Chemnitz, we say, excuses his teacher, Melanchthon. And how does he excuse him? In so complicated a matter, he says, among other things, all in the beginning could not be systematically and properly treated, more especially as, on the part of Catholics, the doctrine of free will had been exaggerated, just as if the question, whence is evil, had only in the 16th century first excited attention, just as if Holy Writ left us at all in doubt how that question was to be answered, just as if, in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, the question had not really been settled by the Church. However, in this matter, Melanchthon merely spoke after Luther, as the writing of the latter against Erasmus will show, but it was Melanchthon's assertion the Council of Trent had in view when it anathematized the proposition that God works evil as well as good, and that it is not in the power of man to abstain from wickedness. In proportion, however, as the notions which the Saxon reformers, especially Melanchthon, had entertained respecting free will, became purer, they abandoned the opinion that God was the author of evil, and the last named writer had even the courage to revoke in the Augsburg Confession his former doctrine. The latter formularies of the Lutherans are in perfect accordance with this amelioration of opinion, but it was quite otherwise with the Swiss reformers, who remained obstinately addicted to their errors. The importance of the subject calls upon us to describe at greater length the nature of their opinions. In his writing on Providence, addressed to the Landgrave Philip of Hesse, anno 1530, Zwingli asserts that God is the author, mover, and impeller to sin, that also he makes the sinner, that by the instrumentality of the creature he produces injustice, and the like. In numberless places Calvin uses the expression, man, at the instigation of God, doeth whatever it is unlawful to do. By a mysterious divine inspiration, the heart of man turneth to evil. Man falleth, because the providence of God so ordaineth. If these principles fill us with just detestation, they were pushed still further by Theodore Beza, although what he brought forward was only deduction, and indeed a necessary deduction, from the doctrines just adduced. This leader of the Reformed, after Calvin's death, is not satisfied with repeating that God incites, impels, and urges to evil, but he even adds that the Almighty creates a portion of men as his instruments, with the intent of working evil through them. The reasoning attempted in support of these notions is quite of a character with them. In order to show that God, although he urged to wicked actions, doth nevertheless not sin, but only man, Zwingli observes, God, as the just one, is subject to no law, for it is written, the law is not given for the just. Thus, should God make an angel or a man transgress the law, cum transgressorum fecit, he himself doth not transgress it, but the creature whom the law oppresses and accuses. A more pitiable train of reasoning it would be impossible to invent, whether we consider the notion which Zwingli here gives of the just man. For, according to the meaning of the passage in St. Paul adverted to, the just man is in himself the living moral law, and therefore does not stand in a mere extraneous relation to its precepts, but bears them in himself, and constantly fulfils them. For whether we look to the essence of the Deity, from whose wisdom and holiness the moral law is only an emanation, and which, in pure and eternal glory, he realizes, or whether lastly we contemplate the moral law in itself alone, which Zwingli, however much he may incidentally exalt it, treats as an arbitrary and merely positive code. The reformer of Zurich completely destroys the objectiveness of evil, and has not a perception of a wholly moral government of the world, even in those passages where he seems to speak in such a sense. For these reasons he did not perceive that, if God were to impel to the transgression of a moral law given by himself, he would then be in contradiction with himself, and would violate his own nature, and not merely an outward rule. That is to say, the Reformer did not see that his theory destroyed the very notion of the Deity. The injurious influence of this doctrine on public morality is evident of itself, and was strongly represented to Calvin. Zwingli still endeavors to justify his unhappy doctrine by the pretense that God is ever guided by pure intentions, that consequently the end sanctifies the means, and, in a somewhat strange connection with this matter, he adds that David's adultery, whereof God was the author, could as little convict God of a bad action as when a bull impregnates a whole herd of cows. Here he only overlooks the circumstance that man is no more a cow than God is a bull; that, accordingly, if man had been instigated by God to adultery, this could not occur without a violation of man's moral nature, and consequently the guilt would revert to God. Zwingli's conception, more nearly examined, consists herein, that God wrought on the sensuality of David, which by its power overmastered his will; that, in consequence, God performed only the outward work indifferent in itself, and not the evil in it, the work, which, in the nuptial union as well as in adultery, is identical. But how could he distinguish between the temptations of Satan and such an agency as here described? Reverting to the observation which Zwingli deemed calculated to justify the Deity, that, in alluring to bad actions, God had good objects in view, it must be said that this notion was shared by Calvin and Beza, though by the latter it was put forth with more acuteness. Hence it will be our duty to state the opinions of these two reformers. Calvin admits that the opinion according to which God determines man to moral corruption and impels him to sin is not compatible with the known will of the Deity. Hence, like Luther, in his book against Erasmus, he has recourse to a hidden will of God, whereby his mode of proceeding is indeed very just, though its equity be not obvious to our perception. If this be the ordinary way wherein Calvin, in his Institutions, seeks to defend himself and his instruction against the so-called libertines, who, evidently induced by his own and Zwingli's writings, had denied the distinction between good and evil, and placed redemption in the knowledge obtained through Christ that no distinction exists between the two, he still labors to show the great difference existing between the acts of God and the act of the impious in one and the same deed. So he says, God works to exercise justice, while the wicked man is actuated by avarice, covetousness, etc. God, for instance, instigates a man to murder, but from no other motive than to punish a crime committed. We leave it to the judgment of everyone, whether the employment of such means be compatible with the very notion of the Deity, and how extremely pernicious it would be, and subversive of all human morality, were men herein to imitate the Deity so represented. But it is evident that the injury must here be carried back as far as the fall of man. And the question arises, what share is to be allotted to God in that event? Calvin never thinks of deducing the fall of Adam from the abuse of human freedom, but, on the contrary, in perfect accordance with his own fundamental principles, he admits that God had ordained the fall, and by an eternal decree brought it about. In Beza, we find these monstrous errors pushed to still further length. The principal points of his reasoning are as follows. God wished on one hand to show mercy, and on the other to reveal his justice. Adam was created morally just and holy, for, from God's hand, nothing unclean can come forth. But how could God unfold his mercies, since the sinner only can be the subject of these? How could he manifest his justice, if no one committed wrong, and thereby incurred punishment? Hence, for the unfolding of these attributes, the Deity must prepare a channel which was found in ordaining the fall of the first man. These divine objects being perfectly just and holy, their quality is transmitted to the means also selected for their execution. Here, Beza does not speak of a mere cooperation of the Deity in the performance of a mere outward part in an evil action. For God, whether to punish or to exercise mercy, has regard to the inward evil sentiment, since, without this, sin is not possible. It was thus the part of the Deity to call forth somehow an evil sentiment in order to attain his ends. That is to say, he must annihilate his sanctity in order on its ruins to attain to compassion and justice. Hence, Beza does not deny that the first man, when he sinned, succumbed under an invincible destiny, that it was thus not left to his freedom to abstain from sin, but, like Luther and Calvin, distinguishing between necessity and compulsion, he says the latter does not occur in sin; that on the contrary, Adam sinned willingly, with an inward pleasure, spontaneo motu, in opposition to libero and voluntario motu; and although he was not able to avoid sinning, he did not wish to avoid it, and it was this very thing which constituted his criminality. It is by these principles the passages in the Reformed Confessions are to be estimated. They all assert that God is not the author of sin, that is to say, in the sense where Zwingli, Calvin, and Beza attempt to exculpate the Deity, after having denied man's free will.
End of section 13. Section 14 of Volume 1 of Symbolism, by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, on Original Sin and its Consequence. Subheading 5, the Catholic Doctrine of Original Sin. It is one of the most remarkable phenomena in the history of the religious controversies of the last 3 centuries, that the Reformers, according to whose principles Adam in his fall only succumbed under a sentence of irresistible necessity pronounced upon him, should have represented the Deity as kindling into so fearful a wrath, and inflicting so frightful a chastisement for this act of the first man, which, according to their own views, should be called rather his pure misfortune. It is no easy task to explain how ideas so unconnected should have been associated in one and the same head. When we just now used the comprehensive word "reformers," we did so advisedly, for even Luther and Melanchthon had both completely framed their theory of original sin when they were entangled in those opinions described in the preceding section, opinions which Zwingli and Calvin only took up and further developed. How could Adam be the subject of such fearful wrath, if he did only what he was obliged to do, if he perpetrated only what he could not avoid? Hence arises a conception of original sin on the part of Protestants, which in almost every respect, we trust we may be pardoned the expression, devoid of sense and reason. By the most exaggerated description of the effect of Adam's fall, they seem anxious to resuscitate the feeling of sin, and the consciousness of guilt, which, by their view of God's relation to evil, they were on the point of utterly destroying. And yet they only aggravate the matter, as will appear in the course of the present chapter, which must, however, in the first instance be devoted to an examination of the principles laid down by the Council of Trent. The doctrine of the Catholic Church on original sin is extremely simple, and may be reduced to the following propositions. Adam, by sin, lost his original justice and holiness, drew down on himself by his disobedience the displeasure and the judgments of the Almighty, incurred the penalty of death, and thus, in all his parts, in his body as well as soul, became strangely deteriorated. This, his sinful condition, is transmitted to all his posterity, as descending from him, entailing the consequence that man is of himself incapable, even with the aid of the most perfect ethical law offered to him from without, not excepting even the one revealed in the Old Covenant, to act in a manner agreeable to God, or in any other way to be justified before him, save only by the merits of Jesus Christ, the sole mediator betwixt God and man. If to this we add that the Fathers of Trent attribute to fallen man free will, representing it, however, as very much weakened, and in consequence teach that not every religious and moral action of man is necessarily sinful, although it be never, in itself and by itself acceptable to God, nor anywise perfect, we then have stated all, which is to be held as strictly the doctrine of the Church. That moreover fallen man still bears the image of God, section 1, necessarily follows from what has been advanced.
If in reading these decrees of the Council of Trent
we call to mind
all those questions which, since the rise of the Pelagian heresy, and even much earlier, were, on the matter at issue, proposed to scientific investigation, we shall not fail to observe that the assembled Fathers found it expedient in their decision not to touch upon a considerable number of these questions, and to express themselves in regard to them with a certain generality. We say in regard to these questions, for, on the matter itself, considered according to Scripture and ecclesiastical tradition, the Council has pronounced very definite and full declarations. But, as in this doctrine the Lutherans were driven to the most pernicious exaggerations, and as, in the first years of the Reformation, some Catholic theologians, for example, Albertus Rugius, as is often the case in the refutation of extreme opinions, approximated to the opposite extreme, the decrees of Trent were received with feelings of very great prejudice by the Protestants, who, in their rash vehemence, charged them with Pelagianism. As regards the deliberations of Trent, Paiva ab Andrada, a Portuguese theologian who assisted at them, informs us, in the third book of his Defense of the Council, that it purposely abstained from any minuter definitions; and Pallavicini says that the Council has expressed itself more negatively, yet with such distinctness that the errors on this matter then current were, as such, clearly and distinctly rejected. If the Church, he continues, be unable to give any accurate definition of original sin, that is sufficient for her to denote what original sin is not, and this she can do with as much propriety as one who, having no clear notion of heaven, could still assert with confidence that it was not composed of linen adorned with gold paper. The same celebrated historian also relates that the papal legates reminded the assembled Fathers not to decide on the nature of original sin itself, because Scripture and tradition are silent upon this matter.
And he adds, the Holy Synod was not convoked to pronounce upon opinions, but to condemn errors.
We shall soon be enabled to see the great propriety of this judgment of Pallavicini's. In order to point out more nearly the points whereon the various schools were united, and the points about which they were at variance, we shall lay before our readers a summary statement of the scholastic views respecting original sin, in so far at least as their relation to the Protestant errors may require. By showing their agreement, it will appear that it was only the most envenomed prejudice which could venture to charge the schoolmen with a superficial Pelagianism, that is to say, with the denial of original sin, or at least with the misapprehension of its magnitude. But while we mark the point at which the schoolmen diverge in opposite directions, we encounter the limit which a higher hand has set to the investigations of human science. If their efforts to extend this boundary have been somewhat unsuccessful, if they explain nothing, or much less than they ought, it will still be unjust to regard what has been explained as the sole criterion of that which it was their task to have explained. Quote, all those who descend from the seed of Adam, says Bonaventura, have a nature marred not only by punishment, but by guilt.
Unquote.
This is manifest in the want of God's intuition, in the ignominy which weighs upon reason, and in the preponderance of evil desire,
concupiscentia.
The want of the divine intuition evidently presupposes guilt, because no one can be deprived of eternal good, for the enjoyment whereof he has been created, unless there be in him something which renders him unworthy of standing in the presence of his God. In respect to the second, no one need be ashamed of anything which is the property of his nature. But is not reason ashamed of certain motions of the flesh? This, too, betokens an inherited guilt. The preponderance of evil lust is a matter of certainty also, because then only is the soul of man well ordered, when the spirit is in subjection to God, and the flesh and animal faculties are in subjection to the spirit. But ill-ordered, and therefore perverted, is the soul of man, when its relation to God and the senses has been inverted. This is now the case, and not only doth faith teach so, but philosophy herein concurs. The violence of wicked lust, and the law of the members, which each one hath from its birth, holds the spirit captive, and overmasters it. It is thus undeniable that the soul of each one is from his birth perverted, perversa. But, if the right state of the soul be justice, its perverted state is guilt. And as we are perverted from our birth, we bear about with us from our birth the stain of guilt. Of this no one doubts, except he who is ignorant of the power of evil desire, and doth not know in what way the rational spirit should be obedient unto God. For it is acknowledged that, unless our spirit love God above all things, and for his own sake, it is not perfectly obedient unto him. It is also acknowledged that without the gift of grace, no one in the state of corrupt nature loveth God above all things, and for his own sake. Nay, he is necessarily overcome by the force of wicked lust, so as to be more enamored of himself and of some apparent good. Thus is every soul from its birth a sinner, because perverted and disordered. And hence the Apostle, speaking in the person of fallen humanity, saith, quote, I see another law in my members, which striveth against the law of the Spirit, and holdeth me captive under the law of sin. Unquote. Then he exclaims, quote, Unhappy man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? And he replies, The grace of God through Jesus Christ. Whoever pays attention to this law in the members, and to our false relation to God, will certainly not deny that man from his birth is sinful. Nay, he will clearly see that it is impossible to doubt the existence of original any more than of actual sin. If philosophers and some heretics have not acknowledged this, it is because they had no notion of the rectitude of the soul, of justice, nor how much the soul should turn to God. Thus all human nature is given up to corruption, and not only because it has incurred a penalty, but because it is in fact sinful. Unquote. Quote, Original sin, adds this great teacher of the Church, may be described as the want of original justice, whereby the perversity of nature and evil concupiscence hath arisen. Unquote. Let us hear now St. Thomas Aquinas, the head of another great school in the Middle Age. He thus enlarges on the subject of original sin. Quote, As between things opposite, there is an opposite relation, so from original justice, its opposite, original sin, may be explained. But the whole order of original justice consists therein that the will of man was obedient to God, an obedience which in an eminent degree was practiced by the will. For it is the providence of the will to direct all other parts of the soul in conformity to this its highest destination. Hence, when the will fell away from God, disorder in all other faculties of the soul ensued. Thus, in original sin, the deprivation of original justice is the formal part, that is to say, the casual, determining, and essential part. But every other disorder in the faculties of the soul is the material part of original sin, that is to say, the thing determined, the consequence, the manifestation of the essence. The disorder of the other powers of the soul shows itself in the perverted affection to transitory good, a disorder which may be denoted by the well-known expression wicked desire, concupiscentia. Thus, in its essence, forma, original sin is the want of original justice. In its manifestation, materia, it is evil desire. Unquote. In another place he says, quote, All the faculties of the soul have been, to a certain degree, displaced from their proper direction and destination, a displacement which is called the wound of nature. But there are four powers of the soul which can become the conduits of virtue, namely, reason, wherein is recognition, the will, wherein is justice, the faculty of exertion, wherein is courage, the faculty of desire, wherein is temperance. And so far as reason has been diverted from its bearing towards the truth, has arisen the wound of ignorance. Inasmuch as the will has been diverted from its bearing towards good, has arisen the wound of wickedness. Inasmuch as the faculty of exertion has been diverted from its bearing towards the arduous,
has arisen the wound of frailty. Lastly, inasmuch as the faculty of desire has been diverted from its course, as directed by reason, towards the term of pleasure, has arisen concupiscence. Unquote.
As original sin was represented by Bonaventura in the more practical tone of eloquent complaint, and by Thomas with more scientific accuracy and subtlety of distinction, so we find the same generally expounded in the ecclesiastical schools prior to the period of the apostasy from the Church. So that anyone who judges the matter with sobriety and with competent knowledge will be utterly unable to discover in them any, even the slightest, traces of Pelagianism. If we turn now to the differences of opinion which divide the schoolmen, the most important will be found to consist in the representation of the mode wherein the sin of Adam was transmitted to his descendants. It must be especially observed that, for very weighty reasons, the schoolmen rejected as erroneous the opinion that souls were transmitted through generation by the parents to their children, traducianismus, and, on the other hand, held as alone true and orthodox the doctrine that souls are ever created by God, creationismus. If, according to the first view, the transmission of original sin, from the principle that like comes from its like, and so that a sinner will beget a sinner, is apparently easy to explain,
so, on the other hand, the doctrine of successive creation of souls offers at first view great difficulties in the scientific treatment of the article of belief which now engages our attention.
For what happens to the soul created by God, and created in all soundness, purity, and integrity, that, at the moment of its union with the body, it should be deprived not only of all supernatural gifts, but so deeply wounded in all its natural faculties, and placed in so fearfully incongruous a relation to the Deity? The teachers of science have at all times found it a matter of difficulty to acknowledge their ignorance. The expectation of scholars to be able to comprehend everything is met by the presumptuous confidence of teachers to make all things comprehensible. The proposition is indeed defended, that in the true religion there must be mysteries, there must be things incomprehensible, but instead thereof, it should be broadly maintained that for us, in our present condition, the true religion is itself a mystery, that it is the mystery, and that, in consequence, all its particular parts must offer mysteries. Here is the whole mysterious, therefore its parts, not this or that only is mysterious, but all is so. Yet, there is within us an irrepressible longing after comprehension. It is the same which in its excess leads to the denial of everything above comprehension. This very longing to comprehend, like the fact that we are surrounded by incomprehensible mysteries, points to the distraction which has convulsed our nature, to the wound inflicted on our reason, to a lost intuition, and, in so far, to an unhappy past. Yet it betokens, too, a happy futurity, an intuition for which we are destined, which beams upon us from afar, and for which, even in this life, we seek some sort of compensation. This desire to comprehend is a meager vital sign of a yet extant, but deeply concealed germ of future intuition, and a warranty that that intuition will be one day imparted to us. So a well-regulated development ought not to be refused to this inborn desire. But full satisfaction here below, we may rest assured, it neither finds nor communicates. Shall then this very effort after comprehension, which is so closely connected with the original convulsion of our nature, with the night that has since spread over our spirit, be crowned with success in the attempt to dispel this darkness? We may be permitted to entertain a doubt who comprehends evil in itself. Whose eye has ever penetrated into the deep connection between moral and physical evil? Who has ever explored the mysterious ties which unite the soul and the body? Who knows the sexual relations, and comprehends what is life, and the generation of life? Some schoolmen taught that, by the fall of Adam, a destructive and infectious quality was introduced into the human body, and that this quality, propagated by generation, contaminated the soul at the moment of its union with the body, debased it, and communicated to it the disorder of the body. But even overlooking the fact that the rise of a positive bad quality is itself an enigma, nay, is utterly inconceivable, still this theory takes a very material view of evil. And although it may appear to offer some satisfactory explanations as to bodily diseases and as to death, yet in the spiritual region it is utterly unavailing. How could the infusion of such a corporeal poison convey to the soul the germ of all which, in the most comprehensive sense, constitutes self-seeking, to wit, revolt against God, arrogance and envy towards our fellow man, vanity and complacency in regard to ourselves? If so disordered a spiritual condition, if so distempered a moral state could be engendered by the connection of the soul with the body, it would be then certainly very difficult to uphold the notion of moral evil. This theory was in consequence rejected by most of the schoolmen, and instead of this, another was adopted, namely that, with the exception of this heritage of guilt, fallen man is born exactly like Adam, when considered without his supernatural graces, that is to say, with all the natural faculties, powers, and properties of the paradisiac man, as well as without any quality, evil in itself. The conflict between reason and sensuality is caused by the two very heterogeneous essences whereof man is composed, and therefore without the divine principle imparted to him, which held the inferior in subjection to the superior part. Adam would have, gradually, felt this combat within him, vide section 1, and indeed without incurring thereby the guilt of sin, for it is the nature of sensuality to be irrational. The conflict we speak of would have been a natural event. The evil of that corrupt condition, wherein man is now born, consists in the fact that, in Adam, he has deserved to be deprived of the justice conferred by supernatural grace, that is to say, to feel the rebellion of the flesh against the spirit. What nature, without supernatural grace, would have been, is now, in consequence of the self-incurred loss of that divine gift, the penalty of all born of Adam. But as this theory doth not explain, and is unable to explain the perversity of the will, wherewith we are born, it is also insufficient. It speaks only of a conflict between the sensual and rational principle, which, without the divine aid, would have arisen as a natural occurrence. But the question before every other is, to account for the wounds of the spirit, especially for the perversity of the will. Would the spirit of man, because it is an essence distinct from God, when considered in itself, that is to say, as void of the gift of supernatural grace, and as a bare finite being, be found in that attitude of opposition to God, and all things holy, wherein man is now born? Then man, as a finite being, would be of himself disposed to sin, and would not be so merely through abuse of his freedom. The supernatural, divine principle can certainly not be destined merely to remove that inclination to opposition against his Creator existing in man as a creature, or rather only to prevent its outbreakings. It is not by the absence of this supernatural grace, without which all are now born, that man is perverted in his will. He may become so, and doubtless easily, but he is not yet so at the moment of his creation. The inadequacy of this theory to an explanation of the subject has given rise to many objections against the Catholic doctrine of original sin. Men went on the supposition, suggested by excited passions, that Catholic theologians would admit as notions of original sin only what was really explained by the above stated theory. Instead of accusing the weakness of speculation, they impeached the principle itself. End of section 14. Section 15 of Volume 1 of Symbolism. by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Subheading 6, Doctrine of the Lutherans respecting original sin. The Augsburg Confession expresses itself in the following manner respecting original sin. Quote, they, the Protestants, teach that after Adam's fall, all men who are engendered according to nature are born in sin, that is to say, without fear of God, without confidence in him, and with concupiscence. Unquote. This article describes original sin as something at once privative and positive, as the deprivation of good and the establishment of evil. It is our duty in the first instance to determine more accurately the nature of the good withdrawn. The Catholic theologians at the Diet of Augsburg, Eck, Wimpina, and Cochleus, who had prepared a refutation of the Lutheran confession there read, remarked in their essay that the description of original sin, quote, men were born without fear of God and without confidence in him, unquote, was very unfitted and inadmissible, because the fear of God and confidence in him consisted in a succession of intellectual acts, which not anyone would think of demanding of the unconscious child. Hence, they said, the absence of such acts is by no means to be considered as constituting a sin in the newborn. The non-existence of those virtues would establish guilt perpetrated without self-consciousness and without freedom, and would not, in consequence, denote the essence of original sin, because man is born therewith, and this sin exists in him prior to all self-consciousness. The author of the Apology saw himself hereby forced to express himself on this subject with the scientific accuracy to be desired.
The obscure meaning of the passage he elucidated with the remark that, by it, nothing more was signified than that man, engendered in the course of nature, wanted the capacity or the gifts for producing the fear of God and confidence in him.
Hereby, in fact, the tenet of the Protestants was stated with the utmost precision, yet in a manner to be intelligible only to one who knew its connection with other doctrines. The reader will remember that, according to the views of Luther and his followers, man was originally endowed with only natural powers, an opinion which, in the present matter, exerts a very important influence, for as fallen man, as such, is evidently unable to exercise those virtues which were possible to him in his state of original purity, and as he is unable to do so, because the powers fail him, the Reformers saw themselves in a situation to put forth the doctrine that certain natural powers man no longer possessed. But most insight into these lost natural powers is afforded us by the Formulary of Concord. In the synergistic controversies which agitated the Lutheran Church, Victorinus Striegel, a leader of the heterodox party, an acute, well-informed thinker, who was very familiar with the Catholic points of defense and convinced of the incontrovertible character of the dogma of free will,
asserted that even fallen man possesses at least the faculty, the capacity, the aptitude to know God and to will what is holy, although this faculty is completely paralyzed and, as it were, benumbed, and is not susceptible of any spontaneous exertion. The formulas which he made use of are these.
fallen man possesses still the quote, modum agendi, capacitatem aptitudinem, unquote. That is to say, he still at least enjoys, in reference to spiritual things, the empty form of knowledge and of will, void, though that form be, of all real and essential purport. Although Victorinus considered the consequences of the sin of Adam in respect to his whole posterity as of a far more destructive character than Catholics, by the decisions of Trent at least, are immediately bound to regard them, still his view did not satisfy the orthodox party in his own church. They called him a Pelagian, and asserted that even that bare faculty of knowledge and will, that mere empty form in the soul of man, had been utterly destroyed, and here they doubtless spoke quite in the sense of Luther. The Formulary of Concord likewise rejected the view of the Synergist, and declared that fallen man no longer possessed even the mere natural faculty to understand God and his holy will, and, in conformity to that knowledge, to direct his own will. In one word, the faculty of knowledge and will, inasmuch as it has reference to divine things, or, if we prefer the expression, the rational aptitude, is denied to the mere natural man, the man as born of Adam. The truth of this mode of conceiving the Lutheran doctrine, on original sin, is not done away with, nay, is confirmed by the declaration of the Formulary of Concord, that it was not thereby intended to hold fallen man for an irrational creature. For to that faculty of the human mind, which it terms reason, it assigns merely the finite world as the sphere of activity, and thereby clearly shows that, in its opinion, Adam, rejected of God, and all his descendants, considered merely as such, have no longer preserved any spiritual aptitude for God and his kingdom. We arrive at the same results by various ways. The first, presenting itself to our view, is the following. The Lutheran confessions, as was proved above, see section 2, describe the image of God as the natural capacity in man to know God, to fear him, and to confide in him. But it is precisely this capacity which we especially revere as rationality, the rational disposition in man. Yet of this very divine image the Lutherans repeatedly assert that it has been utterly effaced by original sin, and thereby plucked from the posterity of Adam. The second course, which leads to the above-mentioned result, consists in the view entertained by the Lutherans respecting man's free will subsequently to his fall. They hold that he possesses only a certain external freedom, but none at all in spiritual things, and that, in respect to the latter, he is no more than a stone or a stock. These are comparisons they frequently use. In like manner, the Formulary of Concord observes that fallen man can neither think, believe, nor will anything having reference to divine and spiritual concerns, that he is utterly dead to all good, and no longer possesses any, even the least spark of spiritual powers. The expression, "spiritual powers," is here constantly employed as synonymous with the "powers of free will." Yet we need no further investigation, for even Planck admits, Luther gave to the assertion that man no longer possesses any will for good so extensive a sense, that it would thence follow that man, corrupted by original sin, no longer possesses the power of will, that is, the faculty of will. Had Planck only added, and no longer possesses the faculty of knowledge for the supermundane, for both are included in the Liberum Arbitrium, he would then have stated with perfect accuracy the Lutheran doctrine. Thus, according to Lutheran orthodoxy, did man lose, through Adam's fall, to express ourselves once more in comprehensive brevity, the most exalted and the most subtle portion of this spiritual essence, the part of his substance kindred to divinity, the implanted organ for God and for divine things inherent in his nature, so that, after its loss, he sank down into a mere earthly power, having henceforth organs only for the finite world, its laws, its ordinances, and its relations. It is indeed absolutely inconceivable how out of the organism of the human mind a link could be plucked out and destroyed; how any faculty of a simple essence, uncompounded of parts, whose faculties science only separates and distinguishes, for they in themselves are one in all and all in one, should be loosed from the others and be annihilated. But we have not yet done with the impenetrable obscurity of the Lutheran theology of original sin, of the positive part which supplied the place of the one withdrawn. It is as difficult to arrive at any sort of clear conception. In his commentary on the 3rd chapter of Genesis, Luther institutes a comparison between original sin and original justice, and from the essential character of original sin draws conclusions as to the essential character of original justice. If, accordingly, with Luther, original justice be the faculty to love and discern God, original sin
must in his opinion be the faculty not to love God, and not to discern him, or rather to hate him, and to be in a state of darkness as to all things appertaining to him. This is about the same as if a man were to say everyone possesses the faculty not only to have no property, but moreover to have debts. To Luther, it was not only perfectly clear that through Adam's fall the whole human race had lost an integral portion of its spiritual existence, but also that in man an opposite essence had been substituted in its room. And the latter occurrence he conceived to be so placed beyond the reach of doubt that without the least hesitation he inferred from it, as a matter perfectly indisputable, and, as it were, self-evident, ulterior consequences. If it is inconceivable how the image of God can be utterly eradicated from the human spirit, it is still more inconceivable how a new essence could be inserted into the soul, and then evil was converted into something substantial. Such like opinions, after indescribable efforts on the part of the Church, had, together with those of the Gnostics and the Manichaeans, almost entirely disappeared, and now they again emerged, full of vigor and lofty pretension.
The substance which Luther found in original sin was moreover, according to him, implanted alike in the soul and body of man. The following passages, which are found in different books composed by him, may serve as proofs of what has been stated, as well as set beyond doubt the nature of his opinions on the subject.
His expressions are as follows. Quote, "It is the nature of man to sin. Sin constitutes the essence of man. The nature of man, since his fall, is become quite changed. Original sin is that very thing which is born of father and mother." Unquote. Of like import are these forms of expression. Quote, "The clay out of which we are formed is damnable. The fetus in the maternal womb is sin." He likewise says, "Man, as he is born of his father and mother, together with his whole nature and essence, is not only a sinner, but sin itself." Unquote. Melanchthon also calls original sin, quote, "an innate power," unquote. And indeed the context would lead us to suppose that he ascribed to this power something substantial.
At last, Matthias Flacius arose, and broadly asserted that original sin was the very substance of fallen man. Error having now reached its highest pitch of extravagance, a retrogressive movement necessarily took place. The mere negative and primitive character of evil was anew understood, and men again more approximated towards the Catholic view of the subject, without however rejecting the notion that a positive positive evil power, accompanied with the inmost and deepest corruption of all human nature, particularly of the yet surviving higher energies of the soul, was transmitted by parents to their children. The positive evil now, the true image of the devil, which after the loss of the divine image is to be propagated by generation through the whole human race, constitutes the Lutheran notion of concupiscence, which the Reformers wish to enforce on the Christian world as the sole scriptural, the sole just, accurate, and comprehensive view of original sin. They understand by concupiscence a complete rise and setting of all the impulses, inclinations, and efforts of fallen and unregenerated man in evil, and indeed in virtue of a wicked energy transmitted to him from Adam. Luther, it cannot be denied, here touched on the borders of Manichaeism, if he did not actually overstep the frontier, and we are bound gratefully to acknowledge the fact that his followers resisted with so much energy the intrusion of such monstrous errors. Yet the expression they ever employed respecting original sin,
such as cogenita prava vis,
positiva qualitas, betray the original stamp of their master's doctrine. The Protestant belief, too, that so long as man lives here below, original sin is not totally effaced from him, even by regeneration, even by the power of God, presupposes that essential substance which Luther discovered in the inborn evil. A belief which, as we shall have occasion later to show, constitutes an essential difference between Catholicism and Protestantism. Moreover, when the first glimpses of his new theory respecting original sin flashed on his mind, Luther must have been in the most singular disposition of mind, and must have been agitated by the darkest, the gloomiest, and the most perplexed feelings. For if he then taught with Melanchthon that God works evil in man, how could he ascribe to it any sort of essence, and speak of a sinful stuff, out of which we are formed? The establishment of such a relation between God and evil, to wit, that God is the author of the latter, is not indeed in conformity to Manichaean principles, but would conduct us, if we were to give the speculative notion of the Lutheran doctrine respecting original sin, to a quite special view, which, in the proper place, we shall lay before our readers as soon as all the intermediate points, which may furnish a complete insight into the subject, shall have been stated. Here we shall only point out some of the consequences which the symbolical writings of the Lutherans deduce from the fundamental doctrines already set forth. It is there taught that in fallen man not the slightest good, how paltry soever it may be conceived, has survived; that corrupt nature, of itself and by its own force, can do naught but sin before God; that fallen man is all evil. After this, we are nowise surprised at the opinion that all so-called actual or personal sins committed in the self-consciousness of freedom are only the particular forms and manifestations of original sin, the boughs, as it were, and branches, and blossoms, and fruits of the wicked stem and its root. The Catholics, on the other hand, believe that in fallen and unregenerated man, the transition from original to actual sin is determined by free will, which possesses the power to resist the carnal propensity in a manner not totally unsuccessful, and not merely exterior. Although abandoned to itself, it is unable to accomplish perfect actions, in their inward spirit morally good, and consequently acceptable to God. On this Lutheran doctrine of original sin, we shall now take the liberty of indulging in the following remarks. It is not to be denied that the feeling which called forth this article of belief was in itself very laudable. It evidently sprang out of a deep sense of human misery, of the universal sinfulness of mankind, and their need of redemption, and it would fain keep that sentiment alive. If we acknowledge this with pleasure, it is yet equally certain that the doctrine in question attains this object only where thought does not exercise much sway, and we yield to the pressure of dark, unconscious feelings. It is forgotten that when God makes men the mere mechanical instruments of his activity, when there occurs in man a violent obliteration, so revolting to all rational, and still more to all Christian minds, of a natural spiritual faculty, and indeed the moral and religious faculty, the prerogative which solely and truly distinguishes him from the brute, sin then, from Adam to Christ, must be a thing unknown, and all moral must be transformed into physical evil. How should man sin, when he has not even the faintest knowledge of God and of his own destination, when he has not the faculty to will what is holy, when he is even devoid of freedom? He may rave, he may be furious, he may destroy, but his mode of acting cannot be considered other than that of a savage beast. The second consideration which presses itself upon our attention is this, that Luther's exaggeration, so soon as it was recognized as untenable by his disciples, necessarily led the way to another doctrinal excess. From the one extreme opinion, that through Adam's fall all germs of good were utterly, even to the last vestige, eradicated from the whole human race, men passed to the other extreme, that even now man in every respect is as well conditioned, and the universe wears as good an aspect for him as for the paradisiac man. As soon as the dam of vigorous but unenlightened feelings was broken through, nothing could prevent the whole doctrine of the fall being swept away. For this, in fact, was the offspring of the most confused feelings, and in its construction no scope had been conceded to the influence of the higher intellectual faculties. Thirdly, when in the times of the primitive Church the heathens so often put the question, wherefore did God send the Redeemer only after thousands of years which had elapsed since the fall, and deny him to so many generations? The Holy Fathers, as for instance the author of the Epistle to Diognetus and St. Irenaeus, were wont, viewing the subject from the pedagogic point of view, to make the following reply. The Almighty, by a long and severe experience, wished to teach the human race what, when abandoned to itself, it was capable of. He designed to bring it thus to self-knowledge, to consciousness of its sinfulness and guilt, to a likely feeling of its disorders, to a sense of humiliation before Him, in order to awaken within it a more intense desire after supernal aid, and to cause that aid to be received with a clearer insight as to its absolute necessity for redemption. The theologians of the Middle Ages also frequently gave the same reply. But what reply could the Lutheran divines make? That man without the faculty of knowledge and of will for divine things must remain far from God and his kingdom, is very conceivable. It is as evident as that a man, having no feet, cannot walk. But to what end is this act of violence, that obliterated the soul of man, all religious aptitude, the very image of the Creator? Who would, in such case, venture on a Theodosia? Who, even in the slightest degree, would be bold enough to justify Providence in the drama of the world's history? The Formulary of Concord attempts, moreover, to extract from its theory some grain of solace. It observes that if the Christian can discover in himself only a little spark of desire after eternal life, he may, by this feeling, convince himself that God has commenced his operations within him, and he may joyfully look forward to the moment when he will consummate the work begun. From the opinion that in fallen man all the higher spiritual faculties are utterly destroyed, it follows, of course, that not the faintest or remotest longing after God could spring up in his bosom. But if such a desire exist in the Christian, then in the opinion of the authors of the above-named symbolical writing, such a desire is the surest proof that the work of regeneration is begun. But from the belief that in man, after his fall, there still survives the religious aptitude, and that therefore the possibility of higher aspirations yet remains, no such consolation, according to these authors, can possibly flow. A dangerous self-delusion. For that even in the breast of the heathens such a divine spark beyond a doubt still glowed is evident from a contemplation of their history, on which we shall now take the liberty of offering a few remarks. End of section 15. Section 16 of Volume 1 of Symbolism, by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Subheading 7. Considerations on Heathenism in reference to the doctrines controverted between the two churches.
We said above that a very different representation would be formed of the entire history of mankind, according as we contemplated it from the Catholic or from the Orthodox Lutheran point of view. But before entering on the proof, we wish to premise a few remarks, for which we beg to claim the indulgence of the reader, as he will now meet with statements in part previously advanced. Nothing more distressing for the Church could possibly occur than to see herself called upon to set a limit to the idea of the magnitude of original sin. For it becometh the Christian to give himself up with all his soul to an infinite grief at the alienation from God, and at that misery wherein fallen humanity is sunk. And it is irksome, amid feelings of sorrow, which are boundless in themselves, to be obliged to think of a limitation to an error that rushes with violence from an extraneous source. It is, however, consoling for the Church that this limitation should be made, in order to uphold the notion of moral evil, and thereby to impart to the sense of pain and sorrow a true and a solid basis, which, as has been stated above, is wanting in the system of her adversaries. It is only so long as an irregular excitement of the feelings and the imagination endures that it can furnish any nurture to this sense of pain. But so soon as this ebullition of sentiment subsides, and calm, sober reflection awakes, the utter groundlessness of such feelings is discovered, and then they totally vanish, along with their empty motives. What man can grieve on perceiving that his existence is not consecrated to God, so soon as he seriously reflects on the import of those words, that God had deprived him of all power for doing so? To recognize the evil in its true and entire magnitude, it should not be represented in such exaggerated colors as we find it in the public formularies of the Lutheran faith. Hence, if in the following passages we lay before our readers a sketch of the religious and ethical life of the heathen nations, a sketch hitherto rarely or never completed from the Catholic point of view, we trust no one will imagine we are insensible to the enormity of that hereditary evil which afflicts our race, and thereby to the fullness of the blessings conferred by the Redeemer. It is precisely in order to give a firm basis to our feelings of thankfulness to Him that we bring out the brighter side of the heathen world, and we can only regret to be obliged to give no more than a very imperfect account of the subject. The extensive researches of our age in the ancient world, and in the remotest parts of the new continent, have brilliantly corroborated the truth of the Catholic doctrine respecting fallen man. No people has been found without a belief in God, and without sacrifices, whereby it rendered its homage to the Deity. Nowhere are the religious ideas found pure, nay, everywhere they are polluted with great errors. Yet, in supposition, faith lies concealed, and this is the good element in the former. Even the grossest fetish worship, the aspiration of the human soul towards God, is not to be denied. It proves that fallen man, to speak the language of the Lutheran formularies, is still in possession of spiritual powers. Melanchthon appears to have had a perception of the weight which this fact throws into the Catholic scale, for he endeavors to restore the equipoise by observing that these remnants of faith are to be ascribed to primitive traditions. Without these traditions, doubtless, and this was ever the Catholic view, faith would have been lost. But had they not likewise found in the breast of man a point of contact and a hold, they could not possibly have been preserved. As things merely extraneous to man, they must have been entirely forgotten and have perished. The union of men in social life and the formation of states were certainly not possible without religion, and this truth is evidenced by the fact that nations had their divinities, to whose protection they committed their commonwealth, to whom they erected temples and sent up their supplications. The nations manifested thereby a sense of their dependence on a higher power, which, although it received no worthy adoration, yet really guided and protected the suppliants. This indestructible propensity in man to unite and to associate with his fellows is, at bottom, eminently religious, and is an indelible proof of surviving faculties of a higher kind. The man all evil, totus malus, would have felt no such social inclinations, and he and his fellows must have annihilated each other in the savage conflict, had even, under such circumstances, a plurality of men by possibility come into existence. When Calvin imagined these societies, these types of the future Church, to have been formed without religion and without faith, and to have sprung up solely out of the existence of man's lower faculties, he proved himself utterly unacquainted with their nature. This is especially exemplified in China, that empire of the medium, which, according to the spirit of its primitive constitution, was destined to be a real theocracy. The emperor was to hearken to the voice of God, and be his organ in respect to the people who formed the family of the prince. All evils and calamities which afflicted the citizens of this paternal empire are, according to this principle, considered as divinely inflicted chastisements for disobedience to the invisible ruler, and moral improvement and recurrence to pious ancestral simplicity are looked upon as the condition for the renewal of the country's prosperity. Who could suppose the spiritual powers of man to be obliterated here, where the religious view of all existence is so consummate, and is interwoven with the inmost vitals of the constitution and administration of the state? Who has ever read any fragments of the writings of the Chinese sages, without admiring the earnest view of life, the excellent ethical precepts, and the often profound wisdom which they frequently exhibit? Doubtless Melanchthon would have passed on the virtues of Lao Tzu, Confucius, and Meng Tzu the same sentence he pronounced on the fortitude of Socrates, the continence of Xenocrates, and the temperance of Zeno, to wit, that only selfish motives were at the bottom of these qualities, and that hence they should be accounted vices. We undoubtedly are not disposed to revere these Chinese or Greek sages as pure patterns of virtue, who, as far as they rested on themselves, could stand before the judgment seat of God, or to assert that all their endeavors flowed from a source acceptable to God. But the question is not whether anyone, who knows neither Christ nor is penetrated by his light, nor strengthened by his divine grace, be in and by himself pure and just in the eyes of God. But the question is whether fallen man be entirely corrupted, whether all which he does and thinks be sin and be damnable, whether he have lost all moral and religious qualities, whether those virtues ought to be considered as things merely extraneous, and in no more intimate relation to man than wealth and corporal beauty. This we deny, and deny at the risk, not indeed very great in our times, of this being imputed to us as a crime, and of our being held up as bad theologians, in the same way as Philip Melanchthon reproached our noble ancestors for having introduced into the schools philosophic studies, and recommended the reading of Plato and Aristotle, the former full of presumption which he easily communicates to his admirers, and the latter, in fact, teaching only the art of contention. That those venerable men were yet capable of better conceptions and higher moral exertions, the Catholic deems a proof of the surviving faculties for good in the human breast. That those conceptions were not pure, and those exertions not perfect, nay, very imperfect, and for the most part positively evil, he holds to be a necessary consequence of the fall. Let us now turn from the Chinese to the Hindus. The feeling of estrangement from God and the deep degradation of humanity was so intense among the latter that they conceived the infantine, and when we take into consideration the intellectual modes of conception in the youthful world, which in order to preserve the pure, eternal idea of man and God, ever imparted to it a concrete reality in time, they conceived the no less infantine and amiable than earnest doctrine of the pre-existence of spirits, who on account of their sins had been by God cast out on the earth. Hence, they look on all human existence as a period graciously vouchsafed by God for purification and purgation, as this is so clearly and vividly expressed in the well-known fragment of MÖHLER, and is generally believed not only in Hindustan, but in Tibet, in the kingdom of Burmese, by the Siamese, etc. This idea is also stamped on the civil life of the Hindus, and is particularly perceptible in the mutual relations of the several castes. Who can possibly, we ask, be so painfully alive to this alienation from God, without retaining in his bosom something kindred to divinity, the image of the Godhead? Were the means employed to attain to the reunion with the Deity mistaken? They were so, only because no other name is given to us, whereby we can be just before God, save that of Christ Jesus alone. But in these oft convulsive, these most tragic efforts to be united again to God, lies the irrefragable evidence of the desire after eternal life, never obliterated from the breast of man. Who can look at the temples of Elephanta and Salsette, and deny the Hindus the capability of religious feeling? Who has ever reflected on their doctrine of the present period of humanity, the Kali Yuga, in its relation to anterior ages, and can refuse to acknowledge the deep sense of the ever-growing degeneracy of mankind, which this people hereby evinces? Who has ever examined their doctrines on the divine incarnations, and can fail to recognize in them the remote desire at least for a divine deliverance from the fall. A desire, indeed, which is to be found in all antiquity. If the earlier Indian theism often degenerated into pantheism, we must seek the cause of this in the finite reason of man, more and more debilitated by the progress of sinfulness. But that no atheism, no consummate impiety, was openly avowed, we must ascribe to the indelible image of God stamped on the human soul. What would a Luther and Melanchthon, a Massaius and Wigand, a Flacius and Hessus have replied to anyone who had pointed to them the doctrine of the Parsees, who were so deeply impressed with the sense of the monstrosity of evil that they were at a loss how to explain its existence in the good creation, otherwise than by supposing some self-existent wicked principle who eternally counteracted the good one? Doth not a tenderer religious feeling lie here concealed than in the above-stated opinion of Melanchthon, Calvin, and Beza, that the good, holy God himself instigates to evil, and needs the same for the execution of his designs? If the Parsees confounded moral and physical evil, if they did not at least duly separate them, this by no means justifies an objection against the judgment we have pronounced. For we would have only invited the reformers to reflect whether their doctrine were better than that of the Parsees, who were so very differently circumstanced, for they were ignorant of the Christian doctrine, while the reformers contended against the truth, which shone beside them in all its lustre. In the whole ancient world we discern a seeking after truth. Let us but consider what that signifies. If none by their own faculties were enabled to discover it, for to every creature must it be communicated, still it was the object of desire. The man all evil, the man who hath been despoiled of all spiritual powers, in whom the likeness of God hath been utterly effaced, strives not after truth, and cannot so strive. Undoubtedly, truth was but too frequently sought for in the world of creatures, and it was only rarely that man could persuade himself to raise a look of joy upwards to heaven. But if we discover one such example only, it can then be no longer a matter of doubt that man could do so when he wished, and the freedom, even of the fallen creature, is then fully established. History makes us acquainted with endless gradations of moral character and religious forms, from the most hideous depravity up to an affected piety. We find living examples in countless grades, and in all these do we find no evidence of moral freedom, but merely an outward and civil liberty? Why was one individual in exactly the same relations other than his fellow man in a moral and religious point of view? In truth, if everything be conditionally referred to God, everything considered as his deed, and evil, as well as good, ascribed to him as the primary cause, then assuredly we find no evidence of the truth, that man, even in his fall, has retained his freedom, and is endowed with moral and religious faculties, the use whereof is left to himself. Then we must seek to speak of good and of evil, and must class the opinion of an all-holy God and of moral capabilities among the dreams of fancy. History accordingly confirms the Catholic doctrine of original sin, and incontrovertibly demonstrates that, deep as his fall might have been, man lost not his freedom, nor was despoiled of the image of God; that not all that he thought and did was necessarily sinful and damnable, and that he possessed something more than "the mere liberty to sin," as the Lutheran symbolical books assure us. Moreover, it is by no means astonishing when we consider the extravagance of the view, as to the world before Christ, expressed in the Lutheran formularies, that in the course of time it should have been opposed by another opinion equally extravagant, an opinion which regards the profoundest doctrines of the gospel as mere heirlooms of heathenism, or even, in the mildest view, holds Christianity to be a natural result of the progress of our species, and consequently reveres paganism, independently of man's fall as a stage, necessary in itself of human civilization. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Volume 1 of Symbolism by Johann MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Subheading 8, Doctrine of the Calvinists on Original Sin.
In their account of original sin and its consequences, the Calvinists do not proceed to near such lengths as the Lutherans. It may certainly be asserted, in more than one respect, that the Reformed system of doctrine, as invented or arranged by Calvin, derived on many points undeniable advantages from the mistakes and errors of the earlier Reformers. Hence, the more learned and scientific Calvin shows himself here and there more equitable towards the Catholics, presents their doctrine at times in a form not quite so disfigured as his predecessors, and on the whole proceeds with far more calmness and circumspection than Luther. Thus it happened that in the same way as Zwingli's cold and inane theory on the sacrament of the altar was by Calvin brought much nearer to the true Christian standard, so, in the doctrine which now engages our attention,
only a slight removal from the truth is perceptible.
But this retrograde movement, when it occurred, for it did not often take place, was almost always brought about at the cost of clearness and distinctness of ideas. And if the mitigation of a too great severity afford pleasure, the uncertainty and fluctuation of notions that is substituted is but the more perplexing. Even Calvin expresses himself in various ways respecting original sin and its consequences. In some places, he says, the image of God has been utterly effaced from the soul of man. In other passages he expresses the same thing to the following effect. Quote, "Man," says he, "has been so banished from the kingdom of God, that all in him which bears reference to the blessed life of the soul is extinct." Unquote. And he asserts that man has received again organs for the divine kingdom only by the new creation in Christ Jesus. These assertions are, however, opposed by other passages in which it is asserted that the divine image stamped on the human soul has never been totally destroyed and obliterated, but only fearfully disfigured, mutilated, and deformed. The same instinctiveness, the same vacillation, is apparent when Calvin investigates in detail the faculties yet belonging to the sinful and unregenerated man, or when he subjects to a more comprehensive examination the principle of freedom, which, according to the Catholic dogma, survives even in fallen man. He observes that reason, ratio, intellectus, and the will, voluntas, could not be eradicated from man, for these faculties form the characteristic distinction between man and the brute. In the circle of social institutions, of the liberal and mechanical arts, of logic, dialectics, and mathematics, he accords to reason, he had better said understanding, the most glorious scope even among the heathens, and takes occasion to indulge in a bitter sally against the contempt of philosophy so prevalent among the Protestants of his day. But when he comes to describe the religious and moral faculties of man, then the most singular indistinctness appears. As regards the knowledge of God, he by no means calls in question that some truths were found scattered even among the nations unfavored with the special divine revelation, and he seems on that account not to approve the opinion of a total destruction of the spiritual powers. But then he destroys the hope which this concession offers, by adding that the Almighty had granted such glimpses in the depth of night, in order to be able to condemn, out of their own mouth, the men whom they had been imparted to, or rather forced on, for then they could not excuse themselves as having been unacquainted with the ways of the Lord. Accordingly, he appears again indisposed to regard those traces of the true knowledge of God as the result and property of higher human faculties cooperating with God. Nay, he seems to look upon them as a consequence of some strange and marvelous influence of the Deity upon certain men for certain purposes. And this is the more remarkable, as he elsewhere deduces the anxiety for a good reputation from the feeling of shame, and this again from the innate sense of justice and virtue, wherein the germ of religion is already involved. Thus we see throughout a sound, excellent mind, struggling for the victory with disordered feelings, but, after a short vigorous onset for the mastery, compelled to succumb.
Nearly in the same way, he treats the moral phenomena of the ancient world. The Catholics were wont at times to refer to men, like Camillus, and from their lives to demonstrate the moral freedom enjoyed even by the heathens, and the remnants of good to be found among them. They defended, moreover, the proposition that God's special grace, communicated for the sake of Christ's merits, worked retrospectively, and confirming the better surviving sentiments in the human breast, is undeniably to be traced in many phenomena. What course does Calvin now pursue to explain such phenomena? He observes that it is very easy to let ourselves be deceived by the same as to the true nature of corruption, and he does not precisely deny the finer traces of a moral spirit. But he says, we should remember that divine grace here and there works as an impediment, not by its aid to strengthen and purify the interior of man, but mechanically to prevent the otherwise infallible outbreaks of evil.
The conduct of the good Camillus he accordingly explains by the assumption that it might have been pure exterior and hypocritical, or the result of the above-mentioned grace mechanically repressing evil in his breast, but in no wise rendering him better than his fellows. By such more than mechanical attempts at explanation, Calvin shows beyond doubt that when he speaks of reason and the will as undestroyed and indestructible faculties of the soul, distinguishing man from the brute, he is far from thinking that man has preserved out of his unhappy catastrophe any moral and religious powers whatever. Extravagant, however, as the judgment might be which Calvin formed of unregenerated man, he yet did not forget himself so far as the Lutherans. When he teaches that the will and the reason exist even after the fall, he means thereby the faculty of faith, and of the higher will. Those passages wherein he seems to deny this faculty to fallen man, and of these there are very many, must be corrected by others, wherein he expressly asserts that when he speaks of a destruction of the will, he understands only the really good will, and not the mere faculty of will, so that the opinion of Victorinus Strigel, which was rejected by the Lutherans, appears to be precisely that of Calvin. Of concupiscence, moreover, as is evident from the preceding account, Calvin entertains nearly the same notion as the Lutheran formularies profess, only that he is unwilling to use this technical word, and hence we can understand why in the confession of the Calvinistic churches it is but very rarely employed. As regards the Calvinistic formularies, they may be divided into several classes, since those who were framed under the immediate or remoter influence of Zwingli are clearly distinguishable from those wherein the spirit of Calvin breathes. In the Tetrapolitana, the doctrine of original sin is not specifically treated, but is only incidentally touched on under the article of justification, a fact for the explanation whereof we shall have occasion to notice later the doctrine of Zwingli on original sin. The most ancient Helvetic confessions, 2 and 3, express themselves on this head with much caution and circumspection, and could we be only assured of their spirit, that is to say, were we but certain that this, their boasted peculiarity, did not proceed from the same motive which induced the Tetrapolitana to take no special notice of original sin, they might call forth from the Catholic expressions of perfect satisfaction. To the Helvetic confessions we may add that of the Anglican Church, which on every point endeavors to avoid a tone of exaggeration. The first Helvetic confession, which, however, is not the most ancient, the Gallic, Belgian, and Scottish confessions, on the other hand, unequivocally express Calvin's doctrine, that man is thoroughly and entirely corrupted. However, in these, as in the writings of Calvin, we meet with many indeterminate and wavering expressions. It is worthy of observation, moreover, that the first Helvetic formulary pronounces the Lutheran opinion, that fallen man no longer possesses the faculty of will and knowledge for the kingdom of God, to be Manichaean. The following fact is worthy of our attention. Even the confessions of the Reformed consider actual sins as only the manifestations of original sin, as the gradual revelation of the same in special determinate phenomena. According to them, also, Adam's sin is the unique, the only source whence all sin flows, without ever exhausting it, the infinite source, ever active and stirring to find an outlet, and when that outlet is found, impatient to find a new one. With reason, Catholics were able to reply that, according to this view, all sins would be necessarily equal, since, according to the maxims of a false realism, the person is considered as absorbed in nature, the individual in universal being, and the fact that not all the unconverted are in a like degree rogues and villains, not all fratricides and parricides, robbers and poisoners, the Calvinists can by no means explain by the different use of freedom, since, according to their doctrine, no one possesses it. Thus, observe the Catholics, the primitive evil, according to the maxims of Calvin, progresses with a blind necessity, and finds in every man a ready, though servile instrument for the perpetration of its most horrible deeds. It can, therefore, be regarded only as an accident when one appears as a frightful criminal, the other as a moral man. The latter, at bottom, is as bad as the former. The sinfulness alike in each, and repressible by none, manifests itself sometimes here, sometimes there, in more violent explosions. The first Helvetic Confession guards itself against these and such like consequences, and condemns the Jovians, Pelagians, and the Stoics, who taught the equality of all sins. But it can establish no other difference of sins than that of external manifestation, according to which, truly, not one sin, perhaps, is like to the other. However, we honor in this cautiousness a sound feeling, a welcome perception of that deep, indescribable abyss of error out of which the Reformation sprang. The doctrine of the Reformed confessions respecting wicked lust, concupiscentia, we shall not set forth at length, since it does not materially differ from the view of the orthodox Lutherans. In respect to the bodily death, this is regarded, as in the Catholic Church, to be a consequence of original sin. Subheading 9. Zwingli's view of original sin. To explain some phenomena in the formularies of the Reformed churches, we annex the doctrine of Zwingli on original sin. This reformer ventures on the attempt not merely to determine according to scriptural evidence the nature of man's hereditary evil, but to give a psychological explanation of the sin of Adam, an attempt for which he is utterly incompetent, and which is very inferior to preceding efforts for the illustration of this very obscure mystery. Nay, in reality explains absolutely nothing, and presupposes original sin. In the first place, Zwingli troubles the serious reader with a very untimely jest, when he says that it was a bad prognostic for the future married man that Eve should have been formed out of a rib of the sleeping Adam, for, from observing that her husband, during this operation, was not awakened, nor brought to consciousness, the thought naturally arose in her mind that her mate might be easily deceived and circumvented. Satan now observed Eve's growing spirit of enterprise, and withal her total inexperience in all intrigues. Aiding, therefore, her internal desire to play a trick, and her utter impotence to accomplish her purpose, he pointed out to her the way for deceiving her husband, and the result was the first sin. This man, sporting over sin, seriously observes that from this whole process of satanic seduction, and especially from the enticements offered, it is easy to conclude that the self-love of Adam was the cause of his sin, and that consequently from self-love flows all human misery. But then, as, according to all the laws of the outward world, the like can only proceed from its like, so since Adam's fall, all men were born with this self-love, the germ of all moral evil. Zwingli then proceeds to describe original sin, which in itself is not sin, but only a natural disposition to sin, a leaning propensity to sin, and endeavors to illustrate his meaning by the following comparison. A young wolf has in all respects the natural qualities of a wolf, that is to say, it is one, that, in virtue of its innate ferocity, would attack and devour the sheep, though yet it has not actually done so, and huntsmen, on discovering it, will treat it in the same manner as the old ones, for they feel convinced that, on its growing up, it will, like the others of its species, fall upon the flocks, and commit ravages. The natural disposition is the hereditary sin, or the hereditary fault. The special robbery is the actual sin growing out of the former. The latter is sin in the strict sense of the word, while the former ought not to be considered either as a sin or as a debt. This account, while it explains nothing, is withal of a genuine Protestant stamp. That it explains nothing is evident from its representing self-love as the cause of Adam's sin, which, accordingly, before his fall, lay concealed in him, and by the mediation of Satan was only introduced into the outward world. This self-love is represented as the effect of Adam's sin extending to all his posterity, as the natural disposition of all his sons, so that original sin appears as a corruption already innate in Adam, and it must be considered not so much as inherited of Adam, but as implanted by God himself. But this explanation is also a genuine Protestant one, since it frankly and undisguisedly holds up God as the author of sin, and looks upon all particular actual sins as the necessary results, the outward manifestations of a natural disposition. A disposition which is well illustrated by that of the young wolf, that, devoid of freedom, is totally unable to resist the impulse of instinct. Hence also, Zwingli with reason regards original sin not as sin, but only as an evil clinging to human nature. He is, however, chargeable with an inconsistency in considering actual sins to be sins, for they are only the necessary growth of a natural disposition. It would have been also more in conformity with his above-mentioned principles as to the cause of evil to have considered no moral transgression as contracting a debt. End of section 17. Section 18 of Volume 1 of Symbolism by Johann Adam MÖHLER, translated by James Burton Robertson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Opposite Views on the Doctrine of Justification. Subheading 10. General statement of the mode in which, according to the different confessions, man becomes justified. The different views entertained respecting the fall of man must necessarily exert the most decisive influence on the doctrine of his regeneration. The treatment of this doctrine is of so much the more importance for us, and claims so much the more our attention, as it was in the pretended improvement on the Catholic view of man's justification, according to the special observation of the Smaccalled Articles, that the Reformers place their principal merit. They call this subject not only the first and most important, but that, without the maintenance whereof, the opponents of Protestantism would have been completely in the right, and have come victorious out of the struggle. In conformity with this, Luther says very pithily in his Table Talk, quote, "If the doctrine fall, it is all over with us." Unquote. We shall in the first place state generally the various accounts which the opposite confessions give of the process of regeneration, and then enter, with the minutest accuracy, into details. According to the Council of Trent, this course is as follows. The sinner, alienated from God, without being able to show any merit of his own, without being able to put in any claim to grace, or to pardoning mercy, called back to the divine kingdom. This divine call, sent to the sinner for Christ's sake, is expressed not only in an outward invitation through the preaching of the gospel, but also in an internal action of the Holy Spirit, which rouses the slumbering energies of man, more or less sunk in the sleep of spiritual death, and urges him to unite himself with the power from above, in order to enter upon a new course of life, and in order to renew the communion with God. Preventative grace. If the sinner hearkens to this call, then faith in God's word is the first effect of divine and human activity, cooperating in the way described. The sinner perceives the existence of a higher order of things, and with entire, until then unimagined certainty, possesses the conviction of the same. The higher truths and promises which he hears, especially the tidings that God has so loved the world as to give up his only begotten Son for it, and offered to all forgiveness of sins for the sake of Christ's merits, shake the sinner, while he compares what he is with what, according to the revealed will of God, he ought to be, while he learns that so grievous is sin and the world's corruption that it is only through the mediation of the Son of God it can be extirpated. He attains to true self-knowledge, and is filled with the fear of God's judgment. He now turns to the divine compassion in Christ Jesus, and conceives the confiding hope that for the sake of his Redeemer's merits, God may graciously vouchsafe to him the forgiveness of his sins. From this contemplation of God's love for man, a spark of divine love is enkindled in the human breast. Hatred and detestation for sin arise, and man doth penance. Thus, by the mutual inner workings of the Holy Spirit and of the creature freely cooperating, justification really commences. If man remains faithful to the holy work thus begun, the divine Spirit, at once sanctifying and forgiving sins, communicates all the fullness of his gifts, pours into the heart of man the love of God, so that he becomes disentangled from the inmost roots of sin, and inwardly renewed, leads a new and virtuous life. That is to say, becometh really just in the sight of God, performeth truly good works, the fruits of a renovation of spirit and sanctification of feeling, goeth from righteousness unto righteousness, and, in consequence of his religious and moral qualities, acquired through the infinite merits of Christ and his Holy Spirit, he is rewarded with celestial happiness. However, without a special revelation, the just man possesses not the unerring certainty that he belongs to the number of elect. The Lutheran view, on the other hand, is as follows: when the sinner hath been intimidated by the preaching of the law, which he is conscious of not having fulfilled, and hath been brought to the brink of despair, the gospel is announced to him, and with it the solace administered, that Christ is the Lamb of God, that taketh upon him the sins of the world. With a heart stricken with fear and terror, he grasps at the Redeemer's merits, through faith which alone justifieth. God, on account of Christ's merits, declares the believer just, without his being so in fact. Though released from debt and punishment, he is not delivered from sin, original sin. The inborn sinfulness still cleaves to the just, though no longer in its ancient virulence. If it be reserved to faith alone to justify us before God, yet faith is not alone. On the contrary, satisfaction is annexed to justification, and faith manifests itself in good works, which are its fruits. Justification before God and sanctification must not by any means, however, and despite of their close connection, be considered as one and the same thing, because this would render impossible the certainty of the forgiveness of sins and of salvation, which is an essential property of Christian faith. Lastly, the whole work of regeneration is God's doing alone, and man acts a purely passive part therein. God's act doth not only precede the workings of man, as if this could, or ought to follow, as if the latter cooperated with the former, and so both together, but the Holy Spirit is exclusively active, in order that to God alone the glory may accrue, and all pretensions of human merit be rendered impossible. The Calvinists, though with some differences, agree in the main with the disciples of Luther. Calvin is dissatisfied with the reformers of Wittenberg for having ascribed to the law alone the property of exciting a sense of sin and a consciousness of guilt. He thinks, on the contrary, that the first place is due to the gospel, and that it is by the enlargement of the divine mercy in Christ Jesus that the sinner is made attentive to his reprobate state, so that repentance follows on faith. That the severe remark of Calvin at the passage, where he states the relation between faith and repentance, to wit, that those understood nothing of the essence of faith who conceived this relation other than himself, is not entirely destitute of foundation, nor based on an empty spirit of controversy. We shall clearly prove later, when it will be shown, that, with Calvin, repentance bears a very different signification from the terror caused by sin in the Lutheran system, and that, according to the former, justification and sanctification appear in a more vital connection. More important still is the departure of the Calvinists from the Lutheran formularies, by their assertion that it is only in those elected from all eternity that the Deity worketh to justification and to regeneration. On the other hand, the Lutherans, like the Catholics, reject the doctrine of absolute predestination. Finally, Calvinists lay a still more violent stress on the certainty which the believer must have of his future happiness. It follows accordingly that we must treat in succession, first, the distinctive doctrines in respect to the operation of God and of man, in the affair of regeneration; secondly, the doctrine of predestination; thirdly, the differences in the notion of justification; fourthly, those respecting faith; fifthly, those touching works; and sixthly, those in respect to the certainty of salvation. When these points shall have all been first gone through in detail, then comprehensive reflections on the nature and deeper signification of this opposition between the confessions, in respect to the doctrine of justification, will follow in a more intelligible as well as instructive form. Then he who, after a general view, would not have suspected any practical or theoretical differences important enough to occasion an ecclesiastical schism, will clearly see that the Catholic Church could not possibly exchange her primitive doctrine for the new opinion; nay, could not, even by any possibility, tolerate in her bosom the two opposite views. The minute investigation of particulars will bring out in the clearest light those divergences of opinion, which, in a general survey, may be easily overlooked, and in the consideration which we have announced we will clearly establish the absolute incompatibility of the two doctrines in one and the same system, and will point out the momentous interests which the Catholics defended in the maintenance of their dogma. End of section 18.